was a hard stop as usual. Good morning, everybody, or brunch or lunch, whatever's going on with you. Welcome in. How is everybody? Can y'all hear me in the chat? Are we up and running? Are we sounding okay? Hello, Forrest. Well, Forrest may be on a walk. Forrest will be joining us soon. Butterfly, are you here? Thank you for coming in. Rachel, good to see you. Joy, good to see you. Y'all give me a thumbs up or hey, we can hear you, something in the chat. Thank you, Butterfly. Sound is good. How y'all doing today? How are we doing wrapping up our weekend? It's been a busy weekend for me, guys. My grandson starts school in the morning. Woohoo. Um, well, that just means my alarm clock's going to start going off. Well, actually, no, I don't got to drive him to school this year. His dad's taking him. So I don't get to have to. Nay, I just had to rethink that whole situation. Yay for me. Anyway, sorry. My brain went on a little talk with itself. Um, but yeah, I had to get out yesterday. I was getting all his, making sure everything was ready and organized. And I was like, no, we need a few more things. So we had to take off and go to town and get a few more things and grab some dinner, and then I came back. Um, are all y'all getting ready for school? All of y'all have littles who are going back? I don't miss those days at all. Like getting all the prep done. I'm like watching my son run around, getting it all done. Like as glad as you and not me, but we're here. We're making it. All right, so oh, and a little bit of announcement. I'll have to re-announce it on Monday because people who are joining me for the Lindsay Clancy trial may not be here today. Um, I may not be streaming on Wednesday. Whatever's going on in court that day, my dad has put in a request for me and one of my sisters to go to lunch, and I don't tell him no. I don't know when that could be my last lunch, right? My dad's not, he's old. So that's going to take precedent. So if that is still on for Wednesday, I will not be live streaming. I'll just have to miss a day of the trial. Maybe we can make it up that night, but I know everybody is streaming it, so you guys can catch that day somewhere else. That's fine, but it is what it is. So I hope everybody understands. My daddy will come first. Welcome in, Tink. How are you? Yeah, Rachel, it used to not start here till September. I don't know what's happening. Like every year, it seems like it's earlier and earlier. I'm like, y'all taking these babies' summers completely away from them. They're going to the creek today to get one last blowout in, I think. I was like, no, I'm staying home. Florida's literally trying me today. Florida's trying to get me to say, I want fall. She knows that won't work for me. I'll just go in the house and ignore her. It's hot as hell today in Florida, though. I ain't gonna lie. We don't have humidity's cranking. The bugs are even screaming, and there's not a breeze in sight. So I came back in the house and said, you know what? I'll just go live and talk to my friends. Can't sit outside today. Yeah, family first. Rachel, my dad lives a couple like 2 hours from me. So getting up with him and is always, plus he's had so much going on lately with his hearing and his vision, and I think he's fixed up right now. I think he's good to go. So yeah, that's going to come first. All right, guys, let's get into a few things because we got some stuff to cover. Now, you saw from the thumbnail. See, I do know how to make them. Brian Koberger's Amazon click history is out there. To me, we already knew about the click history, right? We've read all the documents here. We knew what was in the documents pertaining to Brian Koberger's search history, purchase history, and all of the things. Well, they, supporters of Brian Koberger, FOIA requested all the information because, it can't be correct. We're just going to let them unpack it and have at it. But I'll just show you guys what was in it because it's information we already knew. Right? There was one new thing I saw in there that I did not recall seeing in documents on his search history. I posted a photo of it on the community page. How many of you saw the community post? I think I'll just bring it up from there and show what I posted. because I didn't preload anything back here as far as these photos go. I'm not wasting my time with all that. All right. This was three sections of his history. I just kind of like put together on the page, but you can clearly see, and there all the dates are there, when his accounts were set up, how he was purchasing, and that PNC bank warrants. Those PNC little bank warrants that were all up in these documents. Well, we know they were for Brian Koberger. Now, okay, so his sharpener, his K-bar sharpener, the K-bar Marine Corps fighting straight edge knife. Um, Again, the straight edge knife, straight edge. Okay, and then down here it was some knife pivot lube oil and the sharpener. This was also on his search activity, guys. Do you remember Mr. Gonzalez continuing to say something about a different weapon? These marks on my daughter's face don't match up. Could it possibly be something like this? Possibly. I don't know. It's pure speculation at this point. This is called a K-bar tactical spork fork spoon. Knife, camping, hiking, made in the USA, K-bar. Now, I'm a big camper, right? I got a whole little container of all my camping stuff. I have never seen this little tool before, but it would actually be handy when you're camping. Not to, like, I may have to cut up some food later. What do y'all think? It's wild. Well, we could be done with him, but he won't be done. He's not done yet, so we'll entertain him for a little bit. Look at that thing. The blade on it is 2.5 inches long. It slides into the spork. Are we sporking now? It's wild. He was sure intrigued by his little tiny knife, wasn't he? I wonder if he actually purchased it. Okay, now let me get to the file, and I'll show you guys what it looks like. And like I said, I combed through it, and it's just all there. Back we knew he purchased the K-bar in March, right before he ever left and went out there. All of that history is there, and there, it's concerning to the supporters about, because law enforcement did do a mock order, right, to imitate the order to see how it does. Well, they got an issue with that, which I get it. I understand the implication behind it, because I caught a little news clip this morning early and it concerned me. ICE is now going to put body cams on their people, but it only gets released if it benefits ICE. I don't have no dog in the hunt with ICE. The body cam feature is what I'm concerned about. Then there will be a panel of attorneys and judges who will review the body cam and decide if it's okay for the public. Well, what are y'all going to do to it in the meantime? Are we going to do redactions, alterations, AI fuckery? Don't bring that to police body cam in the future. Because you don't do it, Mr. Man in office, because that's when you're going to force me back into the political arena that I won't no freaking part of. I'm avoiding that whole ICE bullshit. I don't even look at it. I close my eyes and I run the other direction. I don't want nothing to do with it. There's nothing I can say gonna matter anyway, right? But don't take that next step level and try to put that on police body cam, because I can see that about to happen, and we're not going to tolerate that mess. We can't do all that. So they do have the. Actually, let me show y'all that first before I pull up the other. What's that girl's name? She did it. She's got that one. Because they got to just, do the FOIAs. FOIA, queens and kings. Okay, so the cops did do their own order, right, to see how. Okay. So Koberger, we know, had purchased this stuff. There was the police mock, what they ordered, right? Their K-bar. That knife don't play, y'all. It just don't. It's meant to do a lot of damage. And there's his sharpener. It's got the same handle design and all as the spork thingy. Documentation on the purchases where the police did their mock-up. And the items, how they were packaged when they arrived with their little sticky notes on them. And there's the little floor jack he bought for his car. Maybe he was anticipating tire problems. Maybe he was anticipating changing his own tires because he might have accidentally left a big skid mark in front of the King Roadhouse when he peeled out at 420. Although everybody's going to say, those marks were already there, Salty. Yeah, I've seen all the videos. I see it. I see it in Xana's video as she's walking around. I'm well schooled in the Idaho 4 case. So we don't know why he bought it. People have all their theories, even including hiding in the woods with a bunch of floodlights doing something at an abandoned house that only that one person made up in their head and nobody else knows what she's talking about. There's the vegan vitamins that they purchased, because if y'all recall, in his trunk he had the vegan vitamins when they searched it. Order details on the items. Okay. So they're just having a field day out there with Brian's weapon of choice. All right, now let me pull up that search history drive and show you guys just what it looks like. And I can put the link in the description later. Let's see. What's today's date? 8. BK, Amazon, click history. Y'all know that AI will direct you on where to go search for your next items over on the Amazon, because Ann Taylor's like, well, Amazon just suggested he look at that. Like, lady, you have to actually start looking for stuff before it starts suggesting other stuff, right? Does she know how it works, y'all? She does now. I'd hate to get on my Amazon later and it just randomly suggests some weird stuff, and I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll get that. No, we're not doing all that, AI. I don't embrace the machine like others do. I've bucked the system my whole life, so it's nothing new for me. And a million people will tell me I should embrace it. Okay, let me make this where I can actually see. You can see here his Visa, his Discover, Visa. They redact all the account numbers from it, but PNC National or PNC Bank National Association, those search warrants and Credit One and the credit union from the teacher or employees credit union, all those warrants were always in the documents. They just haven't been unsealed yet. So Brian Koberger, this account was started October 2017. You have November 23rd, 2022 for an account. One here, July 13th. Now, he landed in Washington in July. Okay, so that's that. Uh-oh. It's weird because when I bring this up on my phone, I see so much more detail in the document than when I bring it up on the PC. It acts totally different. I don't know why. It's so weird. I tried to get a different document viewer earlier. Like, what is going on with this? And it acts different. And it's the only time that's ever happened. There's not a lot in the document, y'all, except for the click activity history, right? But I just wanted to show you guys because it is out there on the supporter channels. Where's my, oh, okay, I did it wrong. Sorry. Let me get that back up there. Okay, okay, click activity. And let me make sure it shows up on the screen for you. Yeah, okay. I had to move. Sometimes I can't see what you guys see until I actually can look at it. All right. So here we have just his This is the click at this is the Amazon click history. 3/20/2022 at 7. It shows up as Andreas USA, which is in Pennsylvania. So notice that the date on these though, March, 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 all the way down. He purchased that K-bar in March. This is what your click history would look like to law enforcement, guys. Your date, your time, every little detail about it. Remember, he was trying to delete his search history, right? He was trying to get rid of that search history. Did he not want them to know he was searching for a K-bar and actually purchased it? But that's what it looks like. And it literally goes down the line. We're still in March. He's like steadily searching, y'all, all throughout. March 20th into the 21st. Like it must have been really on his mind, like when I was shopping for my bed, right? Like when I was researching shopping for my new mattress. You wouldn't want to get substandard when you're about to spend your good hard-earned money on it. That bitch got to last me forever. It better be a good one. Lord help us. March 24th, 25th, 23rd, 22nd. Hang on. City name, Andreas, Andreas, Andreas. And then down here it comes up Jim Thorpe. What? Bria. Linda Yorba. Is this different peoples? Hermoso Beach? What the hell? Anaheim, California. These go back to, this is December 2022. That's weird. Okay, then you got his sign-in history. And it comes up with a date starting at March 20th, 2022. The domain carrier, Pentel Data, they have search warrants too. So yeah, March 20th, 21st, into the 22nd, the 23rd, the 24th, and all this is redacted. And they're like just pouring through it, going over each little date to make sure it matches the other documents, to make sure, like, I don't know, I guess people are so concerned about AI and effery, alteration of evidence. We had that concern with the bridge guy video in Delphi because they're keeping that a secret. And then again, when you hear the testimony from even Lauren Matthias, I saw the bridge guy video in court, but I didn't see him on the bridge, but I saw a screenshot of him on the bridge. Why would we not see it in the actual video shown in court, since they claim the man on the bridge is the man who killed the little girls? See, that's what happens when you dance in the dark in court. We can't have a courtroom with cameras. Now we don't know. Now we don't trust it, right? I hope these cops are doing all they can to make sure when they're doing these search warrants and setting up fake accounts to do this, that, and the other, they're solid on all of that and keep it separate, because eventually it may cause a problem. But they do it all the time when they're researching. Now, why would they need to order the same items Koberger did and get them sent to them? What was the entire point of that? To see if they package it up the same? If it does it arrive in a timely fashion? What I don't understand the point of even doing that. When you got his purchase history, you got receipt of the product, you got how he paid for the product. Why did you need to set up a fake account and order the same products? To make sure AI didn't do no, or Amazon, I don't get it. They should explain their thought process behind that. Then maybe I'll understand it and go, okay, that makes sense. But it don't make sense to me. I don't get it. Because when you start doing the fake account, so what about the IGG account? Was that fake too? Ouch. I just got a new video. If everybody watched it to all the way to the end, you'll get why watching it all the way to the end is important. methods to my madness each and every time. All right, so I threw Koberger into the experimental thumbnail for a reason. We were just going to tell everybody his stuff's out there if y'all want to go look at it, where he purchased his K bar to commit quadruple homicide, which is exactly what he said he did, by the way. Until I see proof of otherwise, we're going to continue to maintain on this channel that he absolutely did it. All right, we're going to get into a little bit more of that. Well, maybe. There's so much you could get into with that case. Before I move on, though, and talk about something else, let's also remember me telling you guys that the media tour was going to ramp up in the Idaho 4 case. Everybody's like, "Ah, girl, it's just a couple of experts talking smack." Well, Chris Whitcomb went on that Armchair Expert podcast and talked all about his broken plea book, and he is scheduled to go back onto the Custody Queens. I was looking forward to last night's broadcast. I had my pen and paper and my coffee ready to go, and guess what? Postponed for 2 days. I was like, "Oh, bummer. That happened last time, didn't it? With one of the other experts? Oh, bummer." Why? What happened? Conflict of scheduling? Y'all didn't know when you set it up you had a conflict going on? Are we needing to brush up on things before we go to the next media tour table? I'm not stupid. Chris Whitcomb's not out there just promoting his cute little story in his book. He's promoting a plea deal gone bad where the guy now wants to play takesy backsy. So that interview will go down tomorrow night, and I don't care if it is on Custody Queens. I will be there to watch it and take my notes, because it matters to me when bad misinformation is being put out in a quadruple homicide and you're going to use it to attempt to slander victims and their family. I already know what I'm dealing with the Custody Queens. In fact, they want to make sure we all know they're not here to slander families. And they're literally probably the only ones trying to plead their case without doing that, but they'll slander Dylan Mortensen. See, I know who I'm dealing with and what I'm dealing with. All right, now, Seth Rogers went live yesterday. Was it yesterday? I had so much going on yesterday evening. Well, that was a question and answers. Well, I'm a very respectful person, even to Seth Rogers. Don't know if it's well deserved, but I'm respectful because you're the boy's father. And I do have questions about, do you regret some of this social media hoopla behind your son? Because it was in full swing yesterday, by the way. Now Madeline Soto got drug into it. As trauma continues to ignore what's happening to the Gonzalez family and the victims in the Idaho 4 case. But anyway, Seth goes live. He's going to do some answers and questions. I was in the live because I want to hear details I haven't heard about the case. I do not want to hear about Katie and Chris Proudfoot. I know all I need to know, all the suspicions, all the finger pointing, everything ever been said about any of the parents, including Seth, I already know about, right? So I don't need to know anything about any of that. So I go in the mindset, what happened to Sebastian Rogers? Let's pretend he really did disappear out of that house in the middle of the night. Like Nancy Guthrie and like Elizabeth Smart. So I pose a couple of questions. There's a girl on panel that I have no clue who she is. She's apparently new to the Sebastian Rogers case and wants to help Seth get, good information out there, I guess. I can't even tell you the girl's name. She was his, I guess, co-host running the show. And she was fielding the questions in the chat and making sure they were getting asked and answered, right? And I noticed all the questions being asked and answered were pertaining to the other parents. Although now we're not saying their actual names. They took a cue from Chris McDonough and Gary Mercado and stopped saying names and just saying it in a roundabout way. The other person, the other family member, the other parent, the other house. Duly noted, you're scared of some what lawsuits maybe? Some cease and desist maybe? Got to be careful with our words. I can't say murder and grape without getting a little YouTube notification. Watch your mouth, Missy. But all that other weird shit's okay. Y'all go see it's what kind of world are we living in anymore? Hold on one second. I gotta shut my door. Family returned. Okay, Florida played a trick on them and she's mean because now it's thundering and lightning at the creek. It's time to go. All right. So I've always been concerned about how Sebastian left that house, who took Sebastian. Man, they went into the walls, y'all, they looked into the boy's walls inside the house to make sure his mama didn't stuff him in the wall. So I got to set that down, right? What else could have happened if mama and daddy and stepdaddy didn't do it? What else could have happened? There's always been a lot of questions about that case still that never went directly answered, including Sebastian's ability to access gaming online and what that could have meant, what it could have looked like. Because you get a troubled boy on the internet who latches on to a quote unquote friend and starts to open up about things that's going on at home, because you cannot talk about this case and pretend things weren't going on at home, right? They were. They absolutely were. He was set to go move in with Seth and start school. There was a lot changing in Sebastian's world. My thought always was, did he open up to somebody online that he befriended? Did this person then groom him and set him up to sneak out of that house? Come with me, you can escape it all. And if we think that couldn't have happened, we're not doing Sebastian Rogers any justice by exploring that avenue and not getting the tunnel vision that just because a parent creeped me out. Because I'll tell you, I'll be honest with y'all, I don't think Chris Proudfoot did anything to Sebastian Rogers, but he creeped me out in the middle of the night one night online on a live panel. I'm lying in my bed listening, and it creeped me out to the core. I had to get up and go outside. I didn't understand what was happening or why. So, my first question posed to Seth Rogers was, do you regret all of this social media havoc? That question was ignored and not answered. My other question posed, and we're not going to spend a ton of time on this, I just want to make sure people are getting careful with families on the internet. And we're going to get into that a little bit more. I bet Seth really does have a lot of regrets if he's willing to admit it. And if families are being honest, like some we're going to look at in a few minutes, you'll see how social media reaches out and puts shit in their heads or goes hard at them for no apparent reason. And then stuff gets totally bent out of shape online. And what does it do for the case or the victims in the cases, right? So, hang on. I'm not going to be pulling anything up on the screen. There's no point in it. I just want to tell you what I said or what I asked. And I don't understand why these questions went completely. They saw the questions. I was even warned by mods that if I didn't stop, I would get timed out. And I'm like, I'm asking legit investigative questions here. I'm not even pointing fingers at a parent or calling you stupid. Nothing is happening but me asking legitimate questions about the disappearance of this child. Okay? And when I said I'm just being honest and asking a question, I was met back by one mod telling me, thank you. It takes all of us to keep looking for Sebastian. And another mod tells me, I'm not being honest, I'm being rude, and I will silence you if you can't be respectful in chat. My questions, then I actually said, well, my questions aren't about C and K, so they're being ignored. And I said, noted. I will still look for Sebastian. That's when they came back and said, thank you for looking, but you're also being rude. Okay. I have a question. Did anyone ever figure out if Sebastian actually played games online? So many different stories about that. What about that question is wrong? What about that question should have been ignored and not answered? Why was it ignored and not answered? Because it didn't ask about Katie Proudfoot or Christopher Proudfoot? I think that's weird, even for the father of a missing child to ignore. I'm sorry. Did anyone ever figure out if Sebastian actually played games online? I don't know why that would get ignored. Because it could lead to a tip for another lead, maybe? That was just an example of the questions I did ask. There wasn't too many to ask. We know there wasn't a lot of camera footage. We know there's not a lot of this and that, right? And I knew, uh-oh, thanks, Rachel. I knew if I kept asking questions about the actual investigation and things that went on that night, I was never going to get them answered. And I don't know why that happens, y'all. I can't make sense of it. Exactly, Carolina. It's always been obvious, right? Always. I've been following his case since the day him and Maddie Soto were a day apart, man. That we were looking at both cases at the same exact time. So Carolina says Sebastian Rogers was vulnerable, and it could have been very easy to lure him out of the safety of his home. Yeah, Seth should have stayed off the internet. It just got out of hand with him, right? When and the Gonzalez family knows this. When they first came to the internet, a couple years ago, creators were, even especially the TikTokers, were just reaching out immediately. We know stuff. We heard stuff. We can share information with you. The same thing was happening with Seth Rogers, right? And I know that. I saw it plain as day happening before my eyes. And so I always knew that, but I didn't, I guess he just never picked up on it, right? He never got the memo what was happening. Right. Real happy says they can't answer it, looking foolish. That why would you ignore those kind of questions? But and also sit there and say things like, I don't know if he made it back home from the restaurant that night. What? You don't know if he made it back home from the restaurant, but you're also telling in the next breath, you think your son's alive. Please don't stop looking for him. Are you trying to confuse the people? I like the law, Doug. I have no problem with that law. I'd like to add to it, and I would like to also compare it to the stuff Bonnie Bell has in the package she'd like to offer. Because I do think I have always pushed hard at TBI over this investigation. People got smart with me in the beginning. I needed to be quiet, close to the vest, and all that. You know what I mean? But I'm like, no, you got to give us something, even a grainy car footage at this time. Is it a square car, a long car, a short car, tiny car? What are we doing here? Something. This child is missing. Put the brakes on. Give us all you got. We got to find them immediately before they get off the interstate in another state, right? I don't have a problem with Seth's law. I have a problem with legitimate questions about an investigation going ignored in a chat that was designed for questions and answers. But the questions were pertaining to the boy's mom and stepdad. And I found that super off putting. How nobody can comprehend he could have been lured out of that house. That doesn't help Sebastian be found. If everybody is convinced it was Katie and Chris, then that means you're convinced he's dead. Were they going to do hide him out forever and a day until he's an old ass man? Hell no. Only an idiot would think because Katie has kidnapped him and is hiding him out somewhere so Seth couldn't have him. How long is she going to hide the boy out for? Same thing with the ones that accuse Seth of kidnapping. Where's he going to hide him out for eternity at without ever getting caught? Come on, man. Take off your tinfoil hat and put on your actual critical thinking hat. Right? And then all those people covering Sebastian that just started covering each other were just down in the trenches yesterday doing more of that. And I was like, what did I stumble into? I stumbled myself right back out after a little bit when I got caught up. I was like, oh, this is okay. Now I see what's happening. Happy, thinking about that, right? She says, if something happened to my family or someone I loved, I would stay silent as far as the internet goes. Damned if I do and damned if I don't. Exactly. Exactly. As soon as these families come out and start to speak, fingers are pointed. The armchair detectives, and they're sitting up on their judgmental thrones, are on it. Oh, they touched theirself. They rolled their eyes. They closed their eyes. Now they're lying. Oh, they're suspicious. All these things. And I'm like, well, damn, I hope nothing ever happens in my family because you don't know, right? And then, and if you're damned if you do, if you're damned if you don't, if you come out and speak about it, then you're picked apart 5 ways to Sunday. And people really should slow their roll with things like that. They're going to make it extremely difficult for families to even want to come out and say a word. And then if they don't come out and say a word, then they're suspicious for not doing it. And then when they do it, people say, well, that word they used was suspicious, right? We got to stop doing it. I don't think the people out there who want to sit on their thrones and analyze everybody else's body language and their word language want the finger pointed right back at them. Right, Chris and Karen McDonough? I'm just asking for a few thousand friends at this point. You annoy the shit out of me. Sorry if y'all like them too. They annoy me. Just my opinion. Not a woman unhinged or an angry lady. Just a woman with an opinion. Yeah, there's no indication. We're not idiots. We've looked at the case every which way they have. I see no indication Katie harmed her son. None. Do I have my opinions on her speaking out? Yeah. Her lack of at times? Yeah. But that's my opinion. It doesn't mean I think she did something, right? I don't know how to tell families anymore to navigate this because I can see they're damned if they do and damned if they don't, like Happy said. It's just gotten that bad out here on these so called streets, right? Can we take the streets back? But then we got those manipulators who come live on these streets and they try to live large as hell. We're going to have to look at that too. I was going to do a full Lindsay Clancy recap case, but that case has been a lot to process personally, and I want to process it. I don't want to rehash any more of it right now today. There's enough of that out there, and I've got a. I've the only person I've tuned in to get a take or two was that lawyer guy, but I've caught the tail end of his legal analysis. Uh, it just reiterates what I'm already thinking, so that's cool. But we're going to review something toward the end if we get there about the Lindsay Clancy case. But there's just a lot there, and a lot of y'all who tune into the show or the trial with me already know where I stand on it. We all saw the amount of evidence this week. None of us like what the damn prosecutors out there doing, and boy, the pulse of America is not feeling it either. Um, I wonder what that prosecutor thinks at the end of the day when she does the now, because these attorneys, they keep an eye on what the media and social media is saying about these cases they're actively handling. Yeah, we know they do. What is she thinking now? Will that affect her going forward? What's Monday's cross going to be like, y'all, when the defense gets their chance? Oh my goodness. Um, let's see what are you saying, Doug? Oh, you're welcome, Doug. Yeah, that child's case is it's crazy, like all the missing child cases, right? There's pedos right one just 4 miles away that always bothered me. Did that guy wave at him at the corner store one day and casually become friends over a year's time? Did that guy go for walks and walk through Sebastian's neighborhood? Hey, little kid playing outside, how I don't know, right? But I've always got to be concerned about the predators online when these kids have access online and they disappear and vanish in the middle of the night without their phone or anything they would normally take. Maybe the predator on the other end said, "You don't even got to bring anything, especially that phone. Your mom and dad can track you. I'll get you a new one." hmm The minute we stop thinking that could be an element to this, we're crazy. Those TikTokers are weird, Carolina. How does anybody take any of that stuff for like, and there's lies, most of it, inaccurate information, misinformation. They don't understand the information they're putting out in their 30-second little look at me TikTok thingies. Like, and now we got some of them pro burger girls have not only doing content on Idaho 4, they've gone to giving makeup tutorials. Let me show you how to be fake today. Like, what? We're trying to teach these women y'all don't got to do all that. You're stressing yourself out, baby girl. When you go to the doctor, he's going to shove pills down your throat. But now they're doing the makeup tutorials now. I try to stay Swiss, Doug. It's not always easy. I'll be wrestling with my own feelings here in a minute. That mob mentality, we saw that so bad in the Sebastian Rogers case, right? With the content creators that were covering the case. And when they were paneling the parents, especially one particular creator's chat, you could see it. That mob mentality was just in full rage, and there it goes. So that's why 90% of the time, when that crowd is in that go mode and they're all running to the right, I'm going to the left and I'm going to get on the hill and watch the fallout because it's not going to be good. That mob mentality is something to be said for that for sure. You were told by Seth that law enforcement, yeah, we know they took the PlayStation along with Seb's. They have, so they should have Sebastian's phone. They should have the PlayStation. And they kept talking about an Xbox, but they were more in the PlayStation, right? And Seth talks more about the Dungeons and Dragon online presence that he and Sebastian both had in the live stream yesterday. So that was provoking my questions, right? And I wasn't being rude. If y'all can get the live chat, they got the live chat replay on there. You can actually see what I was saying. Not one time was I ever rude or out of pocket or anything. I thought I was asking legit questions, but I guess they saw it otherwise. Like I said, I don't know who that girl was up there. So I don't know, that's confusing when you go into a chat about a missing child and you're looking for what if that was somebody's first time in that chat? And they're thinking, well, what's going on with this little boy missing? All they got was propaganda. Carolina, I ain't never been high maintenance. I won't ever be. I'm too old for that shit now. Like, I'm so low maintenance, it ain't even funny. So low maintenance. I have to tell myself, girl, it's okay. You can do like I don't want to. You don't like the way I look? Guess what? You can turn your head. Megan Connor should have learned that a long time ago. But she's like all those girls who bought into what America was selling decades ago, and it has shown forever. And she's going to let us know just how much here in just a minute. She dusted off that. She's been gone for a minute. She dusted off the label maker and slapped us. She got herself a new label, guys, banking on somebody else's tragedy as usual. Kind of like that Lauren Matthias chick. This is a This is a tossed salad kind of day here on the show, guys. Not word salad. Do not mistake it. We're going to try to avoid the word salad. We don't like it. It's not good. My coffee cup is getting a little empty. Thank y'all for coming and hanging on this Sunday with me. We're going to get to some stuff that I feel we know is important. At the same time, well, hang on. Let me get my. I don't know if I got ADHD brain today or bipolar brain, if they're just coming together as one. Hold on. So we took care of the segment one, BK's Amazon click history, proving he did, in fact, purchase K-bar knife and sheath and sharpener and was clickety clicking his way into his fantasies. That's about all I got to say about it. So if you tuned in for more than that and a deep dive into Koberger's click history, well, we're not going to do that. Sorry, guys. I've read the documents. I'm more intrigued about. I really wouldn't mind reading a document though, and I have it all set up to go actually because I'm doing a deep dive on something in Koberger, but it's not the click history. Motion to continue, Ann Taylor. I'm reviewing your motion to continue that was denied. My brain's I'm a little obsessed at the moment. Y'all got to entertain me on that one because I know there's problems in the Koberger case. I know the guy did it. I'm pretty sure he said he did. Evidence points to he did it. But something's going on there? Um, Butterfly, can you grab the link from Seth's live yesterday and drop it in the chat, please? Thanks. Hey, Cindy, we're not too late, hun. I'd let everybody know that Brian Koberger's Amazon click history is out there. I'll add the link in the description later if y'all people want to go review it. But it's reiterating what we knew in documents already, that he, clickety clicked his way through everything Amazon had to find his K bar. And the police did a mock order of the same items and had them delivered to them for some reason. Well, people are going to try to say that sheath they got delivered is the planted sheath inside the Idaho 4 home. So I forgot to mention that earlier. That's why they're having an issue with the cops setting up a phony account and ordering the same thing Brian ordered. Oh, in fact, talking about weird comments in the comments section, check this one out. I was like, wow, the pulse of America never will amaze me. And I'm going to keep pointing that kind of stuff out because y'all think I'm joking. Your jury pool is alive and well. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Okay, so somebody posted the Amazon click stuff, right? And it was a live stream. And inside the comments, doesn't matter who the commenter was, it says, I wish Ann would have just shown them his knife, meaning Koberger's, his knife, sheath, and sharpener. What happened to Brian's? Question mark. We need to know because that will be bad at trial. No shit, Sherlock. You want Ann Taylor to show the world where Brian's knife, sheath, and sharpener is that he ordered? She says, what happened to Brian's? We need it because that could be bad at trial. Well, at least that one's got half a brain cell left. She might want to go take a look at the bottom of the Snake River, right, guys? We should probably help her out or just, let her be. Should we just let it be? Let it be. Thank you, Butterfly. You're sewing? My mom could sew, Indy, Cindy. She would make us clothes, like really good clothes, like that were cute. Not that granny shit that, your great grandma tried to make you wear. Mama had like the real stuff. She'd go buy those patterns. What was that called, y'all? Was it Simplicity or something like that? She had the sewing machine and all that shit. Anyway, she'd make us clothes. I can make you a pillow. Don't ask for nothing else. I'm not making it today though. My hands hurt. I don't have a sewing machine, Indy Cindy. Now you're gonna make me see. No, you intrigue me a tiny bit. I'm like, you know what? I used to do that back in the day. I should probably get me a sewing machine and make stuff now. Lord, hey, I could do that over the winter. Simplicity. Okay, great. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Yes, ma'am. I found my tribe. I knew it. I knew I had found my tribe. All right, guys, we got a little more heavier topic to get into. Um, Trying to point out the level of manipulation that people see on this platform. I'm not really concerned about TikTok because I don't venture out over there. I know better. Facebook is a cesspool. I only venture into there when I'm doing recon for things I'm investigating, not people. I don't really care about your face, your name. I just need to know certain things. Anyway, a lot gets said, we know. Let's start with this. Did y'all know that Colby Ryan did a live and he had his aunt, Summer Shiflett, as his guest? Summer is Lori Vallow's sister. Now, people are like, oh my God, Lori Vallow, we can't. Well, no shit, we can't. We know what she's charged with, right? We shouldn't want to. But to understand Lori Vallow, don't we want to understand why moms are doing this to their kids, including Lori Vallow? People are never going to get there with Lori Vallow because the waters are so disturbed. She's not that hard for me to figure out. But what happens to families along the way, right? We've seen Kresha speak openly and freely about her feelings. Thankfully, we have seen that because I'm hoping it wakes people up. Even people who support Kresha, I've seen go after other families, and I don't understand that mentality because I'm like, to me, that's a very gray area, and I reserve going after families online, especially for pure speculation, right? That's not my place. I can talk about the case without going there. The minute I can't talk about the case without making the family the content, I'm not even thinking critically anymore. I'm just blah, 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 right? So we'll start with this because it's important. And they said something incredibly important in the beginning as well. And we're probably going to start there. We're not going to review the whole entire episode. In fact, Rachel, if you could grab that link, I see you in the chat. I know you and I think you were the one that linked it in the Discord for me, if I'm not mistaken. Would you drop that link into chat as well for that particular episode? That way, everybody can go and watch it if they'd like, and go with an open mind. Because I'll tell y'all, there was a lot said about Summer on the internet, right? Because she was Lori Vallow's sister. Just because she was Lori's sister, everything she said or did was heavily scrutinized, right? Heavily. One wrong word, she was done for. She was protecting Lori. She knew everything. All the things, right? Like I've been telling everybody, especially since Nancy Guthrie disappeared, if you have an elderly neighbor and she calls you at 6 p.m. and says, hey, I need help with this, can you come over? And you say, sure, I'll be right there. You go over and her Ring camera sees you enter her home. It sees you exit her home. The next day, her family can't reach her. They show up to check on her, and she's deceased inside. Are you a suspect now? The Ring camera is going to see you were over there. If you took your phone, it's also going to know you were there. You better hope you weren't there for a half hour helping her out with something. It could be that easily, right? And then they get word on the internet you were there and you were investigated, but you were cleared by law enforcement because you're not the only one seen on Ring camera breaking into the home in the middle of the night. But the internet's decided, oh no, y'all, that motherfucker's suspicious, right? We saw that in the Tepe murder case. When the 911 call was released in the Tepe murders, the friend on the phone calling police was accused online immediately of being the killer. I was like, how did they even conclude that? The man had two little children alive in the home and he was trying to be cautious on the phone with 911. But people on the internet were in the chat just running amok, suspicious. He did it. He knows something. I was like, wow, they got all that from a 911 call. That's crazy. That's an example of how people on the internet have lost their ever loving minds. Thank you, Rachel. We appreciate that. All right, let's get that pulled up and we'll start there. Actually, yeah, well, let's start. Let's start with the trailer that I seen, y'all. I don't know what this is. Well, I don't know when it's going to happen. Y'all know the Docket Decoder channel here on YouTube. They've been exploring Dr. Jean Matthias. And I guess his wife Lauren too. Oh, that's kind of like Gilligan's Island, the professor and Marianne. We got the Dr. Jean and his wife too. Oh, and Grayson too. Okay, we'll get to her in a minute. All right. So Docket Decoder is apparently, what does this say? Hold on. It says full video in progress and will be out soon. Here is just a taste of what is coming. And I'm like, oh my God, what's coming? What's coming, right? Inquiring minds want to know. All right, let's watch this trailer. Are y'all familiar with the Docket Decoder? I've seen a few videos in the past on other cases. Experts, I don't even know what this guy does. For real, I don't really know for sure. But I watched a couple things in the past. But anyway, he's been doing some deep dives, I guess, on this guy. Let's see.
Rumination. I'm talking about holding a grudge. I'm talking about the inability to let something go. And I will say this, one of the worst moments I've ever had in 5 years, one of the moments that pissed me off to no end, unlike every other moment on any show I've ever been on, this person was on the show. And many of them, they obsess over grievances. They have grudges. They have grievances that they cannot get past. And somebody, a viewer asked a question of me that was extremely emotional. And I was pondering the question. You could see I was getting emotional. I was going to give one of the best responses I've ever given. And you know what happened? Because this person couldn't handle the fact that I was getting emotional, they cut me off. Yeah. They absolutely cut me off, refused to let me answer because they couldn't handle that emotion in a male, especially in a male, that raw emotion that I was about to express. And I was so angry. They don't have the resilience. It could be because they have a personality disorder. It could be because they have insecure attachments. It could be because they have no self-awareness. Whatever the reason is, and again, you can see I'm relating it back now, that because they can't cope with those normal disappointments and rejections and failures of everyday life, which is life.
Yeah.
They can't move on.
Right.
They obsess over those rejections and those disappointments, and they can't let it go. They ruminate for months, maybe for years. It's about the fact that years ago, when that person cut me off, she could not handle my vulnerability and my raw emotion, and I'm still pissed. Years later, I'm pissed that somebody cut me off when I was going to answer my question in probably the most vulnerable way I could ever answer a question. And perhaps they can't get past it because their pride or their ego won't let them. Maybe because they're so self-absorbed that they feel that they feel a narcissistic insult or a narcissistic injury. And so they obsess over that. They want to repair. There's a sense here in which they want to repair that wound They want to repair that wounded narcissism or that wounded ego. They want to repair that narcissistic insult. So they obsess over this. They don't have the self-awareness to see that they're obsessing over it. They don't have that self-awareness because more than likely they didn't have that secure attachment. They didn't have that space as children to really reflect and develop a stable sense of self. And now also they lack that emotional intelligence to cope with those emotions of disappointment, to cope with those emotions of failure, those rejections. And so the end result of that is that oftentimes you'll see these folks showing up on Dateline or Hidden True Crime, as you point out. So
Well, intriguing. We know Dr. John does not like to be interrupted. He wouldn't like me a bit because I'll be getting a conversation. I'll be like, well, what about this? What about that? He'll be calling me rude. And then he'll go diagnosing me like those doctors in Lindsay Clancy. Mm. So we know Dr. John don't like being interrupted. He doesn't like being challenged, doesn't like getting pushed back. He needs to have plenty of time to ponder his thoughts and give that highly intelligent comeback that's required of him in his brain or in his pretend mind. Wow. Okay, so we'll look forward to the Docket Decoder's little mini movie exposing Dr. John because, man, the manipulation we already see out of him and his wife, right? I don't need to hold 1,000 shows to point it out. The manipulation is there. Figuring Lauren Matthias out is a no-brainer in my mind. That woman's a complete narcissist by the legal textbook psychological definition. If we believe the psychological textbooks that are out there, Lauren fits the bill. There's no wondering about it in my mind. What's wrong with her? She's controlling. She's all these things. Lauren's a narcissistic person. And like a drunk, they're hard to reason with, right? So you're not going to get there with that one. What's appalling about it is her husband's complete failure to see it, considering what he does for a living. He's far more educated in that field than I'll ever be. I only took a psychology course in college. I didn't get a degree in it, though. I got life lesson degree, right? I don't know why John has completely misdiagnosed his wife or refuses to diagnose her, because she's everything he lists, right? All the behaviors, all the potential behaviors, and you can see it in Lauren's face when he's describing these behaviors. They're registering with her, especially not having that space to be a child with feelings. Lauren can completely resonate with that. She's talked about it in the past. I listened to her when I made my assessment of her like a good little therapist, John. And I didn't use that textbook checklist they were using on Lindsay Clancy. I have my own set of checklists that I developed. Maybe I'll publish it one day. And then I can be on that show, Armchair Detective podcast. The wind is kicking outside my house. Florida is not playing today. I woke up. She's like, "Hello there. I'm going to try to self-delete you with my heat today. You ready for this?" I was like, "Bring it on, bitch." So I couldn't handle it, but like 30 minutes I went in the house. Then I went back out later and tried it again, and she calmed herself down a minute. Then they go to the creek and they come back home because it's lightning, and now it's outside my house and the wind's slapping the side of my window. I can hear it. Like, I don't know what's happening out there. Okay, it's all good though. As long as my power stays on, we're good. What, honey? Hold on. Okay. He was making sure I understood we're good out there, Grandma. It's raining, but it's good. I was like, okay. Yeah, I don't know what I don't even know what my weather looks like today. I just whatever Florida did today was cool with me, so I just let her be her. I don't usually look until other people bring it up. I don't this doesn't matter to me. Kind of like time, it don't matter to me. 92 degrees with a feels like of 101 and I got a thunderstorm sitting right there. Okay, well, we'll let it be. We'll let it be. Maybe she'll cool things down out there. All right. I can only hope because I got to get my outdoor sitting in or my brain ain't happy. Okay, let me get. Now, there was no release date on that little film by the Docket Decoder channel. So I don't know when they're going to drop that. If you we did have the link there so you guys can, if you are curious and you want to see what he's going to do, go over and subscribe to the channel there and you'll get your notification. And if y'all aren't getting your noties, maybe take a run through your subscription list and get rid of some of that old stuff you forgot you were sub to. I did it the other day and it's kind of changing my algorithm. I'm trying to fight the machine. I don't. Why is it changing on Wednesday, Faye? Like, what's going on Wednesday to make all everybody's weather change? What the hell? Something going down I don't know about? Should I be concerned? Like a giant storm going to take over America? What's happening? Faye, will scare me to death with the weather. People always say that humidity in Arizona is low. Brian Hinton said it's hot as fire, but without the humidity. I'm like, well, Florida's hot as fire with the humidity. What? I don't want to feel. I'm just so used to humidity. I don't know what it would feel like. People come here and panic. I can't breathe. I'm like, yeah. It's summer. Everybody's hot, right? I'm okay with the hot. I don't like winter. So it, I'll let y'all know when it's cold in the winter because I'll be bitching. I'm that girl. I'm like, you know how it is, and they always the old people that talk about the weather. One day I remember thinking to myself, why do the old people only talk about the weather? And I thought, that is so boring. I don't want to be that person. Wait, do they bitch all year round, like in the summer and the winter? And I thought, well, I don't like the winter and I really love summer. So I'm not going to bitch in the summer. I'll just bitch in winter. I literally had a whole conversation with myself about that one time because I was like, everybody's trying to get me to bitch all the time and I don't like bitching all the time. So I had to pick my battles. I picked winter. You suck. Right? We're down with summer, winter, you suck. There, I picked my battle. I will get, only time I will get depressed is I'll get some mild seasonal depression, but I get over it pretty quickly. Okay. I am busy, little boy. Everybody's hot, and soon everybody will have their blizzards and shit back, and they'll be happy again, I guess. I don't know. I just know I got to be hot and roll with hurricane season all the way through November, and then sit back and watch people's blizzards all winter. Thanking goodness I'm not a part of that. Yeah, I know where that's at. It's on Lori's page. It's on Lori's page, Rachel. Let me get to that. All right, let's show that first. Let's get on with our business here. All right, let me pull that up. I believe that's where it's at, Rachel. It's on Lori's actual YouTube page or Twitter. I'm not. I don't know. Let me go see. Okay, I think it's her YouTube. See her post. Yep. Well, is that the same one? Because this post is from like 2 months ago, Rachel. So I don't know if. Let me see if it's on X. Okay. Rachel, let me ask you this. Is this supposed to be, this is not the friend Megan's referring to, right? In her, what we're going to watch? I know it's not Lori Hillis. Sure is a coincidence. I can't find the post, Rachel. Where did I see it at? Shit. Oh, wait. Did Andy post it and share it? No, I don't know. We'll go look at Lori's post from 2 months ago, though, okay? Because I'm not sure where I saw that at either, Rachel. All right, let me check out chat. Maybe it's been removed. Okay. I don't know where it was, where we saw it at, Rachel. I can't recall either. So much we review in a time, right? All right, but I'll show you guys what we're talking about because it's important. And why? Why now? Why? I don't know what to make. Well, I do. I'll get to that in a minute. My thoughts will come. All right, who is Lori Hillis, right? Y'all may be wondering. Some of you may be. Lori Hillis was a journalist, or is a journalist. She had a relationship with Lauren Matthias, right, and John over at Hidden True Crime. She co-hosted shows with them and things of that nature. She wrote a book on Lori Vallow's case. So most of y'all know the backstory there. Well, Miss Hillis has been battling cancer. I don't know how many knew that or didn't. All right, this is a post from 2 months ago on her YouTube. Hello, friends. I'm 9 days out from my first chemo infusion. Pals, I can't lie. The first 7 were rough. Finally feeling better and regaining a little energy. Thanks for all the love and prayers. You mean the world to me. And by the way, hasn't CrimeCon been a shit show? If you're curious, check out Jolene Lunzer, Excited Utterance, and Everyday with Jay. It's a picture of Miss Lori Hillis when her hair was growing back. Okay. Thank you, Rachel. She is an attorney. Yes, I called her a journalist. I apologize. Thanks for the correction, guys. Thank you. She is an attorney. You're right. I'm so sorry for that. That is a huge clarification that needs to be made. Thank you. Yes, she is the attorney. So she would go on their show, right? And remember the clip we saw a few minutes ago of John getting mad about the person who was interrupting his so important thought? He meant Lori Hillis. They're big mad at Lori Hillis over there at Hidden True Crime. So much so that didn't Lauren get a hold of her transcript of her book and pass it around to people? It goes back, right? It goes back several years. And when all of the HTC stuff was coming out about what she was saying about our friend group, it also came out what she was saying behind the scenes about victims and or victims' families, I should say. She absolutely used victim Charles Vallow and compared herself to him live on, Lauren Matthias did. But she uses the victims' families to get her stories And she was using Lori Hillis to get that attorney take, right? And John didn't like it. No, that attorney, we don't need a legal breakdown, Lauren, because my psychological breakdown is all that freaking matters in criminal cases. Don't you know? That's our angle. And interestingly enough, when I was reviewing something from Lauren the other night, and she started out by saying this hidden true crime podcast, it was over on it's not on their YouTube channel, it's on their podcast list. And how Hidden True Crime Channel was started by her husband, Dr. John Matthias. She's just the face of the channel. Really? You don't say. Of course, he wants it to be psychological focused, right? Psychologically focused. He didn't hold space for Miss Hillis. He didn't like her at all. We wish Miss Hillis all the blessings in the world and the best outcome possible. Thank you, Rachel. Did you find it? She deserves it all. Let me grab it on my phone because it's not going to let me do it the proper way. This PC is a little weird sometimes. I think I need two screens, y'all. It was Dreadful Penny. Thank you. We knew we saw it somewhere. I'll go pull that up, Rachel. Thank you so much for finding it. All right. It's important to review that post for the context for what we're about to show. Dreadful Penny is another creator who breaks down Megan Connor videos, and Lauren and Grayson as well. All right, let's see. Post. She does a lot with Megan as well. All right, let me pull this up. All right. This is from one day ago, and this is Penny's post. Megan Connor thought, well, shaving her head, covering it up with a pink trucker hat and blonde hair extensions until it grew in, and then announcing how very supportive that was for her friend with a cancer diagnosis, was more supportive than, I don't know, organizing rides to the oncology center. Just Penny don't like Megan, and rightfully so. We're going to get into this little screenshot here and where it came from soon. Okay, I don't know what that is. Where's it at? Is it gone? I can't pull it up from... All right, I guess I'll have to read it because I don't see it now. It's not on Penny's post now, Rachel. Is it on her members on it thingy? Am I a member? I don't know. Okay, I'll just read it to you guys. It's a post from Lori Hillis herself. And it has a photo of her when she's completely bald. It says, I am, as we speak, a bald cancer survivor. I have just finished chemotherapy. I'm disgusted with Megan co-opting anyone's cancer journey for content. Shame on her. Cancer treatment is incredibly difficult and deeply personal experience, but she's a trauma vulture, just like Lauren and Trisha. Thanks for keeping their feet to the fire. Lori Hillis. Now, we know that Lauren Matthias and Grayson love to latch on to these horrific cases and make them their own. And just talk about the devastation in a way that only they feel like they can share, right? They're such great storytellers. Megan also finds herself to be a great storyteller. And I want to share with you a little bit of what Megan has just recently shared with all of us. Megan's come out here on the internet and tried to live a very large life for quite some time. She came out here, and I think it was Lauren Matthias who brought her in. Okay, it's on her community post page. Well, okay. Um, so Lauren introduces her as Lori Vallow's cousin, right? When we listen to Colby and Summer have this conversation coming up in a little bit, we'll see a little more context behind that. But so Megan introduces herself to the YouTube world, the social media platform space, wherever people were talking about Lori Vallow. Here's Lori Vallow's cousin, going to share insight, going to share, a look into who Lori Vallow was, all the family life, everything we could unpack. Megan's going to help us get there. Along the way, everyone began to learn about Megan's own traumas. And that's okay to share your journey, right? Share what has happened in your life, share how you overcame it, what happened when you got to the other side, and being that supportive person that's willing to share instead of close it all off. Well, Megan was able to do that. And she also decided she would be a life coach in the process. That's a lot to wear on your shoulders, ma'am. That's a heavy coat to wear, especially for an empath. I wouldn't suggest it, but you did it, and you're an empath, according to you. But you take on a lot there, and you're asking to take on a lot because coaching people who don't want to listen, what are you going to do? But she decides she's going to do that, and she does all these courses. Come talk to me. Come learn with me. We'll get through it. Now, I've been making comments throughout the Lindsay Clancy trial. Man, 30 years ago, 35 years ago, these women, young women, were all of a sudden being told, go to college. Colleges needed more tuition. How do we get it? Women go to college. Oh, but they got to stay home and take care of the babies. No, they don't. They can do it all. We'll tell them that. And that's what happened in America. And America bought it hook, line, and sinker. All the women were told, you can do it. You can go to work. You can have the home life. And if you can't do it, you're the problem. We'll show you how. We'll make all these daycares. It takes a village. All that happened. Then you had to breastfeed the babies. If you didn't breastfeed them, you weren't doing what was right and healthy for your baby. How dare you? And then women couldn't do that either because some of them aren't cut out for it. Some of their bodies aren't producing what the baby needs no matter what she does. She can suffer and not have a cup of coffee one time and do all the things right and that baby not thrive. And then now she's the failure because society decided, well, that's what's best for the baby. You can't do it right. You're not pumping properly. Come here, baby girl. I'll give you some of my milk. All that became a thing. Moms sharing the milk, the guilt that we've seen, right? Now we're seeing it all play out right here in this courtroom. Megan released a video that absolutely floored me. She's going to describe what it's like for young women in America to try to achieve that little shiny, pretty little life they were promised, right? And then she gets all the way to the end for the big reveal. And I'm like, girl, what in the hell? Now, people started noticing when she showed up over there at, the big web sleuth 24-hour ridiculousness. Why is Megan wearing this ball cap? Megan was wearing a fake hair. And that's okay. I hear lots of women wear fake hair. That shit would bother me to no end. I'm thinking about getting all mine chopped off. Like, what can I do? I need to buy me a wig. So much easier. Could I just slap a wig on every day? Like, look, I ain't even got to do shit. Just roll out of bed and put this thing on my head and I am good. No effort. Been considering it. Anyway. Megan floored me with this video. And I think I'm going to let her just have her moment and say her piece. And then I'll comment. I might have a hard. Y'all know me. I like to interrupt. Dr. John, he probably knows. He's like, yeah, that chick likes to interrupt people. So get over it. Doesn't mean I'm angry or unhinged. It means I have a thought that needs to come out right now before it escapes my mind. It may come across as me interrupting, but I promise it's not. I'm just like, I need to get it out there real fast so you Make sure we all heard it because I'll forget it in a second. Indy, not born with the teeth. We've heard of that with the babies, right? The babies that are born with teeth. It happens. No, thank you. There was a horrific case, right, where a mother was breastfeeding, and the baby did not thrive. Baby did not do well. That baby died. They put her in prison. She was pregnant when she went to prison with her second baby. They allowed her to nurse that baby in prison. She's strictly controlled in that prison. That baby got sick. They finally realized this mother's body was what was causing the babies to be sick. And I wish I could recall the case. It was a big case and it was a legitimate case. They put that woman all the way in prison and said she purposefully was not feeding that poor baby, when all she kept being told was, you're not breastfeeding it properly. Faye, thank you for posting the hummingbirds. I was sitting outside when I saw that and I just smiled, and yeah, I loved that. So thank you for that. All right, let's pull up Megan's little video here and see what she's doing for humanity this time. Because Megan, I doubt she watches me. She doesn't like me. And that's not to get brownie points. Ooh, Megan doesn't like me. That means something. It doesn't. It doesn't mean I'm special, because Megan doesn't like me. She doesn't like a lot of people. Join the list, right? Join the watch list. Your thumbnails bother her too. Like, I don't, you know. I think that kind of stuff's weird. Like, I'm in the hate club party. I made it in. I'm cool. But Megan doesn't hate me because I talked about her looks. I can rest assured on that one. Megan doesn't hate me. Is that a strong word? Megan doesn't dislike me because I talk about her looks or Lauren Matthias's looks. Megan doesn't dislike me because I go on and on about Lauren's arched weird eyebrows. That's, to me, that's a lot of women running around out there. Not everybody, but a lot. Everybody got something fake going on, don't they? So why am I going to go in at her about her looks? And if anybody who's been around a minute remembers early on when all this started popping off and everybody was going in about her looks and painting on the eyebrows, I was like, I can literally do a show and point out all her flaws and never mention her fucked up eyebrows. Because my mama told me if I can't say something nice, don't say it at all. But Megan, I could absolutely pick apart your fakery, your bad personality, your lies, and your manipulation. And that's what you didn't like the most. The manipulation level is there. It's on purpose. It's strategic. When people are reviewing Lauren and all we're doing is trying to figure out what's going on here, it's quite obvious what's going on there. The woman has strategically went live and acted a particular way. She has strategically went live at a particular time and brought up particular subjects and put certain people on camera at the right particular time, because Lauren Matthias is a master manipulator, just like her husband, in my opinion. Megan Connor, it goes deep with this girl. Her need to please, her need to be accepted. We can't fix what the Mormon church did to these women. And when I say these women, Lori Vallow, Megan Connor, and Lauren Matthias, because I can't ever forget she's Mormon. That's supposed to be a big deal, right? That the Mormon equation is supposed to be big. So I can't forget what Lauren is, right? These people. They're a little exhausted when you're unpacking all the things about them, right? It's not about her damn looks. It's how she scams people into believing. And it's not, it's more than a scam, right? For a lot of these people, it goes beyond like Megan scams, right? Faye with her little fakery courses and life coaching, absolute scam. Trisha Griffin, absolute scam artist. It's clicks and views, right? Well, let's remove that label. And what about the click and view that's making it all about the click and view? Con artist, scamming people out of their money and using manipulation to do it, right? That's what people wouldn't easily be conned out of their money if they weren't easily manipulated to start with. So everything they do, Trisha is not very strategic. Trisha's just freaking Trisha. She rolls out of bed a little cray cray and it just goes on all day, unfettered, until the end of the night. And she falls asleep somewhere in her house. And she'll probably wake up at some point and discover a thumbnail and the woo woo is visiting again. That lady's just off the charts. But Megan here, Megan likes to come out and say, and she wanted to come out immediately when women were evaluating her on the internet and call us mean girls and call us bullies, unhealed, unhealthy, all sorts of labels she wanted to slap on women who critiqued her. That wasn't very nice, Megan. Just because people didn't agree with your take on life and your take on emotions and your take on what a true empath was doesn't make them uneducated, unhealed, and unhealthy or a bully on the internet. Because I think you can go back through my catalog. You'll find shows where I've talked about you, your dumb cousin, and Lauren Matthias, and even Grayson. But I don't know if I've ever went at y'all's looks one time. Giggled and shit like everybody else, mob mentality and all. I might have got caught up in a moment. But nah, my shows aren't directed at your looks, but we'll let you talk and explain yourself because we're going to give you the floor. We're nothing if not fair over here. We're nothing if not fair. We're trying to be better people, better humans moving forward in life and be fair and open to conversation. It's called Coffee and Crimes Conversation, and we tend to cuss and discuss at times. I'm trying to curb my cursing, Megan. Megan, fuck. One time Megan told Joe, he says, do you feel weird when you say cussing? I was paraphrasing Joe Schmo. Do you get weird when you say a cussing word? Megan says, no. A perfectly placed cuss word is the fucking best thing for. I'm like, whoa, Megan, calm down, girlfriend. I could see that as unhinged or angry. You said the F word. All right. Megan's going to tell us a cute story, guys. And I don't mean to throw. Well, yeah, I do. I'm throwing shade. Now, what Megan has to say in the very beginning is all true. It's all true. I'm looking for accuracy in reporting and calling out the inaccuracies, like I'm doing with Mr. Chris Whitcomb, author of Broken Plea at the time. He's keeping me a little busy. So is that Cy Ray guy, actually. You're slow your roll, dude. All right. So Megan's going to come out and tell everybody why she started coming out here wearing this hat and this fake hair. And my biggest question is, why did you do it at all? Not why did you come out and make a video about why you were doing it. Why did you ever wear the fake hat and hair at all? If why you claim you don't have hair is the reason you don't have hair. If you're proud of the reason why you don't have hair, why would you ever hide it from the internet to start with if it meant so much to you? Megan Connor, I'm dead ass asking legit question right now. I probably shouldn't have cussed because she won't take it as seriously. Why would you do that, Megan? If you are here for the cause, why would you hide that you did it to start with? We'll ponder that question while we watch the video. You guys ready? Eeks, put on your y'all take a upset stomach tablet. Take one for the team. We got to review it for fairness. We don't be unfair. We don't we don't dub the unforgiven. Well, we might. We're human. We're Megan, we're human. Damn it, man. Hey, CH. Thank you for rolling in. All right. So while Megan tells us her cute story, I am going to mute out so I don't get all shady lady on her. I don't want to appear like that unhinged, whatever the hell they call me. We're not going to do all that today, Megan. We're going to be calm and cool and collected. I'm going to get fresh coffee and take a comfort break, as Joe Schmo describes it when you say you got to go to the bathroom. And I'll be in the chat with my pals while we give you the floor and a fair shake at life. All right, guys, here we go.
Welcome to the Midlife Revolution. I'm your host, Megan Connor. I've been hiding a secret.
Okay, before you tell us the secret, please don't strike me or anything crazy like Lauren does to people and then go back and say, well, it wasn't me, it was somebody else. We know it's all you, Megan. Don't get me, girl. Don't get me, girl. Fair use, they say that don't matter if I say it or not, but I'm going to say it anyway. Fair use, viewer discretion advised. Welcome to Coffee and Crime Conversations. This is facts, opinions, and some speculation and theories sprinkled in. All right. This is Megan's true story, though. Should I put that banner up? Megan Connor's true story? Nah, we ain't going to give her that much credit. Look, just talk, lady. Just talk.
Related to my appearance for the last 3 weeks. And even though I haven't posted much on this channel, I have done at least 6 videos on my other channel and 2 more on my private Patreon where I've been hiding this secret. And I will reveal it to you at the end of this video, where we discuss what is beautiful. What do modern day standards of beauty?
Now, keep in mind, guys, before I won't interrupt no more for this. We just got through talking about Miss Lori Hillis's battle with cancer. Anybody big in the Lori Vallow case, which this Megan's dumb cousin, knows who Lori Hillis is. Making us all wonder what the fuck Megan. Megan knows what Lori's going through. So again, Megan, those perfectly placed cuss words you said were okay to use. What the fuck, Megan?
Have to do with our true identities as men and women. And where did we go wrong? You and I probably have a lot in common. I'm a mom. I work hard to provide for my family. I have goals and dreams, things I'm good at and things I wish I did better. A few years ago, I was on a treadmill. I think most of us find ourselves there at one time or another. We find ourselves repeating the same old habits and patterns, not really going anywhere. And maybe the treadmill we're on isn't even ours. Maybe it's made up of the expectations of other people. At a critical time in my life, I had a couple of conversations that made me hit the big red stop button on the treadmill. Then I did something revolutionary. I stepped off. I looked around at my life and asked myself, is this what I really want? Some people would call that a midlife crisis, but I didn't radically change my clothing style or buy a sports car. Instead, I started making small changes to my habits and routines. What I noticed was that one small change led to another, and over time, the difference was revolutionary. I think most people define midlife as a certain age, but maybe that's just the time when we take what was given to us in the beginning of our lives and decide to mold it into what we want for us and not for anyone else. You can make small changes that are revolutionary too, like maybe listening to a new podcast. It's just one small thing, but it also might just be revolutionary. Anyone who has been anywhere near social media for the last 15 years is well aware of the unrealistic beauty standards so prevalent online for both men and women. Anyone creating content and posting it online with their real appearance rather than a faceless channel subjects themselves to all kinds of criticism, judgment, and shame based on their appearance. Unfortunately, this happens regardless of the subject of their content. I've seen everything from men who are attorneys being shamed for having gray hair and wrinkles, to women in any field speaking on any subject, receiving unsolicited beauty advice and downright mean comments about their appearance. In the Barbie movie, directed by Greta Gerwig, the character Gloria delivers a monologue that resonated deeply with women all over the world. She says, "You're supposed to be thin, but not too thin. And you can never say you want to be thin. You have to say you want to be healthy, but you also have to be thin. You have to have money, but you can't ask for money because that's crass. You have to be a boss, but you can't be mean. You're supposed to lead, but you can't squash other people's ideas. You're supposed to love being a mother, but don't talk about your kids all the damn time. You're supposed to be a career woman, but always be looking out for other people. You have to answer for men's bad behavior, which is insane. But if you point that out, then you're accused of complaining. You're supposed to be pretty for men, but not so pretty that you tempt them too much or threaten other women. You're supposed to be part of the sisterhood, but also stand out, but also always be grateful. You have to never get old, never be rude, never show off, never be selfish, never fall down, never fail, never show fear, never get out of line. It's too hard. It's too contradictory. And no one says thank you or gives you a medal. And in fact, it turns out somehow that not only are you doing it all wrong, but that everything is also your fault. I'm just so damn tired of watching myself and every single other woman tie ourselves in knots so that people will like us. And if all that is also true for a doll just representing a woman, then I don't even know." When I first started making content in 2022, I was promoting my book about how I survived and thrived after being trafficked as a child. At the time, I had just ended a 15-year career in teaching and performing music, and I was working as an executive at a small company. I was doing my hair and makeup every single day, and casual, timeless fashion was very important to me. If you look back over the history of my social media posts, you can see an evolution and a transition away from very manicured nails and curated hairstyles to much more simple hair and makeup. And I too have definitely been subjected to my fair share of criticism online. There are several creators out there in the anti-Megan space right now who talk incessantly about the fact that my skin turns red without even considering the fact that I'm a 51-year-old woman in full menopause, so I have hot flashes all the time. But somehow that's not acceptable, or if it is acceptable, it certainly is the butt of jokes. And literally anything is fair game, apparently. I think the feelings that I had growing up had far more to do with wanting acceptance and belonging than it did with any sort of unrealistic beauty standards, though. I grew up performing in piano recitals and concerts, and I sang in public all the time. And because my family of origin values appearance so highly, I was always very self-conscious of my body and the way that I was perceived in public. I learned at a very young age that receiving public praise for my appearance and my behavior was a way to be acceptable and get praise from my parents. And since that type of acceptance and praise was hard to come by, my appearance was something that I could control and that I knew I would be rewarded for. I felt an extreme amount of pressure all the time to look beautiful and put together, even in the most difficult of circumstances. Just one example of this is when I was about to give birth to my second child. I knew that I was going to be induced into labor, and so I had a specific date and time to show up at the hospital. I made sure to take the time to do my hair and makeup before I left because I knew that pictures would be taken later in the day after the baby was born. I made sure to bring a matching pajama and robe set to the hospital so that I could still look put together in those pictures. I was just 23 years old. And this is what I felt I had to look like on the day I gave birth to my second child. For the official birth announcement, though, I made sure that I put on my matching robe. I gave birth to 6 children over the course of 15 years. And so I was pregnant for basically 4.5 years. But looking through the pictures in my family albums, it's difficult to find a picture of me looking pregnant. I didn't realize this until I was expecting my last child, and I allowed 1 or 2 pictures to be taken of my pregnant body.
That statement right there alone is pathetic. How how many more Megans are out there doing that? Really, Megan? You didn't want a picture of your pregnant body? Her problems are deep, far deeper than she lets on. And she wants to come out here and make videos and point fingers dead at other women. That's happened to me several times during the Lindsay Clancy coverage, Megan, and it hasn't gone unnoticed. I already knew women like you existed in this world. I already knew it. It's sad, incredibly sad to think young women don't want to post a photo of their pregnant body. Hmm. But you're just Lori Vallow's dumb cousin, here to figure out Lori Vallow, right? Because my personal opinion, my armchair psychological take, and I did have a therapist one time tell me I could be the therapist, Megan. I'm like, oh God, she's wanting me to diagnose her now and hear her fucking trauma, and I don't got time. I want to go home. So I left. I think Megan has always tried to make sure she wasn't like Lori Vallow. But continue your story, Megan. It's interesting.
Body shame and weight acceptance is just one aspect of appearance-based beauty that I've struggled with throughout my entire life. I feel like that finally started to change for me when I finally got divorced and started claiming parts of my identity that I had kept small or hidden in order to fit into my family and religious culture. In 2018, I started a CrossFit class and then transitioned into individual weight training and eventually Olympic lifting, allowing the strongest parts of me to show for the first time.
Has she ever been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, I wonder? I don't know. Kresha, I said the same thing. Why? If she's so honored and proud of what she is going to tell us she did at the end of this video, why was she hiding it from everybody? Why go on Web Sleuth's 24 hours of bullshit with the ball cap and fake hair if you're proud of what you did and the reason why you did it? Makes no sense, does it? So we're not the ones unhinged on the internet. It was never us, Megan.
When a nutritionist asked me about my ideal weight, I had a bit of an existential crisis when I realized that I had been wrong about the number on the scale. This picture is an illustration of that crisis. I remembered that back in 2017, when I got divorced, I had been a certain weight. And this dress was something that I was proud to be able to fit in. I felt skinny. I felt pretty. But over the ensuing years, I had put on a little bit of weight, and I was ashamed of it, frankly. And after I'd been in CrossFit for a year and I started working with a nutritionist, I was worried because the number on the scale was not moving.
Did she, like, I said I wasn't going to interrupt her, but it's hard. Y'all know me. Dr. John would not like me. I will interrupt you. This girl needed interrupting a long time ago. Because, damn. Forrest says she cropped out the weights in that one picture conveniently. Our voice of reason, he notices the stuff like that. Where was the CrossFit? Yeah, there's a lot of this girl that is like, we to follow the story and weave it all together, right? The lifelong traumatic journey. You're gonna be there a long time trying to figure that rabbit hole out. I've never seen, I mean, there's a lot of people out there that unpacks a lot of life. We all have a lot of life trauma that happens. We all learn to deal with it in healthy ways, hopefully, eventually. That first, year is radical, and it is what it is. But Megan has a lot of things. I've experienced a lot, but Megan has experienced a whole hell of a lot of severe trauma outside of things that could happen, or like losing people, and things like that in your life, that life trauma that we all deal with. Megan's had stuff none of us have ever had to deal with before, including having a cousin like Lori Vallow. But it seems like her problems go so far deep. Well, she learned a lot in therapy, I guess, and she carries that over to her little program that you can join today if you feel like her. But I wouldn't recommend it, y'all. I'm trying to steer people away from it.
So when I told her the number, she asked me, what is that based on? And I said, well, it's based on the fact that when I was that weight, I felt skinny and pretty. She said, I want you to take out the scale, go weigh yourself, and then go put that dress on. And I said, I don't think it's going to fit. And she said, just try it on, see how it goes. So the deal is that the picture on the left was quote unquote skinny me. And the picture on the right was me after a year of CrossFit in the same exact dress. It fit perfectly, even though I weighed 13 pounds more than I had in the picture on the left. That's because muscle mass changes the number on the scale. That was when I adopted.
Well, does she teach people at her class? Your muscle mass changes the number on the scale. I'm a very thin person, have been my entire life, because I have thyroid autoimmune disease and my body's like go, 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 go. I could eat a meal and take a walk and boom, it's gone, right? All my life, my parents, we cook. We're country people. There's a table full of food constantly. But all my life, I was told, I'm gonna take you home and feed you. Your mom and daddy must not feed you. And I'm like, oh man, if my mama hears you say that, you might not get up off the ground. But I'm gonna walk away now because that's pretty fucking insulting, fat ass. That's what I felt like saying as a kid to people. I'm still thin. I don't ever get on a scale. I barely got on one when I was pregnant. Doctor be like, what do you weigh? I'm like, bitch, that's your job. Weigh me. I could care less what that scale says. It's going to tell me the same thing every day that it's going to tell me every day. It is what it is. I'm just accepting I'm thin. I wish the rest of the world could. At almost 60, they still are like, what's wrong with you? Like, bitch, I'm tiny. But I'm dynamite. Watch out. Megan, I hate it that all you and these young girls fall for all that fake little Instagram life and that shiny little NBC morning show type shit.
The mantra, fuck skinny. I want to be strong. Unfortunately, the more I did CrossFit, the more I realized that I was just punishing my body, trying to fit it into a little box. And it wasn't healthy for me. So when my cortisol levels skyrocketed because of the weight training, I decided to take a break from CrossFit and weightlifting. And for an entire...
Is it weird because everybody confused about what her video is about? Is it just about, hey, women, don't fall for the beauty standards, just be you, red-faced and all? A lot of us are already, Megan. I never made fun of your red face, not one time. Shit, a red face is a red face. I'm used to it. I see it sometimes in the mirror. I see it when I go out. I don't care what color your face is. So I was confused as to what this video was about as I was watching it, right? What are we doing, Megan? Are we putting out a new series in our little life coaching stuff? Come learn with me how to be normal and natural. I was confused.
Every year, I did nothing to train physically other than taking very long walks. I started listening to transformative podcasts and recordings of ancient texts, and I started to feel more and more peaceful in my own skin. I started eating closer to the ground, which just means I stopped eating foods with a lot of preservatives. And
I had to wonder, did she get help writing this? I started eating closer to the ground. Faye, she's eating closer to the ground.
Chemicals in them, and as little processing as possible. And I stopped coloring my hair. I was feeling a pull to connect more to nature.
She colors her hair like Lori? Did Lori used to color it for her? Let's have matching hair, Lori. Your hair's so beautiful. Even Joe Schmo thought it was fucking gorgeous. Lori woo-wooed every one of them at the trials in Arizona. Have y'all not noticed? They all got woo-wooed. Megan, Joe, and Lauren got woo-wooed by Lori, and I'm not really mad about it. I tried to warn Joe it was going to happen. He didn't listen. They got woo-wooed by Lori. Fucking fucked around and found out, didn't you?
And I started spending more time in my yard, gardening, watering plants, and less time worrying about doing my hair and makeup every morning. I got rid of almost all my professional and performance clothes. My wardrobe became smaller, more simple, and more comfortable. Recently, I started.
I think that comes with age, Megan. Me and my sister was chatting. Like my aunt who passed, she was a wise lady. She would always say, just be ready, just in case for the day. So I told my sister, I said, well, we at the same time, we both said, just be ready. I said, well, I did get ready. She said, what'd you do? This was early this morning. We had just both literally rolled out of the bed to the backyards. And I said, well, I got up and washed my face and combed my hair, so I'm ready. And we just both had a good laugh about it. Yeah, Megan, she'll get there.
A career that has me outside most of the time. And that's a reveal for another time.
Oh, wait.
But suffice it to
wait. She's like, Megan did a video a while back about how she was not making any more money on the internet anymore because after the Lauren Matthias fiasco, she got a lot of flack and people didn't like her a lot and making videos and such about her. And I think her brand suffered, and so she had to go get a real job, and she talked about it in a video. Apparently she got one, and it's outside. No shame, that hardworking lady, hot, and she's got to pull her hair up. What hair? But that's another show at another time. I don't know what kind of work she's doing. It could be anything. Whatever it is, it's outside.
Say that in
But she's a strong lady. She can handle it.
the Texas heat, that means putting my hair up every day, wearing hats, and
She's working in the Texas heat, putting her hair up every day. Is she wearing that fake hair to work? Fuck, no wonder she's hot. Because all she got to do is take her hat off, right? Is she confused that she forgot? What is she doing? Anyway, she gets hot at work in Texas and pulls her hair up. Remember that. No need to wear makeup. I'm going to sweat today. Southeast humidity and all is a little bitch.
very little makeup. I'm still me. In fact,
She said very little makeup. I'm still going to wear a little. In this humidity, girl, really? Oh, okay.
more
Do you, boo?
myself than I ever have been. But that also means that I've changed a great deal in the last 10 years.
Oh,
The version of me who existed then was one who conformed to fit in. She desperately wanted approval from certain people in her life. She wanted to portray a certain image, to be well thought of, and to be liked.
exactly. That's why you came to the internet to introduce yourself as Lori Vallow's cousin. Because in spite of that, you still needed to be liked. And having her as a cousin was not going to favor well for new friends when they found out you're Lori Vallow's dumb cousin. In my opinion.
In many ways, that girl is gone. And in some ways, she's still me. She's just evolved and grown. I've been following with interest the story of Pamela Anderson.
Oh, Pamela Anderson. Kresha, you're good. You were safe. You had a circle of protection around you. You just didn't know it. I hope you felt it. You were safe from that stare. You're good, Kresha. Uh-oh, I broke Megan. Stop. Look, Megan broke us. Megan, stop trying to break us.
The 90s. She was discovered at a football game on the Jumbotron wearing a beer
Oh, God, now Pamela Anderson's her new hero. Well, yeah, good for her. She's not wearing makeup no more. She finally saw the freaking light, too.
T-shirt. She became that company's spokesperson and shortly thereafter started appearing on the cover of Playboy as well as modeling layouts everywhere.
Yeah, I took care of my aunt 2 years ago, for my cousins who was dying of cancer, and I don't regret it. It's not the first time I've helped a family member along in that capacity. It's not even close to the first time, and it won't be the last, I'm sure. Um, but so much respect for her, right, and her journey and the things she taught me along the way. I treasure that time. And for Megan to come out and go through all of this body dysphoria stuff to get to the end of this video is weird when you consider she's supposed to be proud of what she did it for and why she did it, but also wanted to hide it from the internet at the same time because the bullies would go after her. That not here, we don't bully, we point out your bullshit. And I used a cuss word to describe it because that's exactly what it is, bullshit. Con artist, scam artist, liar, liar, pants on fire, whatever you choose to call it. I could probably Google a really cool term at the moment to make myself sound more legit. But I'm just going to be me and say what pops into my head in the moment. Just like you, Megan. You go right ahead with your Pamela Anderson story.
In the early 90s, she took on a role on a show called Baywatch with David Hasselhoff.
And she probably idolized her and wanted to look just like it and did everything in her capacity to achieve that goal. And now that same woman is saying, sorry, y'all, that I did all that to y'all young women. I'm just now going barefaced and all and loving my fucking life finally. Finally. Because I didn't love it back then. Okay, we got it, Megan. People like me, women like me already understood. But you go ahead and tell all them girls about to roll into your DMs wanting to sign up for your next course.
Which was arguably her most famous and iconic career move in the public eye. Amid personal upheaval and marital difficulties, her career slowed down, but in April of 2023, she officially broke the
She said marital difficulties. Marital difficulties. Girl, you're looking at, I possess right now to this day Tommy Lee's drumstick. Marital difficulties. Oh, Megan, you didn't know how to have a good time, did you, girlfriend?
the internet when she showed up at Paris Fashion Week as a woman in her mid-50s with absolutely no makeup. The LA Times ran an article about the online frenzy featuring comments from other aging celebrities, such as Jamie Lee Curtis, who posted on Instagram, "The natural beauty revolution has officially begun. Pamela Anderson in the middle of Fashion Week with so many pressures and postures, and this woman showed up and claimed her seat at the table with nothing on her face. I am so impressed and floored by this act of..."
Oh, hold up. Claimed her seat at the table. All right, is that what you're, Megan, she's trying to claim her seat at the fucking table. And hijacking a movement and calling it a revolution. It's Megan's new revolution.
Courage and rebellion. Anderson wrote on Instagram alongside photos from Fashion Week, quote, "An adventure in Paris with fresh eyes. There is beauty in self-acceptance, imperfection, and love." Hoda Malone, who writes the article, goes on to say, "I hope more famous and influential women make the choice to go makeup free and encourage others, both in and out of the public eye, to follow suit. It doesn't have to be a lifestyle. Just seeing more women showing their makeup-free faces from time to time would be a movement towards its normalization."
Well, has the movement got there yet? I don't think many women outside of Pamela Anderson are really doing that. Faye, I've thought about that, right? When there's certain heat on certain things, do we feed a different narrative trying to get the smoke to come this way now, right? You know, so it feels like that. She says, I don't know, people. I feel like this was to take some heat off of other subjects. Anybody with me on that? Always a possibility. That little manipulation machine's always clicking its heels back there, right? That lady that's in control named Lauren Matthias. Much. Yeah. Yeah. Megan, I encourage you to tell your story. Go forward with your real. Go take off your hat, Megan. It's a wonder she didn't do it live on Lauren's show. Lauren would have loved that story being the journalist she is, I want to share Megan's latest struggles. Oh, wait, we can't call it that because it was a voluntary situation. Let's see, hold on. How would Lauren do this? Guys, guys, the other day when Grayson was giving her thank you speech, Lauren was in the background coughing. I heard her. And I thought, is that the nervous cough back, or does Lauren really need to go get a checkup? More on that later. Did I break Megan again? I don't want to be the cause of that. That's too much from I don't want to be responsible for all that. No, we don't do that. I think I broke her. I can't tell when she's talking or just showing something. Hold on. Play. It won't work. It's like, no, lady, that's enough of her.
Wondering, why is appearing in your natural state?
Let's get down.
Ad revenue only gets generated.
Oh, wait. Ad revenue.
It's no wonder then that so many women in the public eye take on a persona that is not truly theirs in the interest of gaining the attention that is required to pay for their social media presence. Monetization and ad revenue only gets generated equivalent to clicks and views. And the people who get the most clicks and views are the ones who idealize and adhere to the standard definition of beauty, which is long, beautiful hair.
Really? I probably have the lack of growth that I do because I don't turn on the camera. It's not going to happen. Not because I'm scared people will say something about my face. My face is a dead giveaway when I'm trying to be, even killing a trial. My face would be like, if y'all could see my face, sometimes it speaks louder than I actually do. And I've always had a problem controlling the face. We call it the faça. Don't ask, it's the face. We have a hard time controlling the face. And I'm not about to pretty myself up for people on the internet because I don't give a fuck. I'm sitting here right now with my hair pulled up, Megan, and my glasses on and no makeup. It's okay though. I'm not going to cam up for nobody. People on the internet are weird, and if I say the wrong thing in a criminal case and I share the wrong opinion, they will troll me and try to find my family members and dox them. And bitch, I don't play that game on the internet like the rest of these fools are willing to do. That's why I don't cam up, America, in case you ever wondered or were told otherwise. Fucking dumbasses. Or dumbass lady right here.
Flawless skin, dramatically made up eyes, thin bodies, and expensive fashion brands. I recently got the difficult news that someone very close to me has been diagnosed with a serious form of cancer.
And we don't know who that is. We don't need to know. It's not our business. But interesting timing considering Lori Hillis. Faye, if you can refresh my memory, what exactly did she say back on that episode about the hair and the hat? Because it was something, right? I haven't reviewed that in a minute. So that would be interesting to compare to what we're about to see, the big reveal. Why we just had to sit through all of that body dysphoria video stuff about herself, because she doesn't even know who she is inside. She never has known. I don't know why she's doing these phony revolution stuff that she does and has life all figured out kind of thing. In spite of everything, I've got it all figured out. She doesn't got anything figured out ever. She's just went through a whole video about her entire life has been a confused state, all about her body. She talks about Lori and her cousins doing weird shit to each other when she went to visit the Summers. We don't even know if we can trust it at this point. She could have made up some of that stuff about Lori in her damn head, and she's trying to feed the narrative on what makes up Lori Vallow. This girl will never come close to understanding her dumb cousin. Never in a million years. All she's ever tried to do, in my opinion, was make sure she's not like Lori Vallow. Right, Megan? If we're being honest. You wanted to unpack Lori Vallow with the rest of the world to make sure you didn't exhibit those same traits, because I think you might have saw a few in yourself, Miss Enlightened One. Oh, you just stole Stacy's name. Stacy without an E, executive producer. Megan, I just gave her your label. She thinks she's the enlightened one, not you, Stacy without an E, executive producer. I don't think you really care for Aspen Connor, do you, Stacy without an E, executive producer? You just put on a little show for everybody. I don't know why, but you do. that's a show for another day. I'm trying to give, well, some grace to Grace Son, maybe. Continue, Megan. Tell us why we just had to sit through all of that to learn this. Now, if any of you tuned in to the bits and pieces that we were willing to tolerate of Trisha's end of the world, whatever the hell that was over there, Megan was on there, and she showed up with her hat and hair. Okay, well, I'll let her explain. I'll just let her explain.
In the face of such news, things like makeup and hairstyles seem very silly. I started to think about other women who I had watched undergo cancer treatment and how their bodies and faces and hair transformed. It made me think of how these women are viewed in society during their treatment and recovery. They become invisible because without hair and eyebrows and eyelashes, an essential part of their identity as a woman is completely erased away. I thought it must be very lonely and painful to be the only woman in one's family or peer group who suddenly turns pale and thin and feels like they have to shave their head before all their hair falls out completely. I didn't want her to go through it alone.
Okay. All right. Damn, girl, not bad. It's doable. It looked like that Pink lady. That lady named Pink.
This is your official sign to be brave. Go do the thing that you think is too hard to do.
Now, go be brave. She wasn't brave when Web Sleuth did the end of the world party. What if it really was the end of the world party that time? What if Trisha had never got up off the couch? Megan would have left the world with fake hair and hat on. No time to tell us why. Girl, what was that all about, y'all? Look, now her supporters are supposed to go, oh my God, Megan's so strong and supportive. She shaved her head to support her friend suffering from cancer. We barely heard about that. That was the excuse for shaving the head. But we had to go through a whole ass video about body, oh my God. What, good grief, Forrest, right? That is the, what the fuck? Forrest, what are we supposed to do with that now? Y'all, Kresha, she never coughs during that 9 hour, right? So when exactly did this cough start? Doctor's going to ask that question. How long have you had said cough? What triggers the cough? For me, I could be outside and they kick up the dust in the field when they're doing whatever they're doing out there, like they did this morning. I'm like, I'm waking up sinusy and stuff because they're, growing our close to the ground food out here. I'm living close to the ground. I live close to the ground, Megan. I live surrounded by fields growing stuff. And I love it. And the birds sing and they fly around in my sky. It's blue most of the time with a big ball of sunshine. I don't know, y'all. What, Kresha, I don't know what to make of that woman. Any of y'all, I'm looking at y'all's comments. I don't think, someone pointed out that they think Lauren coughs when she's fibbing. Something brought the cough on, though, Kresha. We got to start going back to when it started, right? So if it's triggered by lying, I think we would have heard it a lot more because she lies all the time. So I'm not convinced it's caused by lying, like the lie disease or whatever she's got. I think it may be. I don't like to use the word fake. That's a harsh word to use. But I can never put aside that this woman's a master manipulator, and I always start there, right at the top. Master manipulator, period. That's borderline. We could go deep. We could crack open some of those textbooks that her husband has, and she's going to check off some boxes. I promise. Why that weirdo don't see it is beyond me. Now, what also is concerning about their behavior, and it for me it goes far beyond a look, right? Her ass seems to be running amok and crazy, not making no sense. Because they don't make sense half the time to me. What they do make sense to me. What they're doing makes sense to me because they're manipulators. It's only going to be about that for them, especially a woman like Lauren in the end game, calling Christina names and using that strong word stalker. Legally, we cannot call her that, Lauren. I don't know why you continue to do it. She's going to do her thing. Even down to like trying to make it a thing, Lauren. I haven't missed it, haven't talked about it yet, threatened to. How you're trying to make it a thing about Lindsay Clancy and her attorney and their, I think what you perceive is a weird relationship. I perceive the relationship between your producer and your husband to be a weird relationship. The one between you and her is a given in my head, two peas in a pod syndrome right there. A follower and a leader. You're the leader and Grayson's the follower. She sniffed your ass in Delphi and couldn't get enough, and you loved every minute of it. That's why she's still around. Make no mistake about it. It's a no-brainer. I didn't need it. I don't need to go figure it out somewhere else because I've already got it figured out. In my opinion, anyway. That's what happened there. But it appears that her and John are crossing a line with that girl, Grayson, right? Grayson goes and talks on Patreon about her brother, the one that just passed months ago, talks to John all about it one night, brings up a case that's just intrigued the shit out of her about a little boy, 12 years old, shot his father because his father took the video game. She wanted to talk about it with John because it reminded her of her brother and his childhood behaviors. And she unpacked it all right there with Dr. John, and he was totally there for it. And I was like, what the fuck am I hearing? It's one thing to share an experience about cases that come up, or we all bring something to the table, but that was a very bizarre conversation in my opinion when I was hearing it, and we were reviewing it, and I think Andy and I, or no, CH, was it Jay's channel we think we reviewed that on because it was a Patreon live, I think. I don't know which one it was, but that's what they were talking about was the brother, and it was crazy. And that's the brother who just passed away, right? So the brother she was describing to John and the brother that I see on the internet who passed, I don't think they're the same person unless he had a lot of growth from childhood to young adulthood. So Grayson leaves me very confused. Is she twisting her own experiences into something more than they actually were for a conversation? Why bring your family into it if it wasn't? I don't know. It's just so that's a lot. That's a lot to evaluate right there, in my opinion. Here, let me catch up to the chat. It was on Jay's channel. I don't remember if anybody else has it either, Kresha, but you remember what they was, and I mentioned the case they were discussing the other day. I could pull it back up on Google. But where the little boy, anyway, where that whole conversation took place. Some people on the opioids have the dry cough. Yeah. Also, there's a high blood pressure medication out there that will cause a cough. I was on it during the pandemic, and my uncle told me about it. I didn't even know we were on the same meds. And he's like, I had to stop taking this medicine. This weird side effect was a cough. I was like, what? I'm thinking to myself, I got this weird cough I can't explain ever. And I told him, he's like, what medicine are you on? And I told him, he's like, oh, that's the same medicine. I was like, holy shit. I go to the doctor. I'm like, dude, we're trying to come out of this pandemic thing, and I can't go in the store without coughing, and people are trying to stare me down, and I ain't trying to have all that in my life. I want off this medicine. I'll just deal with the high blood pressure. That's just me. They wanted to exploit the case, Kresha. Yeah, but you know what? That case hasn't went nowhere, right? Like as far as popping off as the next big high profile case didn't happen. But psychologically, they love to unpack that type of stuff, right? So of course, you need something to exploit over on the Patreon. But it was the conversation it was the details about her brother that she was sharing that I found fascinating during that review. That's what I was focused on. I know chat was way focused on things I was not focused on. So I tuned it out. It was just kept listening. And I thought, man, this girl, like, right, that's where my mind's at. Now this girl, something right, it feels like. Something's just not right. Trisha and Jess Machado. Jess Machado ain't no count to Lauren. She's just a hanger on. She's a new friend. Rooms we belong in, both of us. You damn bloomin' ass idiots. I don't even know much about that Jess Machado lady. She was a weird lady that wrote it on a song and that Karen Reed bullshit that I never looked at to start with, never paid her any attention, didn't want to, but I know all that mess on the internet about her now. You take a gander at all that Sebastian Rogers mess. Take a gander at all that Karen Reed mess. I'm not doing. Cases are about the cases, not the people covering the cases. I'm not ready to accept all that as the hottest topic of the day. I could probably do shows on that and get all my viewers, but I'll tune in somebody else's show and observe and be there for it instead. It's more fun. I like to go watch Jolene make fun of all that bullshit. Because if I got to laugh at it or I'm going to go in hard at it, and I don't want to be that lady on the internet, Megan. I wanted to look at what Grayson said because we all know that Lauren's covering the Lindsay Clancy trial. And Lauren doesn't think we can get through these trials without her tourist ass showing up and reporting from the bench because she's all that in a handbasket and the only storyteller on earth. And if we don't go tune in, we're not going to get the emotional, dramatic feel, right? I don't know why people need people in the courtroom. I need you in the courtroom. As long as they're putting a camera in the courtroom, I'm good. I don't need to see the jurors. I'm not worried about their reactions. I don't want to factor that in. I don't want to put jurors on blast and talk about their reactions later to testimony. I don't need all of that extra testimony from the people on the benches watching the tourist trial situation happen. I don't even pay attention to the TV reports about these trials while they're happening. Right? I'm like the juror. The judge said, "Don't go consume that shit," and I took it seriously. I'm like, "Yes, sir, judge. I'm trying not to. Occasionally, I might peek in, but I won't stay long. Okay? Does that count? We don't want to get in trouble later with the judge. He's already got a handful of shit to deal with. Him's already a little busy. I don't need to add to his troubles." All right, so Lauren's there though. And she made new gal pal, Jess Machado, in the line. Because they both belong in that room, they think, and nobody likes them anymore. So they have to be friends, y'all. It is what it is. What do y'all expect? Oh, there you are. Hey, I feel you, girl. I know people hate me too. Come here, girl. We'll be friends. Okay. And that was the end of that for me. Hold on. He had to get a screwdriver for something. How come I live in a house with boys and I'm the one with the toolbox where they know where everything's at? What's up with that? Okay. Oh no, Kresha, that's not good. I just got a new mattress that I saved for trying to avoid that same thing. Like I got so tired of it. And y'all, I've slept on it for 2 nights in a row and so far so good. It's working. Hallelujah. All right. I hope you feel better. That is not, and how much of that is tension, girl? How much of that is tension you're carrying unintentional, right? I have to ask myself that a lot. How much of this is actual physical and how much of this is unintentional shit I'm carrying? Time to get a hot, relaxing bath and go touch some grass and Jesus or something. I don't know. I got to make things right in my soul. It hurts. Pain sucks. All right, so Lauren went out with her lunch live, and in the middle, kind of like Megan, threw in something major. It was like a little off putting at the time it happened. We're like, damn, Lauren. She announced that Grayson's brother had passed away with the dog and announced that they were going to keep working. And I think, gauging social media after they did that, they took a beating. Everybody's like, whoa, whoa, brakes on, go home. You just lost a loved one. Lauren, what are you doing? Send that poor girl home. They read the room. And then I guess Lauren returns to work to do her thing. And then they took 24 hours off. Is that what she said? But then she platforms, or no, that's the wrong word. She gave Grayson the chair. We'll call it that. Grayson got the chair to thank everybody. And because we do send our condolences to Grayson legitimately here, I'm not a bully on the internet by no means. And I've given this girl grace over the last few days. I haven't held one show about her. I haven't talked about her. Haven't said a word. I'm sorry, Grayson. Sorry for your loss. I think I was in chat the other day and it was being talked about, and I said it there too. But it was being talked about in a not a bad way. It was about Lauren's in a little weird announcement way, critiquing that. Legitimately sorry for your loss because that's not cool to have happen. But Grayson came out and wanted to share her thoughts. And so we're going to allow her to do that as well, just like we did Megan. They're the ones putting their business out on the internet. So we're just reviewing. Hold on, I got to fix my screen where I can tolerate my own self. Okay. I don't know why Megan still felt the need to do that stuff, y'all. What have we got here? Hold on. Faye, thank you so much. What you better get more coffee dealing with MC. Girl, I just got a fresh cup. Thank you, Faye. I stocked up when I was at the store last time. Remember me telling you I did stock up? I was like, yep, I better stock up. Faye's not having this. So I made a fresh pot right before we went live. I felt like I'm trying to have a relaxing day with my coffee because I got everything done yesterday around the house and with the school stuff. So tonight we'll have a chilled dinner and I'll tidy up and get everything ready for bed. And yeah, we got trial this week. We can slow our roll, Megan. We're just trying to be living our best lives out here, struggling. All right, where did I save Lauren's thingy for Grayson? I thought I did. That's rude if I didn't. Hold on. I don't want to be accused of being rude. I got accused of that in Seth Rogers' chat when I just asked a question about a possible kidnapping. Apparently, that's not allowed in a missing child's investigation. You can only point fingers at the other parent or get out. Duly noted. Which parent should I point the finger at today, though? I'm both. There's two different sides out there telling me what to do. All right. Oh, Dr. John, you just freaked me out just a tiny bit. Stop it. All right, I'll have to go look for Lauren's thingy because I think I didn't save it. That was probably a subliminal thing. It's like, girl, really? Stop trying. All right, hidden true crime. We've all been wondering what stays so hidden over there. The hidden is the real Lauren. We all know that. The hidden and the hidden true crime is the hidden Lauren. She lives the life that Megan just described in her last video. And then some. sprinkled in with a little Mormon upbringing that we cannot overlook. We continue to hear how important the Mormon aspect really is in that case that she's obsessed with. That Lori Vallow chick. All right, it was her Clancy Live update. It was at the end. What was it, 2 days ago or some shit? Oh God, this lady's got some. I got to get my A game on. I think Lauren's doing better than me. What the fuck? Oh, live. I got to click the right button. User error. I do not have a producer. Hold on. Hold on. What is going on now, grandson? Hold on, y'all. this. What'd you do? Cut yourself? Well, good Lord, baby. Don't stab yourself with the screwdriver.
It's not bad. It's just a tiny slit, but.
All right. Well, you good? Yeah. All right. Oh my God. Oh, raising boys. When you listen to Allegedly Innocent talk about this ordeal with Grayson's brother and Lauren, and she asked a legit question about whether Lauren planned on sending to the fam, I was like, boom, sounds ridiculous when you put it that way. Oh, ow, something just got on me. All right. Tiger Balm works. Does it? I tried that stuff one time and I had high hopes. I've had high hopes about a lot of things that never worked, but I've tried them all. If it's a cream known to man, I've probably tried it. Electronic device, tried those too. That mattress right now is working better than all of it at the moment. I even have my if it don't have numbing ingredients in the topical ointment, no thank you. Not wasting my time, my money, or my effort. Numb me up with a lidocaine. That's the only thing that's going to work anymore. And I don't use that stuff often. Only in dire need do I do that. Okay, was it 2 days ago? At the end of her update? Let me check. Yeah. It was. Oh yeah, they switched the camera, didn't they? There's something about a tight space in their hotel room or wherever they're at. I don't care. I don't want to know. They had to turn the camera off to switch seats because they was in different seats. And now Grayson's going to get the camera while Lauren steps aside. Well, this is Grayson's to speak on, right? Not Lauren's. Brad Pitt, Pamela Anderson, Gwyneth Paltrow. They live in fantasy land, Indy. I noticed that with Dr. John. He's like obsessed with the movies. I'm like, dude, you're weird. That's psycho. My psychoanalysis is, you're a little weird, sir. A little beyond weird. To think, and to look at this Lindsay Clancy case, guys, in all reality. Hey, Pammy, are you here? In all reality, we see how these doctors have been treating women for decades with certain disorders, misdiagnosing, bad diagnosis, throwing all the medicines at them they could possibly throw till they find the right cocktail. Totally missing what was happening with all these women all these years. And it's painfully obvious as a woman who has been through this for that many years, right? Psychological doctors, they're coming into our courtrooms and testifying. They're coming into your home and diagnosing you. Dr. John Matthias is of the world, Dr. Gary Burcado's of the world. And don't miss it that those two aren't very different from each other. The second you decide Burcado is legit and Matthias is not, I ask you to critically do some research. The only thing Burcado gets right is what the textbooks tell him. Oh, and he coined a phrase, murder elimination murder, when that person's in your way. You didn't have a meltdown that day, lose your shit, and unalive somebody because you were mad. You didn't do a revenge, you cheated on me, I'm going to get you back, ho, kind of thing. You know, you eliminated the person because they're an obstacle in your way, right? just what he thinks happened to Miss Nancy Guthrie. She was somebody's obstacle. So I'm not sure where I sit with that Dr. Gary Bricardo guy for saying all that. I can't forget he also put Rex Heuermann's daughter on full blast for all of YouTube to see if they cared to look. I've reviewed it several times. Got up there with a weird attorney and put all that young girl's artwork on display, all her social media posts, called her weird, called her just like her daddy. Rex Heuermann, Long Island serial killer. Dr. Gary Bricardo did that to his daughter, and no charges have ever been filed against the daughter. So, yeah, you go do your research. It may be difficult, but you'll see it. Thanks, Kresha. I owe you one for that. All right, let me find this girl's video to thank us all for caring. Oh, I found it. I just need to share the screen. Oops. Okay, we're not also going to miss that Patrick Clancy did file a document, asking about the sensitivity of that 911 call. And everybody in agreement, right? That was so sensitive. It has to be played in court. That's a matter of public record. It has to go into the record. So I get it needs to be done in court. But we also understand it didn't need to be broadcast to the masses, right? We just didn't need to hear it. We know what was in it. We can read. But Lauren decided she needed to go live and give us the emotional rundown of how just emotional that was in court for everybody, especially her. Remember, she complained recently on a Patreon live about losing Jesus. He lets all this carnage happen and she can't figure out why. But she continues to surround herself with death and sadness. If I was in that space, I cover crime all the time. I don't hide it. I try to bring it to light, because what happens to these without the victims, I don't have a crime to talk about. What happened to that victim is horrific, right? I want justice, and I want that person to go to prison, and I want it to freaking stick. So I like to cover the law aspect over here. I don't want to talk about the gore of the scene all day and these poor victims' families. I don't want to harp on that bullshit, because that's sad. It's not bullshit to harp on. It's sad. It is what it is. We can touch on it and acknowledge it and hold space for it. But I want to make sure these laws are in place to help these families receive the justice they need. That's why it's important to explore the cases we explore over here and to read the documents that we do over here, right? Lauren goes about it a whole different way. It's storytelling. She didn't come to tell you anything other than a story. A true crime story. And she's going to bring all that heartfelt emotions right along with it, right? Her end game is not to be this grand journalist, like an award-winning journalist. Her end game was to be this big storyteller, and that was her game plan, in my opinion, to model for her channel. John was going to bring that psychological aspect and unpack all of these deranged people, and Lauren's going to be the face, as she described, and there's a persona behind that. It's fake. They both are. They both know it. But their manipulation of Grayson, how much of that's manipulation? How much is that just Grayson being Grayson? Right? People want to feel bad for Grayson. They should at her time of need. She lost her brother. My God, I've got empathy. But how much of Grayson already was unhealthy by the time she met her hero, Lauren Matthias? I think there was already a lot going on when they met. And I think it absolutely intrigued Grayson that John was a psychotherapist. Because maybe, like Megan, Grayson's trying to figure out what the fuck's going on up here. Kind of like Brian Koberger.
There we go. Can you hear me? I think you guys can. I won't cry, but I just wanted to get on here and say thank you guys. So many of you guys have sent messages of support to my family. It's been really difficult. I asked Lauren if I could actually come on just to say thank you for all of your guys' support. My brother.
It's always, you got to reiterate, it's never just Lauren's idea, right? We don't want to be Lauren's idea. It's mine. It's mine. I asked for this. Okay. I'm pretty sure you probably did. This will help, Lauren. Let me do this. You sure, Grayson? Yeah, Lauren. Lauren, you talked her into it, didn't you? And she doesn't know that, but I do.
I was the closest to him out of all of my siblings. We were very, very close from a very young age, and he lived a really fun life. I'll show some photos of him. He was always doing crazy activities, and actually a couple years ago my mom told him, hey, you're getting older, you gotta tone it down a little bit, don't be so crazy and reckless. And he just looked at her and he said, Mom, I'm gonna die young, so I'm gonna live now. And that's how he felt. And so unfortunately he was right. None of us expected it. Our family is obviously going through a lot. A lot of people have asked questions of why I haven't rushed home. I just wanted to address that super quick.
And she's going to, and it makes sense. But one thing I found about this statement to everyone, I've lost a loved one, right? We all have. A lot of us have lost a close loved one, whether it's, a mom, a dad, grandpa, grandma, a child, an aunt, uncle, cousin, best friend from school or whatever, coworker, whatever. We've all felt a loss, especially a super close loss, though. In that first week, right? That first week, you're an emotional basket case. Everything's going on. The plans that you're thrust into your life all of a sudden have to be made that you never expected to have to make. All kinds of stuff's happening. Emotions are crazy. Sleep is not a thing. She is incredibly calm, cool, and collected here to me. I noticed that right off. I don't ever see one tear. I'm not a doctor. I'm not evaluating her. I'm just making notes of what I noticed. I don't see a tear one time. And you would think, even coming out and saying thank you, and I'm a super strong person, and I don't cry. I don't. If I cry, I'm probably mad. But right after a loss, you can't control it. And just even trying to talk may prompt that, right? And you don't want to do that, so you just don't say nothing. And trust me, I've been there. I know. Like, I don't. If I go to start, this is going to happen. Just give me a moment, right? Maybe she got herself together and had her moment, so she's able to come on and talk like this. But you would think talking about it would have invoked a little bit of emotion. I would have seen a little more emotion, not a full on breakdown. Do y'all follow what I'm saying? I didn't need to see a breakdown. But I just felt like a little more emotion is something I noticed seemed to be missing. And I don't know why. Well, I have theories, but.
My brother died out of town. He was on a road trip with his dog. And when that happens, the family has to go retrieve them. And so my parents are actually out of town dealing with everything that comes with that. They got our dog today and took her to go be cremated. And I actually just talked to my dad, and he said that brought them a lot of closure with our sweet dog Chesney. And then, yeah, he's the one on the back right with the hat. And then sorry, grief is weird. I feel like I lose train of thought every 5 seconds. So my brother, and there's a lot of laws where he was found on how they have to do things. And so regardless of the fact that it was a car accident, there has to be an autopsy. And so my family is up there waiting. My mom and dad are up there waiting on that. And then
because her brother was out of town, because there were no reports from their local area, but it was out of town. And you know what I found interesting too? I don't know if you're still here, Kresha, or anybody that's listening. That with the when Lauren announced that at her live, the way she did it, it wasn't like a video to announce Grayson's loss to their community or whatever, which I could understand them doing. Is her timing, because we all knew that that interview with Christina was going to happen on Turtle Boy that night. And she wanted to soften the blow. She even asked everybody, don't hate Grayson because she's my assistant. Be kind. Okay, I'll hold off on my show for a few days, Lauren. And I did. Duly noted.
My parents have made the decision that they would like to have him cremated up there before they come home. So that kind of has left me like in the interim, just figuring out what I want to do. And for me, I just wanted life to be as normal as possible because it's not normal anymore, or at least my normal. And so I plan to just continue to do what makes me feel good. I actually didn't work a lot today. I laid in bed most of the day and talked to some friends and talked to my parents every little bit and my siblings. And yeah, so that's kind of where we're at. Once my family gets home at some point, unsure when, I'll take some time off and head out for a little bit to be with my family. But for now, I just wanted to say thank you guys. The support has really meant a lot. I didn't expect it. I mean, nobody expects to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning to, their entire world being shattered. But
Her entire world was shattered, but she's talking about it. So I can only talk about my daughter's passing very matter-of-factly because it's been over 20 years. But I always had an easier time talking about it than most people around me, right? It's uncomfortable for them. But hold on, my grandson about to come in here again. The hell? Hold on. Okay, they're leaving again. And why is she seems more together discussing this than she does some of the cases she covers. That bothers me. That's fake. Because if you can talk about this so matter-of-factly and not bring all that crazy emotion into it, but when you and Lauren discuss the cases you cover, there's so much raw emotion coming out, right? But here it's like, no, we don't need all that emotion. It's weird.
yeah,
I can't tell with her if it's fake or if it's actually real.
actually what happened, it was crazy. I sleep with my phone on every night. It drives everybody crazy whoever spends the night with me, any of my friends, sleepovers. I always keep my phone on, and I've always said it's because if somebody needs me, I need to be able to get them, like answer it. And it was the one night I didn't keep my phone on. And at 2:10 in the morning, I got a crash alert. I love my brother so much. He's such a free spirit and funny. And it said, Jackson Yours got in a crash, and you're getting this because Pimp Daddy has listed you as his emergency contact. That's my brother for you. And so I get this. I was sleeping. I didn't see it. And my family was texting me and calling me. They got this as well. It took them about 2.5 hours till they got the, my dad saw the phone start moving to the sheriff's department, and he was like, I never thought I'd be praying that my kid had gotten a DUI. And unfortunately, that wasn't the case. The sheriff then called and told my parents what had happened. They kept trying to call. They couldn't get a hold of me. I think that was freaking them out even more because my phone is always on and everybody knows that. And then they started calling Lauren, and Lauren answered after I think the third call. And she came and woke me up and gave me the phone. And it was just the worst moments of my entire life. It was horrible, horrifying. So I think Lauren's probably a little bit traumatized too. There was a lot of screaming involved. And and Jackson and both of our family dog Chesney both did not survive. I asked the officer, after I got collected, I called the officer and asked, and they believe it was on impact, which I'm grateful for. And, you know, I think that would be the best way.
Damn.
If this was how he had to die, it's just on impact. And Jackson was fun. Jackson was a creative. Jackson was an artist. Jackson was a surfer. Jackson was a skateboarder. Jackson lived in a school bus that he, I'll show you. He lived in a school bus that he renovated into his home, and he loved it. And that's him snowboarding off of his school bus. And this is, I'll show you guys another video of him.
We're on it, back at it, round 2, baby. Round 2. Yeah. Let's go, let's go.
This just doesn't seem like the young man she was describing talking with Dr. John.
I'll show you guys one more that I love.
Look like yourself, but you're somebody else. Only it ain't on the surface.
Yeah, Jackson was 27. It was a single car crash. We believe he probably may have fallen asleep at the wheel, or just it was so dark. And all we really know is that the car just rolled and rolled and rolled. And yeah, he died on impact. I talked to him just 2 hours before.
I can see sharing what happened in details and stuff maybe later, like in time when you are more letting it process, you know, like just describing it. But her and Lauren like to describe. She looks up to Lauren. She's obsessed with what Lauren is. She thinks Lauren's that well put together, have it all woman that she's been told she can be, right? Lauren in her eyes is that woman. She's got a career. She's important. She has a husband who supports her in every way and a child, and she still gets the career. Why? Because that husband's the one at home raising the baby. We all know that. Lauren's not quite cut out for it. Lauren felt the pressure from society. She's like, oh, I can't really, so I got to fake it till I make it. John, you got to stay home with that baby. He's like, okay, Lauren, deal. As long as you don't leave me. As long as you don't leave me in my lizard tongue.
Normal sibling call. I was helping him figure out dog daycare for Chesney, and he always called me when he needed help. And he always told me,
Lauren's traumatized by everything. Lauren has guilt trauma, sitting beside you trauma. She's a strong empath, so she soaks up everyone's trauma and makes it her own. Though she doesn't know what she's a basket case.
my younger sister, but you're my older sister. And so I was helping him figure out dog daycare, and he texted me. He said, I got it. I can figure it out. And I was already figuring it out, so I didn't text him back. I was like, I'll text him back when I've got the plan settled. So he just knows, don't worry about it. Just
very well for us. Like, you know, Lauren doesn't care. Get out there and talk about it. Our gems will love it. They love you. Lauren needs the narrative to be, she needs that algorithm to be in her favor. We try to fix that around here. Y'all give the show a thumbs up. Let's fix the algorithm. It's broken. Haven't you heard? I've been preaching it for a solid week. I'm like, the algorithm is broken. Fix it. Because them drama people can't see what's happening to the Gonzalez family, murdered victim Kaylee Gonzalez family. They can't see it because the algorithm's broken.
follow my
Like the broken plea.
lead. But we never got there. So yeah, it's difficult. I feel like life will never be the same. But I just wanted to come on and thank you guys so much. The support has been a lot for our family. The one thing that's been really cool is we did not realize how many friends Jackson had. Jackson lived on a mountain in California in his school bus that he loved.
It sounds like Jackson knew what was the fuck up. It's what it sounds like to me. I'd live in a school bus in a heartbeat. My daddy did that in the 1970s, converted the whole ass school bus into the baddest camper you ever laid eyes on. We were like, damn, daddy, we got bunk bed, double bunk beds and all, kitchen for mama, a table that lets down to a bed. It was nice. And we loved it. I would give anything to have that thing again in my life. I'd peace out on society because they're weird. Grayson, you should try it. You might feel better.
And there was a post yesterday that somebody made, and there's hundreds of comments on it of people saying, I met Jackson here. Jackson and I did this. We did this. Jackson filmed my gender reveal with my husband. Jackson did this. Jackson was always smiling. Jackson was the best ski lift person. And so our family didn't realize how much of an impact Jackson had made until now, hearing so many people tell us that how much they loved him. In a few nights, my family's going up to the mountain, and we're going to give his snowboarding gear to his friends there so they can continue that on. It's what he would want them.
She's laying out the family's whole plan, and the family ain't even got back yet to really make the plans. She's waiting on the family to get back together, right? They're taking care of some business. When they're done, they're all going to meet up at the family home, I guess, and go from there. So apparently she's been in lots of communication for those of us worried as to why she didn't hightail her tail to the house to be with her actual family instead of working for Lauren. I guess she's going to wait for them to get done with the business and then she'll go, right? Y'all get done with the hard part and then I'll come for the other hard part. And in the meantime, I'll go tell the internet all about the business because Lauren thinks the gems want to hear it.
To have. And yeah, as a family, we'll figure out how to move forward. I don't know much what else to really say.
It does feel like exploitation. We can't help but feel that way, right? People come like, "Oh, there you guys are really mean. Look at you talking about her and her brother," because we understand what it means to lose someone, and we find it odd, right, and exploitive, because it unfortunately came along at a time you needed something to show your kindness and your human nature side to combat what you perceive to be as the mean girl stuff out there about you. It's perfect timing and it's weird and I don't want to think about it. I didn't want to think about it when I heard it. I was like, oh boy, this is weird timing and I don't like it. And my soul felt it. It's like icky universe type shit talking to me. And I was like, no, go away, universe. I don't want to hear your shit today. I don't want to hear your shit today, universe. Damn it, man, leave me alone.
I'm kind of in shock. He was my best friend, and I went through some messages today at lunch. I was just scrolling and looking at some voice memos, and there was a message last year. It was the irony of it kind of haunts me.
Whoa. She's... I let my daughter keep her sister's phone. I never once looked at it after she passed away. I felt like she's a 16-year-old girl with her first phone. I don't know if I really want to see that phone. And I remember calling my other daughter, who's barely like a year younger. You have your sister's phone? Yes, ma'am. Where is it? I have it. Keep it that way? Yes, ma'am. To this day, it's still that way. 20 plus years later. But what I thought of is, remember when they went live and she talked about how she went through all of Lauren's texts and messages and knew Lauren better than anybody on the earth now, because this girl, she likes to share. Uh, difficult research says, and the text I got the same morning Lauren shared Grayson's brother had died was interesting. Trace feels the need to text me and tell me how I add to the piling. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, no. Excuse me. Wait a minute. I have to collect myself, Kresha, because I have recently been accused of being an angry woman on the internet myself because I got a little heated in a discussion because I felt some type of way. I was a little strong in my opinion, and it came across as I was angry, just an angry lady. I'm like, no, ma'am, that would be a lady who knows herself, and it's called boundaries, and it's called being passionate about what I feel and applauding that the conversation's finally being had. So, yes, ma'am, call me what you will. Trace on the case, are you watching? Trace on the case. Are you stuck on a corner outside of Winslow, Arizona today? Trace? Call Joe and tell him to come pick you up. You need to sit your ass all the way down, girl. Like, to as far back as you can go.
He said, I hope you have a great day today. Don't add or subtract to the population.
It's not cool to be sending people text unwanted. They don't need to say, does she need to reply stop in caps? When I get them annoying texts, it's like, you can reply stop. I'm like, bitch, you better stop. To me, type it in all caps, S-T-O-P, stop right now. Text my phone, you unwanted individual. That is my phone. It doesn't get to spy on me and take pictures of me and get my fingerprints and all that crap. It's just my phone. How dare you ask me for all that personal information? And don't you dare put yourself on my phone. You're unwanted. Oh my God. Do I need to go smoke another cigarette, Kresha? Fuck, Megan. I'm going to say a cuss word. We're going to cuss and discuss. Oh, I just got triggered on the internet and became an angry lady. Hey, y'all, it's one of my old early shows was Sunday. Is it really Sunday? Hold on, I got to check. It is. It is Sunday, and it is salty in the South. Mm-hmm.
Lauren's laughing.
Oh.
Don't add or subtract to the population.
Lauren's laughing. Of course she is. Don't add or subtract to the population. Your brother sounded really fucking cool, though, Grayson. He really did. I'm not sure what happened.
Don't do anything that will get you in jail, and don't end up dead in a ditch, and don't make me call a lawyer to get you out of jail.
Oh, hell, he has some good advice. Kresha, please do. Please do, ma'am. Thank you.
And the irony of the ditch thing is definitely hit me. Somebody asked, did we fight when we were younger? Yeah. Bad. Jackson and I fought bad, but we were also two peas in a pod, and we protect.
Okay, we need to find Jay's live. Y'all put out the bat signal to Jay for justice to get on the ball and find us that live. Y'all know she good at keeping up with her shit. Come on, Jay.
Protected each other from everybody. So yeah, it'll be rough for a while, I think. Grief is weird. I don't know. You hear about like finding out somebody loses something and you always feel so bad, but
I heard a cough in the background. I still think she should get it checked. I think she's mistaking it for an anxiety cough, because that just developed like, a while back when we heard it, and she said it was an anxiety cough. We're like, well, we didn't hear it when you were rocking on the bed in full-blown anxiety panic attack. Is it a new symptom? Did you go to the same doctors that Lindsay Clancy went to, Lauren? They told you it was an anxiety cough. Yikes, you might want to go get a second opinion, baby girl. Like, legit.
When it hits you, it's just a different level. Yeah, Jesse said, sounds like you had a
Thank you, CH.
wicked sense
Appreciate you.
of humor. That he did. He was hilarious.
Jay is live now. Oh, okay.
He was just fun and funny and really cool. So yeah, it's hard to imagine.
That's probably why I lost a few viewers. What's Jay talking about? Yeah, I don't know what they're looking at Jay's channel. Who knows? I don't know.
What life will be like without him. But my family's all everyone's with people that they care about right now, which is good. My parents, out of all the things that could have happened, where he passed away was an hour from where their best friends live. And so when they called to their best friends, they were actually going to go on a trip and they canceled. And they've spent every minute with my parents up there figuring it all out. So we're really grateful for that. My sister has a family of her own. My other sister already had a pre-planned trip with her best friend.
Oh, she's talking about the Queen Bee lady, or the imploding when well, yeah, something happened over there in that world. I already know what happened. That's probably what they're arguing, or not Jay's argument. That's probably what they're talking about. One of those sides over there, the people found out about another girl's past something another that I thought everybody already knew about, and I guess they're probably talking about that. They were talking about it yesterday on somebody else's channel. They're talking about Queen Bee and all them people, but she's got a lot of viewers. Talking about the Queen Bee lady.
So that's been helpful. And then I'm kind of just staying where I'm comfortable right now. And, you know, I'll head home when my parents get home, but
I know what's going on over there, Faye. I know exactly who all those people are. That's the thing. I was there when Clue met Truth. I was in the same community. I watched that entire shit show unfold before my very eyes. The girl that contacted Stefan Stearns, we all knew about already since that case popped off with Madeline Soto. It's all in the court documents. Well, Sebastian Rogers, Queen Bee, and all them found out about it, and because that girl sticks up for nonsense, they brought that to light and showing now she was contacting a pedo, and that's what they're all talking about, I think, because that was yesterday's topic. And I thought, because I even asked Jay in the chat when I joined the chat, I said, wait, is this because the Sebastian people found out about what she did and now they're like blowing up about it? And Jay's like, yes. I was like, okay, thank you. So I think that's what they're talking about. Yeah, I know all about it. But it's funny as shit to me. All of it's comical, in my opinion, at this point. Like I said, Sebastian Rogers' father was live, and when I tried to pose legitimate questions about the investigation, I was ignored because they weren't about Chris and Katie. And all the people in that that's why I call it the Sebastian people, because they're all fighting about their theories on Sebastian Rogers and which family member's side they took in the beginning, because them two ladies took sides with the families, them two creator ladies, and then they got into a big old fight and people started picking sides there, and it was a whole big shit show after that. And I just like, oh, that's kind of like that Turtle Boy stuff back in the beginning of Karen Reed. Like, I'm like, oh, I'm good, I'll make up my own mind later. And so I know what's going on, and they're all calling it out, but they're all, because that's all going on, I think they're all missing that the Gonzalez family and the Idaho 4 victims are being drugged on the internet right now to this very day, and it's horrendous. And the Gonzalez family is speaking out about it and asking for help. And people tell me when I bring it up, let it go, Salty, but it's not important. The Gonzalez family said otherwise. They're tired of hearing the fucking Koberger didn't do it narrative, and they're tired of hearing their families slaughtered on the internet just for speaking out. But we're going to ignore it. Okay, gotcha. Noted. Fuck. See, now I'm gonna need 5 cigarettes in a row. Fuck. Some people wish I didn't have a very good memory. And twice, those people over there are having at it right now, 2 of those people accidentally said I was a person that caused fuckery in the Sebastian Rogers, had me mixed up with a different Salty. Fortunately, I was in the chat both times it happened and was able to correct the record that wasn't me. Wasn't me.
You know, a lot of people were like, why isn't she on a plane? Why isn't she on a plane? And to be honest, the emergency room doc yesterday, when he saw us, he said, do not put her on a plane today. Getting on a plane and flying 7 hours would have probably been the worst thing that could have happened. Lauren took me to the ER because I had a really, really, really bad panic attack when I found out.
Yes.
And so, yeah, my parents are grateful for Lauren.
her parents are grateful for Lauren. Look, Jesus girl, you should have took your medication that the doctor gave you, and you really should have lied down and not just worked through it, because it's going to bite you in the butt later. But I hope she goes home. I guess when her parents get done making the arrangements, so to speak, she'll get her tail to the house and be there for her parents. And also recognize that losing a sibling is separate than a parent losing a child, different relationships. And I had to learn that because I had children who lost a sibling, but I was a mother who lost a child. So we navigate it kind of like Stacy Chapin does, kind of like Christy Gonzalez had to do, kind of like Kay has had to done after losing a grandchild. She also takes care of other grandchildren beautifully and doesn't skip a motherfucking beat. Oh boy. But women like Lauren and Grayson and Megan only want to come out and share their trauma. Period. They don't want to share the other side of healing. They don't want to share the dirty look of getting through the healing process like some of us are absolutely willing to do in case it helps the other people who may or may not be listening. Kresha sharing her story, I hope she knows the people I hope listening to Kresha are family members trying to navigate their new world when something horrible happens in their world and social media turns their eyes towards it. That's who I hope Kresha is helping, right? The Gonzalez family navigates the same bullshit in a different way. Now, Colby recently went live with, like I said, Summer. I never paid Summer any attention. You know why? She was Lori's sister. I felt like it was a no-brainer that she was going to feel like she felt all the way up until she didn't feel that way anymore. All right, I got 6. How many? Hang on. How many I got? Wait, is there 6 of us or 7? Anyway, whatever. There's a bunch of them behind me, right? I think I know all of them pretty well. But what if they were accused of something horrendous and I'm like, oh, wait, you better convince me they did that shit. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I know me well enough to know there may be 1 or 2 in the family tree. I'm like, yeah, I can believe that. But you come and tell me something, I'll be like, wait a second. You got to be kidding me. Right? So I always gave her that kind of grace, but I always saw the finger pointing at her. She said this, she said that, she did this, she did that, this Facebook group, that. I've seen all the stuff out there over the years, but I just never focused in on it, right? I need to get to trial. That's me in the end game. All the bullshit's coming. Okay, time to put the brakes on. Now I got to just get me to trial, please. Lord, let that shit rest. All right, so everybody feels some type of way about Summer, and everybody was rightfully so to have their feelings. Well, not everybody. Let me take that back. The only people that really had a dog in that hunt would have been the family of the victims, like Kresha, Kay, and Colby. I get she's not Kresha's blood, but her blood harmed Kresha's family, right? And the same for Colby. That's his mom. That's his sister. Totally different thing. But watching Colby and Kresha be able to find a safe place to land on YouTube and unpack their feelings in real time is valuable for those who are listening and trying to understand what families literally go through on this internet and how quickly it can happen. When that train derails, it's off the rails forever, right? People will still hold live streams today about did these parents or so whatever missing child today, did they do it? We don't know, kind of thing. I don't want it to be a trend that we just fall into. All right, so Colby did an interview with Summer, but they touched on an aspect of when people coming at them for interviews, right? And if they're not giving the interviews, they'll reach out to whoever is. Megan Connor, are they talking about you here? Lori Vallow's dumb cousin asking for a bunch of my friends. All right. So I want to play some of this live stream. And again, I think, did we drop Colby's link earlier? If not, we'll get it into the chat. He just interviewed Summer. Now, he also interviewed Lori recently, and it was very interesting. I took my time. I listened to it out in the backyard with an open mind and coffee and a whole pack of cigarettes. I knew I was going to need it. And I just listened to this conversation for what it was, right? Because Colby, above anybody, has also been trying to figure out his damn mama. Come on, man, that's his mama. He knows her in a way none of us are ever going to know her. He knows a side of her we're never going to know or understand. Does she even have that good side to her, to her? Colby knows. He's lived it. But watching Colby come to conclusions about his mother, right? And helping him get to where and knowing his community supports him, watching Kresha try to understand what happened. Not she knows what happened, no shit. How it happened, how it got to that point is important for her. So knowing they had those safe places to land is great, and knowing they're helping other families maybe come in and navigate some of this is huge. And how do they find each other, right? Uh, there's no manual. Kresha's talked about that. No manual when you come into this of what you do and don't do. And that's hard to navigate, I am sure. What creators can I trust? I got 50 that just shot me DMs, want me to come talk about my loved one. You have no clue who these 50 people are on the YouTube asking you all of a sudden for an interview. You have no clue, right? Are you supposed to research their whole entire catalog to see if they're legitimate people? So that's how quickly it can derail. It happened in the Idaho 4 case with Steve Gonsalves. That's exactly what happened to him. I don't know who Edgar is, Kresha. Like I said, there's a lot I don't know about Summer. So there's a lot about this conversation I probably won't get. A lot of it I do get, right? And what they said about other family members who may come in and speak when they won't talk, like Megan Connor. Like, why would Megan? I'm sure. I'm sure, Kresha, that there's going to be a lot of unanswered questions, right? And rightfully so. You probably come together on a lot of things, probably some things, but you probably, I'm sure you have far more questions than I do because I don't know all that you know, right? About her in that situation. Now, I know the sibling relationship, though. I can always keep that in my back pocket, right? Because I got sisters. I got 3 of them, right? And, yeah, but I don't know if I'd keep stuff like that under wraps if I knew something. If you know what I mean? I don't so I get it. But I wanted to play a little bit of that interview. I guess it's like an interview is like a conversation between Colby and Summer. I don't think Colby didn't always, wanna talk to her either from what. Not many people read the FOIA report that I doubt Colby did, but I did, and I'm bothered. What FOIA report? Send me that too. Before you do, you know what? Can you email me that? And why Summer told Lori he wouldn't have missed. Is that the code name for Alex, or is Edgar a whole other guy? Did she know about a certain thing but didn't know about the kids? I probably absolutely could have done it. Yeah, we don't like that either, Summer. We're not going to put up with that for a second. Uh, I would like to see that. Let me see something that I do have here I can read real quick or look at. Oh, goodness. Oh, okay. Hang on. What is happening here? Uh, all right. So, trace on the case. Kresha was, excuse me. I would like to ask you a question, if you don't mind. If you don't want to answer, don't. Wasn't Trace a mod for you? Right? Am I recalling that correctly? Is the video on your page? Okay, she's going to be right back. I want to ask her. Hang on. I got to hang on, guys. I need to read you something, then we'll show this video. This is ridiculous. Okay. Okay. Oh, there you are, Krisha. Okay. Let me see. If, and let me write down, ow. I about snatched my headset off again. I gotta fix this thing is ridiculous. All right. Was was Trace was a you're one of your mods, right? Is that how you met Joe Schmo? Was through Trace? She introduced you to Joe. That's what I'm wondering. She was a mod for you for years. Okay. She met Joe in Arizona. Is that who introduced you to Joe? Because, yep, I knew it. Now it all makes sense. I didn't know how long she had been your mod, Kresha, when Joe brought her around his community. Interesting. Now, hang on. Hang on. I'm going to read y'all something just a second. All right. Okay, so Trace on the Case was a mod for Kresha for years, as she just said. She was also, I think she still is, a mod for Joe Schmo. And they met in Lori's Arizona trial, right? Which one was it? Was it Charles? Or I think they met at Charles' trial, not Brandon's. It was Charles, I believe. Hang on, let me pull this shit up. Was it doing that? Okay. Let me get so I can see my chat here on the screen. Yeah, I don't know how Kresha met Trace. It's to 2021. Hmm. Perfect sense. I sent you a text, Kresha. Okay. All right. So Trace is somebody that Kresha's known for a long time. She knows Joe Schmo. She met Joe in the Joe was going to go boots on the ground and cover Lori Vallow. He happened to be in Arizona. So Joe went to Delphi on purpose to be at the trial for a couple of days and to go walk around, do the thing. And he did. When it came to Lori's trial, Joe was already going to be in Arizona. I knew that, right? His relative lived there, and that's what he was leaving Indiana, going to Arizona. Hey, I'm in Arizona. Lori Vallow's trial is right there. I'm like, yeah. He's like, yeah, I'm going to go cover it. I'm like, you go for it. And he did. And he built his channel on the back of Lori Vallow. It is what it is. And he didn't want to cover any other cases the rest of us were covering because that's not legitimate reporting, but whatever. So he built his channel on that. Trace and Joe became very close friends almost immediately. I know that because Joe would share that with me. Not like details of their friendship, but I know they were like hanging out together, like dinners and stuff. Like some of that was sprinkled in there. That's all I really know. A lot of conversations were apparently being had. Huh, Trace? Now I know. You little heifer. Shame on women like you. Let's read a text she sent to Kresha. Kresha, I'm begging you to stop with the hate lives. Hate lives? Did she mean lies? Okay. Come on now. It's been a year. I know your pain, and I know people have done you wrong, but this is not the answer. Well, what does she know they've done wrong to her? This is not what Charles would tell you to do. Oh, Trace, I find that offensive. Highly offensive for you to even say that to her. Okay. He might be telling her to fight the good fight. Girl, how do you know? You know this is not you know this is not love winning. Oh my god. I wish you could truly know how much pain people are in still every single time you do one of these. Do one of what exactly, Kresha? Call out their hypocrisy on HTC? Um, I wish you could truly know how much pain people are in. Oh goodness. And how on earth do you justify making fun of anybody who expresses deletion ideation? How dare some lady get on the internet and use self deletion, Trace, like that girl Lauren? We're hearing, actually, Trace, are you watching Lindsay Clancy trial by any chance? We're hearing these doctors say, well, did you have a plan for self deletion? Oh, you didn't have an actual plan? Then you weren't really considering self deletion. Did Lauren have a plan, Trace? Did you see it? I don't care what Dr. John tells you. Them other doctors are saying there should have been a plan, a whole plan, to call it that. Okay, whatever, weirdo. Um, and how on earth to justify making fun of anybody expressing deletion? How do you even go there? You know that's not right. I mean, come on. Mary is destroyed by this. Grayson is 24. That's who's Mary? Her mama or something? Well, that's not how you is that her that's not how you pronounce that name, is it? Whatever. That's so young. I mean, Ashlyn's not that far behind her, and you know how things are at that age. It- Trace, at 24 years old, I had three babies. Heifer, shut up. One spent a year in NICU, the baby. Get the fuck out of here. That's so young. I mean, oh my God, that is not that young, lady. That's growing up, girl. Grow up, girl. They don't understand that things will blow over, and they'll feel better one day. It feels awful to them. What if somebody did what if somebody did do something drastic? Well, that's why I don't be a bully on the internet, Trace. I don't want to contribute. I don't bully on the internet because I'm not going to be a contributor to self deletion. Or because it makes you feel better, or, oh, good God, girl, that's all you women always say. Your jealous makes you feel better, blah, 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 bullshit. That's all they can come up with each and every time. You're jealous, all these things. I can't, why is this not coming up like that, like I want it to? I hope the cohorts will leave Grayson alone now. I hope she survives her newest tragedy. Her newest tragedy? Even Trace knows it's a pattern. Whoa. Simi. Exactly. Oh, Mary, detective's daughter. Another mod that ended up modding for that. Oh, that's who that is? So a bunch of mods like threw you slap under the fucking bus? Wow. Ugh. When I first came to YouTube, because I was in members of other communities first, I accidentally learned about them YouTube mods. I was like, oh God, if I ever get my channel and do get mods, I don't want a rogue police department. I just want community friends as members, right? Members, community members as mods, and that's what I have. I feel like we don't do all that rogue shit over here. That crazy shit. Well, Simi will go rogue and go feral at times, but that's her prerogative, and I don't stop it. Forrest is our voice of wisdom. Rachel and I will be like, "Did you see that in this?" We try to get the latest updates going. Butterfly, when she's here, is the same thing because she's been busy lately. But yeah, we don't do all that weird shit. And I've been hearing a lot about what's been going on in discords. I'm like, oh, death, death to society equal discord equals death to society. All right, let me grab Kresh's video. Let me make sure I'm getting the right one here. Um, that she sent me on the phone. Like, let me go to her channel. Y'all, did y'all drop Kresha's link for anybody who may not have it? If y'all don't know who Kresha is, I know all of y'all do, but in case we have any new people coming into the show, Kresha is at or Difficult Research here on YouTube. She is the niece to Charles Vallow and the aunt to JJ and Tylee, Lori Vallow's children and ex-husband. They're her victims. Okay. It's going to be this. Okay. Y'all go give her video some likes and some love, because when I share it, all of y'all watching could be actually literally giving her the view. So go do the thumbs up at least for her. That's how it works over here on the tubes. All right, let me hang on. I got to make sure I got the right one with the right title. Why is it not showing up here on the YouTube? What is going on with my YouTube thingy? It's on the phone. I got the link and I'm trying to find the exact one here on YouTube. Here it is. No. Videos, right? And it is The Legal War on Victims. Oh, I got to watch that. Disturbing text between Lori and Summer. Okay, that's what we're looking for before we go look at that video of Colby and 4 hours ago, premeditation. Where's it at? Oh, it's probably not one you did recently, but maybe an old. Hang on. I got how to do this. Hang on. Let me do this. Right here. I don't know what I'm thinking. Duh. There we go. Okay, now we got it. I'm just being ridiculous. Now I should have it. Now, the way that Summer and Colby were talking about not doing the interviews, when they start talking about somebody else doing the interviews, guys, they're talking about Megan Connor. And don't forget Rex. What's some other two's name? The other uncle, and was it another brother and uncle? Megan's other relatives also have a podcast. I forgot them dudes' names. They always, like, I reviewed them in the a long time ago, but I never paid them any attention either. Y'all aren't Lori Vallow. I'm not trying to explore your fucking mind. You didn't do anything but be her family. Y'all aren't going to tell me. Y'all don't know what the hell's going on in that head either. So why watch them, right? To hear their stories. Well, I could probably make a lot of sense about Lori if I listened to their stories, but they could be making that shit up in their head at this point. So I'm good. I think I've evaluated about myself enough that I'm okay with my own assessments. And they didn't come from Dr. Jean's evaluations. Here we go. Difficult research. Disturbing. Okay. We're going to listen to Kresha's video, guys. Here, let me get everything set up like I need it. Now, Kresha, if you want to give a run, there you go. Can you give a little rundown in the chat about what's going on here? Let's see. Let me get into the chat where I can see as well before we get it going. And thank you for joining us and sharing this with us today. I can't believe you got sent texts like that, girl. I'm so sorry, because that's bullshit. You've done nothing but stand up and try to defend yourself. And the most appalling part about all this, that I think everybody has forgotten about, which is the absolute worst part to me, when you and your mom try to go live and explain how y'all felt, Web Sleuths and stupid Megan, not a nice word to call her, Megan, decided y'all shouldn't do that. They were going to make sure y'all knew they didn't approve of that. How dare they? That right there was enough. That should have been enough for everybody right there on the spot. The second you and your mom tried to speak out and speak up about your experience, what HTC was just accused of doing to your family, they wanted to shut you down. Megan goes live and says, yeah, I don't approve of what Kate and Kresha are doing, but I'll speak to them offline. Excuse me, heifer. You just said online that you were going to handle it offline. Who the fuck you think you are, Lori Vallow's dumb cousin, to tell the victim's family to shut the fuck up? That was appalling to me. And it probably triggered me and made her think I was that unhinged, unhealed, unhealthy woman on the internet. Dumbass woman. Anyway, let's get Kresha's video up here and get some reckoning in this house. It's Sunday. Let's go to church. Fuck yeah. I mean, don't cuss on the Lord's Day. Just let me. What am I missing? I should read chat. The video kind of explains what I'm talking about. Okay, cool. Gotcha. I got the link finally. Crush it. My brain not operating today. It's met capacity. It's about Summer's text with Lori that included Chandler FOIA docs, Chandler, Arizona, guys, about an alleged hitman named Edgar. And that was Summer's alleged lover, I think. Oh, Summer. Why you women running around with lovers? What if you get caught? What if, yeah, some bad shit could happen. Think about that shit. If here's my way I always rolled, if I get unhappy enough with my partner to cheat, we're probably done here, right? We're not doing that. Okay. God, I never understood society. My husband cheated on me. Where's that heifer at? I'm gonna whip her ass. I'm like, damn, her ass. Can we get him first? Then we'll get her. And then I'm gonna tell you what the fuck you doing. Okay, never mind. Side rant. But I got a different brain. I get it. All right, thank you, Kresha, for sharing. We're going to watch this video. I'll mute out and let Kresha do the talking here. I seriously will. I will join you guys in chat while it plays out, okay? And I'm going to go get a cold Coca-Cola because my throat's dry. I talk a lot. And I talk fast on occasion. And that damn prosecutor over there trying to act like that's a thing. It means something to her. But the lawyer, talks fast, and I don't think she slapped one of Megan's label-making label thingies on him. All right, never mind. Here we go. Thank you, Kresha, for sharing. This is Kresha's video entitled, Who the Fuck is Edgar? Well, let's see if we can find out.
Channel. My name is Kresha K. Easton. I am the daughter of Kay Vallow Woodcock and Larry Woodcock. I am the aunt of JJ Vallow and the niece of Charles Vallow. I've been getting a lot of messages in regards to Chandler Police Department's investigation that came out through the FOIA request. A few text exchanges between Lori and her sister Summer. Nate Eden of East Idaho News invited Summer Cox Shiflett to be his guest at CrimeCon. I'm going to read the text exchange between Lori Vallow Daybell and her sister Summer Cox Shiflett. Looking on page 314 of the Chandler Police Department FOIA docs, I'm going to read a small excerpt, text exchange between Lori Vallow Daybell and her sister Summer Cox Shiflett. In both of Lori's accounts, she had regular communication with her sister, Summer, who was listed in her phone as, quote, some, unquote. The number linked to Summer was blank. Summer also shared Lori's religious belief. I'm going to repeat that. Summer also shared Lori's religious beliefs. On 10/7/2019, so this was after Brandon Boudreaux had gotten shot at, Summer sent Lori a message asking if she already knew about the Tesla incident. I'm reminding you that Brandon Boudreaux drove a Tesla. Lori responded at 15:51 hours, indicating that she did not know. Summer asked if she could call or text. Lori asked Summer to text her. The following is the text string as it appears. Summer. An incident that supposedly happened to Brandon. Sounds highly suspicious. Lori. Brandon's Tesla or the Tesla company? Summer. Brandon's. He claims someone shot at him and shot the window to his Tesla a few days ago. Police are looking into it. Summer also texts, I think he is either trying to set Al up or making a future hit on Mel. Make him look innocent, knowing him. But who knows, knowing him. Sounds suspicious to me. On page 315 of 1108, the conversation continues. Lori, maybe it was Edgar? Where is he? Summer. She sent a bunch of question marks and emojis with the male female symbol. I doubt it was him. He wouldn't miss or leave witnesses. He usually makes things look like natural causes, but I don't know where he is or what he is doing. Summer also texts. He has a message to me on his Smule page, but I haven't responded. Summer then forwarded Lori an image of an unknown subject on music recording app Smule with the username of, quote, XZZYZX, unquote. It is suspected that this was Edgar. Searching Smule through Lori's iCloud account, I discovered that she was using this app to send songs or communicate with Chad Daybell as well. This was evident in the links that they would send to each other. And that is the end of that text string. So let me know what you think. Do you think that Edgar is a hitman? Do you think he is just Summer's old high school boyfriend? Do you think that the picture of Summer and Edgar is as recent as high school? It doesn't look like that to me. It looks like, a couple years ago, if that. So let me know what you think. And let's not forget, we still have a trial coming up in Arizona, and we want to get justice for Charles Vallow, my uncle, and we want to get justice for Brandon Boudreaux. He survived the attempt on his life. Alex missed. He did not hit Brandon, fortunately. And so according to Summer's message, the whole concerning part is I doubt it was him. He wouldn't miss or leave witnesses. He usually makes things look like natural causes, but I don't know where he is or what he is doing. Okay? Check please. This is nuts. Let's keep the conversation going down below. That's where it's all at. Your comments are phenomenal. I am so grateful to all of my subscribers and to any new ones. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Love always wins. You are proof of this. Thank you.
Lori Vallow Daybell.
You know what? There's an old saying out there called, I am my sister's keeper. And I have 3. So who knows, right? Those family dynamics and all, according to Gary Ricardo, Dr. Gary Ricardo, they're super important. And Kresha, we're just asking questions over here. We just ask questions. That's what we do. Like Karen Madonna, but she's an actual journalist and we are not. Are we? Thank you for sharing that. It's so much to unpack with Lori Vallow already, right? And it was never I think one of the reasons why I probably didn't pay her much attention was because she was her sister, right? And I already know that dynamic. Like I said, I've got sisters. We hold a lot of secrets for each other. None that bad, right? Good God, I don't have any like that to hide. But it makes you wonder. You can't help but question it, and to question the strange text between the two. So in that text, also something I picked up on was like Lori's just finding out that something happened with Brandon. Like this is a few days ago. Brandon says somebody shot at the Tesla. Like what? Lori didn't know already? It hadn't got Melanice didn't tell her? Did Brandon not tell Melanice and because he was scared Melanice may have had thoughts? Oh God. When are we going to hear from Melanice, by the way? Oh, see, we could go, oh my God. Now I'm like Andy. Now y'all got my brain squirrely and we're going to go there. Well, here's the thing, Kresha. Lori's old docket for Idaho. Let me show y'all something interesting. It went away. So did Chad's, right? Idaho has this beautiful little package. Let me show y'all something. And if it's not, oh wait, it says I'm already sharing screen. Oh, I had the wrong button. All right. There's documents coming out in the Idaho 4 case, right? On the docket itself. They're being unsealed slowly but surely. But there are also FOIA requests being made in the case. Like when a new document comes out and we hear of a new report or a new body cam or a new interview, you can FOIA that particular item. I think that's what Kresha is speaking of here. All of Lori's documents used to be available on this cute little website they got here. I'll show you how it works and what's still here on Lori Vallow. When you scroll down, Idaho cases of interest. It's always been there. It's pinned to the top of my computer. It's never going to leave, probably, because Idaho's got so much going on. Idaho Supreme Court cases. Tucker versus State of Idaho. Second case up, State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Vallow, aka Lori Noreen Daybell. Trial court cases. It's 3 right now. State of Idaho versus Andrea Renee Shaw. That's the newest installment. Don't know who she is. State of Idaho versus Stacey James Wandra. State of Idaho versus Brian C. Koberger. Used to, you would see Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell and could access all their documents. You can no longer do that from this particular part, right? So I think what you're talking about, Kresha, is going to be a direct FOIA request link. If you got it, you can email it to me, and I'll damn sure go over them. saltysleuth@gmail.com. Documents are our jams and FOIA requests. We will dive in. When the weeds are itchy, right? They itchy. From your last interaction with prosecutor Trina K, Joe was obsessed with her. He stalked. Oh no, hang on. He went to the same outing event she did recently, apparently, because there's a video on his page that he saw her there and he put it out there for the world to know he saw her there. I guess they went to the same event. Kind of like when he went to CrimeCon. Whatever. From your last interaction with Kay in that room Lauren claims she deserves to be in, that's still a possibility. Oh, I know. We're waiting though, Kresha. What's up with that? Why is it so difficult, right? Because here's the thing, do they have proof? Or is it all circumstantial? And what I mean by that is there a text message that can prove something? Is there an email? Phone calls were phone calls. We're not going to hear them unless they recorded them. Somebody recorded it. Like calls between Lori and Melanice, or Lori and Alex, or whatever. All of Melanice's text communications with Lori and Alex. I would love to see what that phone extraction really looked like. I'll be honest with you. I need to see that stuff, because why are we waiting so long to get this woman? It sounds like she may never be gotten, because I feel like if they had enough to move forward with Melanice, wouldn't they have done it already? Time's going to run out eventually. What's the statute of limitations on that? Is there one for her in Arizona? I heard rumblings about all that. Everybody thought it was just a matter of time. I don't know what they're waiting on. I don't know what they're waiting to uncover. It's weird. Why not arrest her already? Yeah, you got to actually put the request in, Kresha, and it's easy to do. And Idaho's handing them out left and right. In the Idaho 4 case, all we got to do is request them in Lori's case. But I got to know what to request, right? So I need to look. I need police report. I need to know what that report is with that communication in it, and I can FOIA request the whole thing. Lori's case is over and done. I don't know what her appellate process looks like. I've kind of looked at her documents a little bit. I do want to do a show and deep dive her appellate process in Idaho, because I want to see it from a legal standpoint. That's what I do on this true crime channel. I look at the legal aspect. I want to deep dive that document. Just waiting for the right time to do it, right? It's Lori Vallow. But she is trying to get an appeal. And they're listening. So to me, I gotta figure out why they're listening, right? Why are they listening? I already know she got the DP off the table because of a prosecutorial misconduct, and Ann Taylor in the Koberger case wanted to make sure everybody else knew it too. right? So I'm side eyeing that appellate thing that Lori's dug up. Hell, if Lori Vallow can get one to be heard, why couldn't Brian Koberger? Ay, ay. Mm. Under Arizona law, there is no statute of limitations for unaliving or conspiracy to commit. So why are they dragging their heels on an arrest for Melanice? And for those of you who may not know, there's two Melanies in that case. One's a friend and one's a niece. Melanice is the niece. Her husband was Brandon Boudreaux. Um, yeah. Why is she still walking around being Melanice? What's going on there, Melanice? How's life today? Jesus. Um, Will, because the text messages about Edgar were very suspicious. Yeah. I mean, what's up with that kind of conversation, right? So, Kresha, did that that come out of an Arizona FOIA request? Those documents, because it was pertained to Brandon's investigation, so it wouldn't be in her Idaho documents at all, because that's pertaining to the children's murders, right? So that stuff would absolutely come out of Arizona. Are explicitly exempt. They should be. What if they get new? What if they stumbled across evidence? And they're like, "Oh God, dang, that was too late because the statute of limitations expired 2 months ago," and they're all like, "Oh shucks." No, like what the fuck? Our justice system is broken, like the algorithm. It needs to be fixed. It's got a little issue. I can't do it. I'm sorry about Trace on the case. I can't believe that kind of stuff out of her. Actually, I'm not surprised because I always knew something. I just didn't know where it was coming from, and now it all makes perfect sense. And girl, you really need to watch your mouth going forward, Trace. I would advise it. And tell Joe he's still not accepted in these rooms. No matter how hard he tries, Trace. We've seen the I'm attempting my comeback phase a couple times. That girl Six wanted to go on Hella and plea his case, but it backfired. He showed up a couple places here and yonder, wanting to, revitalize himself. It's not happening. I can't stand that guy. And I'll say it again, all because I saw what he was doing to Kresha behind the scenes. Because I knew there was a friendship there. And I've said it 1,000 times. She was doing shows with Joe. I was doing shows with Joe. I really didn't know each other. We knew each other from the internet. Hey, we're both Joe's friend. We're both doing this and that. That's where we were at. I applauded her for what she was out there doing. That was his friend. I never even really knew I knew he met at the Arizona stuff, but I didn't know who, how, or what was behind it. So when all that went off with the HTC, still my biggest issue with that woman will always be what she was doing to families behind the scenes. That woman bullshit I expected out of Lauren Matthias. This little girl kisses my ass, you guys don't. She wins, you lose. What she was doing to the family was a bigger concern to me. Now, what she did to Christina after Christina became a whistleblower is definitely a problem. There's still enough people fighting that good fight, and I appreciate them for doing it and shedding the light on it. But I can't get past what she did to a family. And she doubled down on what she did to that family on Trisha's bullshit 24-hour ridiculousness. Because Trisha's over there using an event to fundraise or something or another. I don't know what the hell she was doing anymore. She lost her way when she saw she was getting pushed back. I don't think she had the participation she thought she was going to get either. We saw how limited her guest list was. We were promised a bunch of guests. It was very limited. And it was strategically done with the ones that were there. Jesse Weber and whoever, give them, they don't fucking know. And if they do, they don't care. They go everywhere, right? All you gotta do is ask. Well, unless you're a tiny channel. But they platformed Jerry Vallow. They knew, absolutely knew, and you cannot convince me that Lauren Matthias wasn't behind that, spearheading that. Trisha ain't smart enough to think about it. She's too scatterbrained. Stacy may have thought about it. She's probably talking to old Jerry behind the scenes too. Because that's how Stacy without an E, she'd be rolling. Ain't that right, Stacy without an E, executive producer? You and Aspen, who I don't think you really care for, y'all like to do that. Befriend people so you can get them on the show. But Lauren knows him, right? Lauren's already talked about her relationship with Jerry Vallow, and she used the family. She used Kay and Larry from the beginning. She never did like Kresha for whatever reason, talked bad about her, but I think it was because I heard her, one of them texts, Kresha's content was bothering her, and I thought, I wonder what about that content really bothers Lauren the most? Because I've seen the content, and I know what Kresha's content's about, and it wasn't about Lauren Matthias at the time. No, it was about cults and LDS and is there an involvement? What's going on here? Trying to figure it out. Lauren didn't like it. I'm like, why? Because I know I've seen a couple of her shows where she talked about this cult type stuff. Did she feel threatened by that content that a victim's family was exploring? Did she feel like Kresha stole the idea from her? Did she steal the idea from Kresha? Did she draw a fine line in the sand because, oh, God, I'm a Mormon, but I better not go hard at the Mormons. I'm a Mormon and I'm a weirdo. Lauren, you're not hard to see through, honey. You're just not. Lauren effectively hid Tom Harrison's involvement with Chad and Lori and Tim and Jody. Why would she do stuff like that, right? What is her end game? Her strategic and all of her strategicness. What is that woman's end game in the end? Like, she likes to control the narrative. She likes to be, and she's not like a bipolar, busy mom. Got to make a list. John's job is to make the list. Lauren's not concerned, but she goes all out on everything else, right? Her theories and her controlling of narratives in these cases and her spin on the cases and the way she covers them with her heartstrings attached. And false narratives and not putting the whole fact behind what she's talking about out there, right? Like, explain what you just said kind of thing. Because I caught her doing that in the Lindsay Clancy case the other day. I caught like a brief minute of her little review, and I forgot what she said, and I thought, she added no context to that whatsoever, right? None whatsoever. And so Tom Harrison's son was Lauren's brother's best friend. Well, that's not surprising. See, I knew about her brother because her brother was one of the NFT guys. He owned a pretty good collection, right? And a lot of us knew him from that world. I didn't know he was her brother. I didn't know that guy. I knew of him because of some of the NFTs that he held, right? And I was like, oh God, that guy's her brother? That's wild. That lady has a lot happen to her, right? And shit, but then again, I've had a lot happen to me too. Okay, do we have that? Let me focus. I'm sorry. I got off on a little thought process about that damn lady. Like, the therapist told me I could be a therapist. So I try to unpack these weirdos in my head, these offenders. Dr. John, Dr. Gary. I'm an armchair offender unpacker. I like to know what makes offenders tick too, so if we can spot the red flags in our real life, we can avoid them energy vampires with everything we got. We got to know how to spot the Megan Connors of the world and the Lauren Matthiases of the world. It's super important. And the Lori Vallows, for God fucking sake. So we're gonna have to review Jay's video because that weird shit bothered me. And what does that say about Lauren and John? So let me get my bearings here. Let me get my note. Hang on, CH. Forrest does his best from afar. He's in Canada. I need to give him access to my channel so he can hook me up back here. I need one of them fancy producers. Joe Schmo went and met Grayson and fell in love or fell infatuated and said, or felt some fondness. I got to watch my words, I guess, my accusation level. Grew a fondness for that young girl and told me we all needed a Grayson in our life. And I was like, damn, dude, I'm going to suck as a creator because I'm never going to have a Grayson. I got a CH and a Forrest and a Rachel and a Simi and a butterfly and a whole ass community, and we get it done. All right, hang on. You told me that. Let me scroll back up because I've really been wanting to review that live CH because it really freaked me out when I first heard it. And when I heard about her poor brother, I was like, wait, girl, you told me more about herself that night than anything, right? I learned a lot about Grayson that night was the wild part, y'all. The wildest part. All right, here it is. Okay, I got to go pull it up on this. Let me actually go take a look here. Every Day with Jay, stream title. Okay, I'm going right now, CH. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. I was about to type in CH instead of Every Day with Jay. Oh, Lord. Okay, is that it? Every Day with Jay? All right, let me blow up my screen here so I can see things clearly. All right. It was one of her lives. All right. And when the title we're looking for is the Things Just Got Really Disturbing. Oh my God, did they ever? Hold on one second, guys, as I look for it quickly here. Okay, and I see your timestamp you got there too. Okay, hold on. Is it in her Matthias playlist? I'm just scrolling through her playlist or her lives right now looking for that one. Da, da, da. So take a second, y'all. She's got a lot. Y'all know Jay's a busy lady. Okay, should be coming up on it. Let's see. Here it is. Things Just Got Really Disturbing from 6 months ago. The Autism Patreon Live. Okay. Thank you, Jay. Oh, let's talk about it. Thanks, Grayson. I'm already at that timestamp. Hang on. Lauren's damn pathetic ass voice that she puts on as part of her show. I can't stand that fake. I can't stand when people whine when they talk, like a whiner. Like you can be upset and we're gonna talk through it, but if you're whining, I can't understand your words. So I tell the kids if they're gonna whine, I can't understand that, baby. You got to talk to me. Let's use our big boy voice. We don't whine. That's not a good thing to teach is acceptable. Lauren, your baby probably whines. Bless his little heart. Okay, yeah, Grayson, welcome. Okay, thank you everyone to our Patreons. Like you guys, what's this timestamp you're telling me? Okay. Wait, I'm looking at the transcript though. You're looking at probably a different timestamp. Okay, right? 20. Okay. Ah. Y'all, I'm not as good at this as Jay. Give me a second. Just a little channel. All right, let's see if this is it. Wait, I want to hear the whole conversation though. Hold on. Because it's wild. When she comes on, that's when I'll bring. Okay, I think this is it. Let me go back to, let me make sure I want to get it right where it is, where she talks about why she wants to talk about it. Okay, hold on, Grayson. All right, so again, this case happened. Dietz was the case, I think. And like I said, this little boy unalived his dad over the video game. And he was on the spectrum, guys. And that just rocked her world and reminded her of her brother. So she wanted to have a conversation with John about it, right? Oh, thanks, Kresha. 538. Thank you, CH. I like to go by the transcript. My brain, y'all, I got the ADH brain and the bipolar brain. I function a certain way. Nature's way. Where's my jar of gummies? I'm probably gonna need it. This might be traumatic. This may cause me to have some PTSD. Actually, it caused me to have concern. Let's be real. I get the concern. Not that's about what I get. That psychologist in me, Dr. John, starts kicking in, and I'm like, oh, girl. But John didn't see it that way. He saw it completely different than I did. I guess we had different textbooks. Hmm. Okay, hang on. Okay, hang on. Jay's gonna hang on. Okay, I'm just gonna bring it up, and y'all we're gonna we will also get a good laugh out of Jay. Y'all know she'll be funny. She'll be a funny lady, and you cannot help it. All right, hold on. Let me. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna pull this up. At 1306, she starts talking about the case and the reason she's interested. I think that's where we got it at. As a neurodivergent person myself, that whole discussion made me very squirmy. Okay, thank you for sharing that. Yeah, it was wild, wasn't it? And then you see the video of her brother, guys. All right, so consider what she's about to say during this conversation with John. What is it telling us about herself as well? And then consider the video that you saw, right? We need Jay's laugh in my life today. Oh, we need the laughs today. Okay, well, we are happy to provide. Y'all go show Jay some love at the same time. Yeah, I like it when I'm not live and I'm not doing anything and Jay is live. I'll just be like, chill. I like, yeah, it's funny. I'll chill over there. Okay, so let me get the screen up. And I'm also gonna step on the back porch again. And I gotta go let the puppy out. Actually, my grandson put her in the kennel for a nap, but she's awake. I just heard her, so I'm gonna go let her out the back door, and I'll step out there, and we'll let this start. And I'll join you guys in the chat for a minute. But just it's just a wild conversation. So we'll let it play. Thank you, CH, for finding it for me. I appreciate that.
With an 11-year-old being in a prison, it's very clear he had mental health issues, and now he's sitting in a.
Oh wait, did I start it too early? Hold on. Let me get it bigger so I can say.
Online, and it just resonated with me a lot. I don't share it a lot. I have two siblings on the spectrum. One struggles a lot more than the other.
Okay, so right there she said 2 siblings on the spectrum, but one struggled more than the other. So I don't know which one. Maybe she'll say it here because it doesn't matter, but I don't know which one was the one that just passed when I'm trying to put it delicately, you know what I mean? Because her family doesn't deserve a loss like that. Nobody does, but this whole conversation is a little off-putting, and I think a lot of us that had listened to it felt the same way. All right, so we'll let her talk. Now she's going to tell you why that case about the little autistic boy hit so hard because of her own brother's struggles. And then she's going to go into great detail about her family. Thanks, Jay, for putting this one out there. I remember when we reviewed it. So thanks, CH, for finding it. I'm going to mute out now, go grab my drink, and I'll see you on the back porch.
And so this case was this 11-year-old in Pennsylvania who, his name was Clayton. His name's being publicly put on news, so I figured we could share it. And he was turning 11 this week. His family stayed up until midnight to sing happy birthday to him, and they, I guess, had taken away his Nintendo Switch, and it was time.
So I'm gonna give you guys like a little warning that she's talking about a case where an 11-year-old shot his father. Just so you know.
Time for bed, and he got angry, and it seemed like he was looking for his Nintendo Switch, found the key to his dad's gun safe, and ended up getting, I think it was a revolver, don't quote me, a gun out of the gun safe, loaded it, and shot his dad. The dad passed away. But as I was looking more into it, I just kept seeing, like, I saw a letter. I'll actually say it was, her Facebook name is Abby Blabby. She posted it. It was a letter from the parents to the school district, like essentially begging the school district to put him in a special needs school for more help. They'd adopted him in 2018. So he was around 3, I believe.
Okay. We don't know the background really of that adoption.
I couldn't find much background on it. But you could just tell that the parents had been like begging for help. And in my own experience, with my siblings and specifically.
Oh, it gets even worse. It gets even worse. Thank you, G. Lander. Can we say boundary issues? Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that Lauren knows exactly what she's doing by letting Grayson put this leakage out there. It gets really, really personal. I can't believe that Lauren, as her boss, would ever let her put what she put in this podcast for them to make money off of. It's so weird and so gross. Hey, Felicia, good to see you.
My brother, my family had a really hard time growing up because he struggled a lot with violence and with outbursts. I'll share his diagnosis. I actually talked to my family today
Before you do that really quickly, I think there's some important aspects of this case that before you go forward about your brother, because it's so shocking to hear that a little boy just shot and killed his dad. I think part of the case before we go forward is what happened after the child. Yeah. The child said what? You know what I mean? Like, so explain what happened that we know so far in the case, because that'll explain maybe the mindset the child was.
Yeah. So sorry, I was like trying to get to why I wanted to cover this so bad.
Jay, I'm here for the circus sound clip. It suits these clowns.
Hey, Shelly Bean, thank you for the cooter chat. What's the circus one? Oh, this one? You know what? You're right. I need to get that warmed up. Thank you for your cooter chat.
I came in and told John, we got to talk about this. But so Clayton, trying to get to why I wanted to cover this so bad. I came in and told John, we got to talk about this. But so Clayton, sorry, I was like trying to get to why I wanted to cover this so bad. I came in and told John, we got to talk about this. But so Clayton, the mom hears a noise and smells what she says smells like fireworks, nudges her husband, no response, turns on the light, realizes he's bleeding. They call the police. At some point, he says, I killed daddy. And then the police also overheard him telling his mom that he had killed his dad. And then when they had asked him, I'm going to pull the article actually.
Yeah, let's read the article.
There was a really,
it was a really good article. You read it to me.
Yeah.
It helped me sort of understand what this was a little bit. This is very sad.
He told the police he had a good day with his parents. When his dad told him he needed to go to bed, he got angry. And when police asked Clayton what he thought would happen when he fired the gun, he said, quote, he was mad and he had not thought about that. This is from WGAL. They're a local news source, and they got more
did some
documents.
research.
So in other words, it seems like he doesn't understand consequences. Like he didn't realize, he wasn't thinking, or?
Yeah, like to me, it seems like he didn't think what happens when I do this, which is why it resonated with me, because in my own family, I noticed like my brother growing up never thought next step. It was what's now. There's never any like consequence or any like, if I do X, then Y and then Z happens. And so another interesting aspect of this, which I actually want to talk about, is they said he's being held without bail at the local jail.
What?
Perry County Prison. And I mean, I assume he's separated from adults, but there's something about it that doesn't sit right with me with an 11-year-old being in a prison. It's very clear he had mental health issues. And now we're he's sitting in a prison. No matter what way you slice it, this family's destroyed.
Yeah.
And so he's being denied bail, and he was charged with criminal homicide, which in Pennsylvania, where he lives, after the age of 10, they're charged as adults. So he's also being charged as an adult. His lawyers can argue to charge him as a juvenile, but I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a lot to unpack, but it's like I just can't stop thinking about it.
And what is it that you can't stop thinking about the most?
Yeah, I think
Lauren!
just how there's a lot of
Robert.
factors. I called my parents today talking about it, and I was like, not that I ever thought that this would be our family, right? But like I when I talked about it to my dad's like, I guess I never really thought about it that way. Like we had a lot of struggles with violence. My parents were trying to get help. It's the lack of resources is insane. And just how, I guess I just couldn't stop thinking about how easily these situations can happen.
Mm-hmm.
And just how scary it is. And so I actually called my brother. Luckily, he's doing better than he was as a child. And I asked him if I could talk about some of his struggles growing up, and he was okay with it. And my parents were okay with it. I actually checked with my entire family, just because family's family. I just wanted to get everybody's approval and consent.
Is that better?
Yeah. So my brother, I'll say, was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, and then ODD, which is oppositional defiance disorder. Defiant. I don't know which one. And then he was diagnosed with ADHD, and then had severe anxiety. And
I have her sped up a
sister,
little
one of my
bit.
sisters, had ASD, although hers, back then they called it Asperger's.
Yeah.
I don't think they call it that anymore.
No.
Hers was more socially geared. She struggled socially, and then she had ADHD as well.
Autism and
So,
ODD.
yeah,
Got it.
mental health has definitely been rampant in my family my whole life, but just seeing how fast this can happen, and then just really reading the letter from the school district is what angered me the most, because I just kept thinking about my own family and the struggles my parents went through to get help. Like, I think my brother's hospitalization started when I was in 2nd grade, and he was in 3rd grade, so we were young.
What did the letter say?
Let's read it.
So this is a letter. When is it? And to
This
who
letter
is it from?
was from Douglas and Jillian Dietz, so they're Clayton's parents.
Okay.
It was dated October 9th of 2025 to the Susquehanna, I think that's how you pronounce it, School District, Attention Director of Special Education.
Oh, it gets worse, guys. This is nothing.
And then
This
the subject is formal
nothing.
demand for referral to Yellow Breaches Educational Center and notice of liability. So, and then it says, Dear Miss Bress and the school district administration,
ADHD.
we are
got it.
writing to formally demand that our son Clayton Dietz be referred to the Yellow Breaches Educational Center for specialized behavioral and educational support. Clayton is a 10-year-old child diagnosed with autism who has exhibited increasingly concerning behaviors, including sexual harassment, physical aggression, and theft. These behaviors have been documented and reported by school staff, yet the district continues to deny our repeated requests for referral to a behavioral school equipped to address his needs. We have made multiple attempts to engage with the district in good faith, and they list dates. On May 29th, 2025, Clayton blank, it's redacted. In June 2025, he blank, redacted. On October 8th, 2025, so a day before this letter, he blank, redacted. Bress on July 27th, 2025, and again on September. We spoke with Miss Deanan and Bress on July 27th, 2025, and again on September 16th, 2025 with Lynn Cobb, Miss Mary, Miss Bress, and Kelly Smiley. On October 9th,
She's
so
really
the day this was
excited.
written,
I'm slowing
we
her
were
down
told
to
the
one.
district must, quote, work within the confines of law. Despite these incidents,
Okay, I slowed her down to normal speed because I think she's really excited about this story.
and our proactive efforts, we have been repeatedly informed that Clayton, quote, does not meet the criteria for referral. This response raises serious concerns about the district's documentation practices and its commitment to student safety and appropriate intervention. Let us be clear. We are actively and responsibly seeking preventative measures to support our child and protect other students. In the current societal climate, overlooking such efforts is not only negligent, it is dangerous. Therefore, we hereby notice this blank school district, I have a hard time saying it, that
Hey,
any
Jessica.
continued refusal to refer Clayton to the Yellow Breaches Educational Center will be interpreted as a willful disregard for his behavior needs and the safety of others.
I feel like I'm hijacking Jay. She's keeping y'all informed while I was smoking and using the restroom and letting the puppy out. All right, so you hear her talking, and Jay's right. She's excited to read this story. She can't stop thinking about this case and how she's going to compare her own family's experience to what this family may have been experiencing with a level of violence in the home. That's when I really began to start to wonder, listening to this conversation that when Jay was reviewing it 6 months ago, made me really start to ask questions about Grayson outside of Lauren and John, and how she always wants to talk to John to unpack this with me, help me understand. She's trying to understand herself along the way, kind of like Megan and Brian Koberger.
Should Clayton engage in further criminal or harmful behavior, Douglas Dietz, Jillian Dietz, and Clayton Dietz shall not be held legally responsible. The liability will rest solely with this.
I gotta say it. Ski, Utah. Where you at, girl?
School district for its failure to act on documented concerns and parental requests. Furthermore, your continued refusal to take appropriate action potentially constitutes a violation of blank code, which defines child abuse, and blank code, which addresses endangering the welfare of children under Pennsylvania Criminal Code. Should Clayton's behavior escalate due to lack of appropriate intervention, the district may be held criminally liable for its inaction. We urge you to reconsider your position immediately and initiate the referral process. Please confirm receipt of this letter and provide a written response within 10 business days. Sincerely, Douglas Dietz and Jillian Dietz.
Exactly, Carolina. That's when, because I remembered this conversation, right, when we heard about her brother. And I already knew before I saw before Grayson shared those videos, I'd already seen them. I already knew. And I remember thinking when I saw that, I was like, this is the brother that she spoke of on that show? This is him? I was floored. It's wild, isn't it? Yeah, I get it, Happy. I do get it. And trust me, it's a big debate in Florida at times, because Florida's been known to put a lot of kids in the adult system at a very young age, and it's always for unaliving. The two right now are together, they're cohorts. They unalived a little girl, and so they're both charged as adults now, and they had to take their time to that. Florida has to be careful, because we know it will be. They know it will be fought, right? But that's one of those conversations that is America ready to have, kind of like removing the death penalty because it's in our way now. Instead of making a point, it's in the way now.
I mean, it clearly sounds like they had an attorney helping them write it.
Yeah.
With the civil codes. But yeah, I was just thinking, luckily in my own family, my parents were able to afford sending my brother to specialized school. It got to a level when he was maybe 12 or 13 that they had to do that. But what about these parents that can't, right? They don't get the resources. And so I kind of wanted to talk about that. And then also just, I guess I'm just like kind of shocked at how fast it escalated. It's clear there was a pattern of escalation over time. But I just kind of wanted to get John's thoughts on everything.
Yeah. And before.
Shut up, Lauren. Of course, I want to get John's thoughts. Girl, we keep trying to tell her she cannot trust those thoughts. They're dark. They're dreadful. They're eerie and creepy and horrible, and oh my God, it never ends with the sadness. No wonder they can't find Jesus.
Jump to John too. So I want to ask, so he went to the gun.
And let me bring another personal traumatic story of my own into this one. But share an experience and get it over with. Don't go like, oh, this case reminds me of my brothers. They were horrible, John. I suffered. Because that's what I took away from this interview in the end. She suffered at the hands of her brothers.
Unsafe, not even thinking the gun was in there, that the Nintendo Switch was in there.
That's
right?
what it sounds like. But
you don't know.
Did also say that he had somebody in mind to shoot.
Great point, Donnell. I am recalling how people told Kresha they were surprised to see that JJ could talk. The misunderstanding is awful, and Grayson is not helping. Thank you for that comment. You're spot on. Have I heard this yet? Oh, yes. That's why I mentioned it a couple times. CH recalled it as well, and CH found it for me so we could review it again. Because I remember when Jay reviewed this, and I remember thinking, oh my God, what am I hearing, right? This is wild. And it told me a lot about Grayson. Crazy.
So
John's
there is
just
this
sitting
level
there.
of like
Maybe he wanted to shoot someone.
Yeah, or was there like, I mean, we don't know, right? Was there a premeditative aspect, or was it heat of the moment? Like, I know for
a moment.
Like for my brothers, everything was black and white. It's right then and there. This is what he thinks. This is what he does. There's no
impulsive and now.
It's
impulsive and now. That woman liked to insert things, right? She's like, let me add to the dramatic stuff. Let me pull out my fancy words. Insert drama here. Lauren, you're so predictable. You are so, let me use one of Megan's perfectly placed cuss words. You are so fucking predictable, Lauren Matthias.
Exactly.
Is that okay, Megan? You forgive me? I don't want to be dubbed unforgiven by you, heifer.
Sort of impulsive. So I guess so that kind of was like,
hey guys, if you're just joining, we are listening to the latest Patreon.
Jay kind of freaked me out there. I wasn't expecting it.
Audio.
I was like, why am I hearing Jay in my ear?
Audio only with Grayson, John, and Lauren. And we're also playing Lajingo. The G is silent because we'd like her to be. And Grayson has given us all kinds of inside scoop on her family's medical history.
Like maybe this wasn't as impulsive, but then the way the article reads with the court documents, it sounds like he didn't maybe think that there was a gun in the safe. He was just looking for his Nintendo Switch and thought that's where it was.
Oh, instead he found the pew pew.
And so,
damn.
I don't really know.
Yeah.
I also want to add, I've been looking, I don't think they had any other kids, so I just think it's very sad for Jillian. She just lost her husband.
And her son.
She clearly just lost her son. And who knows what's going to come out of this.
Yeah. Very sad. And I want to ask you more too, a little bit later, how it affected you. You know, how this affected your growing up.
Yeah.
See, why would Lauren, as her boss, want to put this out in her podcast?
Because Lauren's incredibly manipulative and she knows what to do next. That little wheel don't ever stop spinning. It spins in the sleep. That notepad, she's got one of them automatic writing pens, don't she? When her thoughts happen, the pen just writes it down.
This is so weird. Like, I want to know more. How it affected you personally. Like, give us the nitty gritty, Grayson. So people can use it against you.
The youngest.
Yes.
So everybody's older. You know, how this affected your growing up.
Yeah.
He was your older brother. You're the youngest.
Yes.
So everybody's older. You have anything to say, or do you want Grayson to maybe chat about?
Well, I'm not sure. I think you guys are.
God, they woke him up. You can talk now, John. We won't cut you off. Well, I might. Jay might. He wouldn't like us at all, would he? He'd be like, I'm not going on their shows. They will just cut me off today. Lauren's like, but you really should. It could redeem us. John's like, fuck you, Lauren.
Still
processing.
Where do you want me to jump in? I mean, I think.
Oh, listen to him. He's like,
Uh-huh.
oh, you guys are still just talking shit.
I can't help it, y'all. I gotta take a gummy because she gonna let me laugh. Hold up. Hold on. I'm coming, Jay.
You didn't even introduce me.
I can't.
So awkward, man. Everything about these people.
Yeah.
He was your older brother. You're the youngest.
Yes.
So everybody's older.
Grayson went to John, she said, and said, we need to talk about this case.
Uh-huh. Fucking mind blowing. I should have called up Jay. Well, I don't have no Jay. I don't have Jay's phone number. I should have. She don't like to check her Twitter stuff. I should be like, Jay, you should come over here and review me. Come with me while we review you, Jay. Just Jay reviewing Jay is always funny.
You have anything to say, or do you want Grayson to maybe chat about?
Well, I'm not
too.
sure. I think you guys are still
processing.
Where do you want me to jump in? I mean, I think.
He's like, well, if you two would shut up. If Grayson would stop talking to you, Lauren, she could talk to me finally. She wanted to talk to me, remember? John, you predictable too.
I think first of all, let's talk about what autism is. I think that's
Hang on, we got to get this is not medical advice on the screen. Hold on. I don't trust what's about to come out this fucker's mouth. Hold on, y'all be patient. I don't have a producer. It's just me at my desk. Medical advice. I don't want to be accused of something again. I don't need it in my life, John. Add. Did I spell it right? I can't see. Yes. Okay. I did. Yay. All right. Thanks, y'all. Here we go. John's going to give his interpretation of what he thinks something is. He may or may not be wrong. I don't know. I wouldn't go for him. I wouldn't go to him for advice. If y'all have you parents that know better, you tell us in the chat if you know better.
it's important.
He's accurate. That's okay too, though.
I think I'm just going to read. This is from a recent article, 2020.
Oh God, Lindsay Clancy gets handed a pamphlet and a website. John's referring to something from 2020 he found. Some research from a database, maybe? It's scary.
The title of this, it's a research article from the Journal of Autism.
Damn it. Jay's got to stop it. I can't focus. Jay, stop.
And Developmental Disorders, 2021. The title of this is Young Adults with Autism Spectrum.
CH says to Google what autism is, and it will be John's words. I don't doubt it, CH, one stinking bit. That's what them armchair experts do these days. They like to Google their information like the rest of us. Then you got to double check that bitch sometimes. Will be wrong.
Spectrum disorder.
It'll be like, oh, my bad, you're correct, I'm wrong. I'm like, what the hell am I asking you shit for then? God, that's a whole other conversation to be had.
Order in the criminal justice system. I'm just going to read the opening paragraph.
He's going to read a paragraph from an article to start his thesis that Grayson has now asked for. His analogy. He's going to analysis us. Oh God, buckle up, buttercups. We're about to get analyzed. I have my own dictionary over here.
Significant media attention has been drawn to the intersection of autism spectrum disorder and criminal behaviors.
What?
But relatively little empirical data is available to describe.
I think Brian Koberger's lawyer read the same shit. Did she consult with Dr. John at some point that I'm not aware of? Is deeply hidden in those unsealed documents? I better not find out.
Describes individuals with autism spectrum disorders involvement in the criminal justice system.
Lucy, no, he doesn't.
There are concerns that individuals with autism spectrum disorder or ASD.
That comment says, oh, for fuck's sake, he doesn't know anything on his own. That's a good point. He has to go get an article. Or does he have time to read from a book? Why can't he just put a thought out there that he should already have in his head? Right? He's like the expert, right? And he studies all the books. He must have like a library at the house, like one of them nice ones. I feel like John does a lot of reading. He's that guy. He probably got a smoking chair and a pipe. Dude, y'all think he's got a smoking chair and a pipe? One of them little slick ass little robes you put on when you smoking pipes and reading books? Yeah, John just can't sit there and tell you about it. You know, he's just got to, hold on, let me grab a book. And I got the page highlighted and indexed, and it probably got little sticky tabs all over it. And then articles to refer to as well. No practical thoughts in his brain.
May be a greater risk for
original thoughts. Sorry, I got my words confused.
Criminal justice system involvement due to ASD-related characteristics, such as difficulties understanding social cues and the emotional states of others, problems with change in routines and transitions, rigid thinking, restricted interests, and poor emotional regulation.
He reminds me of them doctors testifying in the Lindsay Clancy trial.
So there's a lot, right? That paragraph I think is really important to start this discussion because
Okay, I want to hear the doctor out, so I'm going to shut my big mouth and mute. Megan and Trace could be listening, and they might point a finger and call me up. They might have a label for me today, and I'm sick of labels this week. I done got enough thrown. I'm picking up strays. People like to throw strays your way, so I'm going to mute and let John talk for a moment. I'll be back in a minute because I'm sure I'll have something to say, something to type. Good God.
I've been hesitant to weigh in on this
Molly.
topic until now because
You
we
haven't?
get so many people writing us saying, hey, can you talk about autism? There's been so many high profile cases
Who asks
recently
you to do that?
that
I was about to, Jay, get out of my head, girlfriend. I was about to say the same thing. Who? John? Who's emailing you and asking you what cases are you talking about? Y'all seen a bunch of high profile cases where autism's a factor other than Brian Koberger's lawyer trying to play sneaky snake with it? For a PhD student on top of that? Other than that, what is he talking about? He must have heard of some cases we haven't yet. There's a few, yes, but oh good God, they're making shit up again.
have
The content and all.
implicated autism in criminality and murder.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm getting mad. Now he's equating autism and criminality.
Yep.
This is very dangerous territory.
Get him, girl.
Jim Cox. He says, I'm going to sue Jay if she keeps using John and his tongue sticking out in thumbnails.
Is it triggering him like he must have got triggered like Trisha over the thumbnail? He's like, nightmare. He woke up in his sleep and saw Jay's lizard tongue thumbnails, and it's like, oh my God, I got to stop. Jay traumatizing people in the middle of the night with her thumbnails.
I'm getting PTSDism. Well, this one's for you, my friend.
Oh my God, no. Shit.
That tongue is like subhuman.
We did need this in our life today, Happy. It's been a long week with that Lindsay Clancy trial. God dang. Okay. Thank you, Jay. Damn it, man.
Or not subhuman, but like, I don't know what you'd call it. Like, not human. Ugh. All right, let's keep going.
Murder specifically, right? And so we get so many questions about that, right? And I've really been a little hesitant to weigh in because it's complicated.
Correct.
But tonight on this, I want to kind of clarify some of the research and some of the issues around this. And I think actually Grayson's brother is going to give us a very interesting and useful platform to discuss this because his diagnoses are precisely relevant to the research on this, and a very interesting and useful platform to discuss this because his diagnoses are precisely relevant.
Wow, John, this is crazy. No, her brother's not coming on. She's going to just talk about her brother. Oh, no. Oh, no.
To the research on this, and they'll actually help us. The research will help us understand a lot more about how autism might relate to your brother's issues around violence, right? So,
Violence?
but let's back up a little bit, and for those listeners who don't know what autism is or know little about it, let's talk a little bit about what it is.
Help me.
Autism is basically, there's two main components of autism. The first is, this is according to the
Whoop, whoop. Staff contractor number 1 just entered Cooterville. Everybody give her a warm welcome. Thank you for joining tonight, Steph. And it is wonderful to see you here in Cooterville.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
DSM, DSM-5, TR, temporary revision. The first main component is persistent deficits in social
Is Lauren making pizza rolls back there? What's she doing?
DSM-5, TR, temporary revision. The first main component is persistent deficits in social communication and interaction across multiple contexts. So you could have deficits in social communication in specific contexts, right? Like maybe someone is afraid of interacting in a school classroom, but then at home they're fine.
Right.
So it has to be across context where in other words, the situation is not dictating the behavior. It has to be consistent, right? And that this is true, by the way, of personality disorders.
Oh.
With personality disorders, situations can shape certain things, but for the most part, if you're a psychopath, you're going to be a psychopath everywhere. You're going to be a psychopath at the grocery store. You're going to be a psychopath at work, right? It's the same thing with shape certain things, but for the most part, if you're a psychopath, you're going to be a psychopath everywhere. You're going to be a psychopath at the grocery store.
That was totally an edit. Terrible, terrible. Anna, Bobana, Fee, Fi, Fomana, Anna, Bob, Nana. Thank you for becoming a cooter. Come on in and close your legs, girl.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Shelly Bean, thank you for your super chat. Violence might stem from ODD, not autism. Yes. Yes. Is he putting psychopathic next to being autistic? He's horrible. He's horrible. We got psychopathy on the board. Where is it? Down here. All right, let's keep going.
Or you're going to be a psychopath at work, right? It's the same thing with autism.
Gross, man.
Not that they're psychopaths, but that they're issues with store. You're going to be a psychopath at work, right? It's the same thing with autism. Not that they're psychopaths, but that their issues with deficits in social communication are constant across context. The second element of autism is restricted, repetitive patterns of behavior, interests, and activities. So in other words, a child, for example, that's playing with a toy with autism is less likely to involve in what we call symbolic play. In other words, they're less likely to use a toy and see it in the context of a larger play theme they're developing. And they're more likely to focus on a very specific element of that toy, like an arm or a leg, or right? And they're going to use that specific detail to drive their play.
Help a brother out here.
Rather than the larger theme that a child with autism might develop. In other words, it's the rigidity that they have trouble seeing play as part of the larger imaginative.
He's like, this man is wild. And I think people who have loved ones who are on the spectrum have probably listened to him and go, what in the hell, right? And it's like when they try to do this broad, we all know there's different levels of the spectrum, right? I remember when the spectrum became a thing. It was just autistic before. And then they developed a spectrum, like a level, right, of autism. And I remember starting to read stuff and watch stuff, trying to understand what that was. So like, what is this? None of my kids have autism. I don't know what this is. So I was just trying, out of curiosity, to figure out what's going on with these babies and these kids. And so I kind of started paying attention to all of that. And we have someone in the family now who has autism, and I'm just learning as his mom learns, right? And I don't get to see them all the time, so I'm not a part of the journey. But from a distance, I am. But it's a hard walk. But there's a lot of tough mamas out there too, right? And to hear like the experts define it and label it like a one fits all kind of thing, and I think a lot of people now have a good generalization of how high functioning even are you. Some kids may not be as approachable, some things like that. If you're going to talk about it, educate about it. And what is Grayson actually trying to do here? See if her brothers were really at a level where they could have been just as dangerous, just as angry and use that level of violence on her own parents. She's insinuating there was violence in the home at her brother's hands, right? And y'all hear how she's describing this so far. Then you go and look at the video and you're like, well, he come a long way, right? Converted a whole bus, can do all those things, and we understand that he can do all those things and still need help along the way, but damn, Grayson, she made it sound like these were very troubled individuals, right? And it told me a lot more about her. I think because it almost feels like they required a level of attention she didn't get because of their disabilities, right? Whatever was going on, the parents are trying all they can to figure that out. The other sibling may feel a little left out sometimes. And I don't think that's even intended a lot of times. It's just what it is. Is that what Grayson's feeling with all these emotions? I wasn't enough attention paid to me. Lauren's alluded to stuff like that from her past. Interesting. What are you doing, Grayson?
Canvas.
Right.
And so,
Shut up.
and so that's just in general, that's kind of a,
Okay. Well, I'm going to let them talk for a few minutes. I got to go prep my pork chops super quick. I'll be listening. Y'all multitasking. I got that kind of brain.
how autism gets defined.
Again, thanks, Jay, for justice. We appreciate you. You are comedy relief when needed, because all this shit gets so heavy sometimes that we do cover, guys, and we all know that. And we can appreciate the comedy that we insert into it. But on a serious note, this is very serious stuff, right? Going back to when we all learned JJ wasn't as described to a lot of us. You know, that's why I'm trying to pick apart what Sebastian Rogers' abilities really were compared to what they weren't, because that's important. If we see this child in public, is he okay to approach as a stranger? Should we approach and say, do you need help? Should we stay back because he's intimidated by that kind of thing? You come tell us that. Come educate in the correct way. Come correct instead of using people's, I don't even like calling them mental health issues at this point when I'm seeing how mental health is treated in this country. A label is slapped on you and you're just done. You're damaged goods. These doctors are dangerous, in my opinion, just as dangerous as Lauren Matthias. And I don't no longer see it funny or comical. Oh my God, look how she's dressed today. I don't fucking care. She's dangerous. She's dangerous to Grayson. She's dangerous to all her hidden gems. You, lady, you're not hidden from me, and you never will be, and you never were. And I picked up on it midway through you interviewing Kay and Larry Woodcock. Should we go back that far in time, Lauren Matthias? Because that's where I first saw Kay and Larry Woodcock, was on Hidden True Crime. Lori Vallow case was about to get underway for trial. So I'm conducting my research because it was about fucking time. Had to chase a little heifer down to Hawaii with a fucking microphone stuck in her mouth, in her face. Let's go to trial. So I find Hidden True Crime on YouTube, and I watched a couple of videos. Like, oh, she talks to the family. That's nice, because I don't know much about these children outside of what Lori Vallow did to them. And I began watching what she was doing over there, and her exploration of this cult Mormon LD, I always say LSD, LDS stuff. And it came, I don't know, it felt weird to me, y'all. It started to feel weird. It started to feel different. And then I started to make sense to me when I began to watch Kay talk about it. I didn't know Kay Woodcock. She was just the lady on the show of the baby's grandma, right? And I fell absolutely in love with Kay and Larry. That was before I came to YouTube with this case, or even Twitter, where I saw them, right? I just only knew them through that Hidden True Crime stuff. And I fell in love with them. I just really didn't pay her a whole lot of attention, to be honest. But I saw she was investigating, I guess, that cult shit. But something was weird about her coverage using, then now it turns out she was doing what I suspected, using that family, right? So then I had to go back to how did Joe meet Crescia? Because Joe was super excited about meeting the family. I met Crescia. It's like the victim's family? That Crescia? He's like, yeah. I was like, oh, Joe, she's the victim's family. You need to treat her as such. Be mindful. Don't use that. That's your friendship, right? That's different. I think Joe got Lauren's memo. And Trace, you helped facilitate it. And I'm going to be careful about what I say right now, and I probably need to stop and just let this play for a minute. I probably should laugh with Jay and go get my pork chops ready.
The other important thing is it occurs on a spectrum. So you mentioned this, Grayson, but the important thing is that there's different levels of functioning with autism. So the level one would be, so we used to use the term Asperger's to describe essentially a version of autism, but with children that have more language skills and they might have above average intelligence. And so in other words, they're high functioning. And so level one would be kind of typical of Asperger's. Level two is that they require substantial support.
God.
And level three would be somebody with autism on the autism spectrum. They require very substantial support. So those are the kids and later adults.
He's saying there's only 3 segments of autism? Dude, he is spreading total misinformation. Thank you, Pines, for the 5 cooterships. If you received a cootership from the lovely OVG in the Pines, make sure you give her a shout out and say thanks. Thank you for your support tonight.
That struggle with language. They struggle with very limited social interaction. They can't make eye contact, right? They can't read any social situations. So I think those are 2 things that are important to understand about autism is we're not talking about one thing. We're not talking about a discrete
Why are
entity.
you even
We're
talking about autism? Why are you even talking about autism? The kid shot his dad. We don't know if he has autism. It doesn't matter. Autism doesn't make people violent. Stop it. Stop it right now. John. I think people are going to be reporting your ass.
A spectrum of varying degrees of functioning, different levels of functioning. But the characteristics of autism are, generally speaking, the deficits in social communication and the restricted repetitive patterns of behavior. Those are the 2 things that define it. And for this discussion, this is probably the most important thing. And that is that autism is a neurologically based diagnosis. In other words, autism is seen as something that primarily involves the brain, right, and neurological issues, rather than personality-based issues. So I think when we talk about crime and people say, oh, Brian Koberger has autism, the autism, played a massive role in the murders, right?
Oh, God. What? Who says his autism played a major role in the murders? Certainly not I, said the fly. Put a 1 in chat if you ever heard Brian Koberger's autism as a major motive for the Idaho 4 murders. This guy, oh my God. Stop it. Only the pro-burgers brought that shit up. And his family. The pro-burgers that think he's innocent. And I never heard autism blamed on the Idaho 4 murders. Stop it. You are a danger to society.
So I think when we talk about crime and people say, oh, Brian Koberger has autism, the autism, played a massive role in the.
He didn't have a defense and never went to trial. He pled guilty. Stop.
Murders, right? What people were not getting with that is that autism isn't really about personality. It's about specific neurological responses to neurological behaviors that originate from a genetic and biological basis, typically in the brain. So we know that kids with autism, for example, the cerebellum, which affects like balance, and the cerebrum, which is the cerebral cortex, right?
Okay,
It
hold
affects
on.
executive function.
Hold on. Brakes on. Backed up in court documents in the Idaho 4 case as someone who's well schooled in the case. And I can back it up in documents. Brian Koberger's defense attorney, Ann Taylor, brought autism into the picture. She absolutely filed documents about Brian Koberger's autism, his level on the spectrum. She needed to make sure the jury understood why he would stare at them, possibly, or stare off into space, right? It was a thing, but it was never, this is why he did it. But she did talk about his coordination abilities and things of that nature. So I don't know what John's actually talking about, but it pays to know the case. And that's where that come from. And that's what he's talking about, I think, but he's not explaining it correctly, right? Ann Taylor did tell the judge, I want the jury to understand ahead of trial why my client is the way he is in court. But we're not going to use that as a way out because he didn't even do it, right? Brian Koberger didn't do it. So we don't blame the autism for it, but we want y'all to understand why he's acting the way he is. So there you go. Okay, back to my pork chops. I was almost done, damn it.
And decision making, and then the amygdala, which affects emotions, all of those are affected.
Hey, Shauna.
All of those brain imaging studies have shown that those components of the brain are all affected by autism, making it therefore more of a brain neurological disorder than a personality disorder. And that's important to understand because when we talk about murder, a lot of times I think there's confusion over that difference.
Mm-hmm.
That
last night,
that people want to see autism as more of a personality disorder when in fact it's not. It's something it's more specific than that.
Neurological.
Right, neurologically based. So
in other words, I could be wrong. No, I just
yeah.
Personality disorder, I think, would be more nature versus nurture combined.
Really,
correct?
Grayson?
Yeah.
And then
right.
autism is just nature, essentially.
That's right. That's a good That's a good interpretation. One of the things that, for example, I mean, autism isn't super well understood in terms of the origins of it,
Right.
but we definitely know there's more of a genetic component because siblings, if you happen to have siblings with autism, the risk of autism, to have more siblings with autism goes up dramatically, like 50%, and then the risk of passing that on goes up dramatically too. So in other words, and this is true in twin studies too. So in other words, there's a heritable, meaning there's a heritability issue, meaning that the gene for autism clearly shows up in families, essentially in families with autism. And it seemingly gets passed on, and then that gene obviously influences brain.
He's a specialist in family and marital counseling. Period.
Development and biology, right? That's where that comes into play. But also,
all right, we're going to have to check off John makes the diagnosis. He is way too far with this one.
One of the things that seems to be the case is the prenatal environment has a tremendous influence on brain development. And so one of the things that research is beginning to find is that a prenatal development or environment where there's a tremendous amount of stress and poor nutrition, right? When there's a lot of elements that are negative for prenatal development,
what?
It seems to be the case that that's having a major impact on potentially on the fetus and brain development in the fetus. And then the other thing that's interesting about the current research is that they're finding some connection. None of these are like completely connected, but they're finding some connection between the microbiota gut-brain axis. That's what it's called. In other words, right, the connection between a healthy intestinal environment versus one that's not. And all of that, by the way, is also influenced by the prenatal environment and stressors in the environment. So it's not purely genetic and biological. There's obviously, and we're going to talk about, by the way, we're going to talk about family culture and how that can impact autism too. But there's all these factors that kind of come into play in terms of their potential impact on autism. So that's kind of, it's a little background on autism. I'll just jump right into, and this is something completely related to your situation, your brother, Grayson. So probably the most important study on autism in recent years is from the Journal of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry from 2017. The title of this article is Autism and Convictions for Violent Crimes, Population-Based Cohort Study in Sweden. So this is a very large study, cohort-based study, populations.
I'm sorry, I have to break the monotony because Sean is so funny. I don't watch content creators who don't show their faces, let alone pay to listen to them. So sus, and a big fuck you to their Patreons. I bet they're sitting around a Ouija board in their undies. Did we get inappropriate laughter? Did I miss that? I think we already marked that one. We did.
A study from Sweden that has...
Sweden?
It looked at a sample of 295,730 population study from Sweden that has... It looked at a sample of 295,734 individuals, of which
345,672 individuals. What is he talking about? Did we miss IQ for the first bajingo? He did talk about intellectual levels, didn't he? That'll give us our first Belingo with the tongue. Belingo of the night. And we got that with cucumbers, IQ, ODD, and awkward moment.
1,739 had an autism diagnosis. So you have a really large sample. They look closely at this cohort, and here's their main finding.
Okay.
Listen to those papers.
I'm going to quote this here. Quote, in this large population-based study, a higher proportion of individuals with autism, particularly those without ID, which means intellectual disability.
So why did Grayson even want to unpack this in this way? Is it about her brothers, or is it about the little boy who shot his dad? What's got her so bothered, right? I gotta hold on. My dogs are being a little obnoxious at the moment. Because John's like this, relating to your brothers, right? And it's like, so is she trying to understand her brothers 6 months ago and needed John to help her get there? In this case, opened the door for the conversation. Don't tell me she hasn't discussed the brothers with John before. I feel like I'm going to sneeze. I was just using pepper. Hold on. Maybe not. A false alarm. All right. Hold on. What are y'all saying? Muting what we'll check back. Yeah, it's not. I mean, that's what it is. That whole conversation is her bringing that up, that case, right, and it reminding her of her brothers. And then she goes into this family dysfunction with her family and the brothers. And she talked about the violence and the dysfunction that was there and how hard of a time it was for her parents to deal with her brother. It was a whole thing. And how she was not like neglected in some ways because there was so much time spent on the brothers. This was 6 months ago. She's trying to unpack this with this man. And then Lauren goes live to talk about a Lindsay Clancy update and throws in last minute, oh, by the way, Hidden True Crime has suffered a great loss. And it was like, damn, that's perfect timing since Turtle Boy's going live with Christina, your alleged, according to your word, stalker coming out. It's weird how it all works in Lauren's favor, right? The things that she can use just fall into her lap. And boy, we know she's going to use them. No doubt about it. All you got to do is give Lauren a breadcrumb and she's on it. We're making cakes and cookies too. Goodness. And John out here explaining autism to all those gyms who are not probably educated. What about the ones that are educated on it because they have a loved one or a child? Do they agree with John's take on this kind of stuff? Excuse me, I finally sneezed. I like pepper. Are the hummingbirds back, Faye? Faye, I'm going to have to go out there in a minute and touch my grass. Oh. I don't know what to think about these people, y'all. Or, I mean, in the big scheme of things, how do you combat it? You're right, there's no real way to do it. Like, I'm not going to be able to jump into Lauren's chat and go, warning, red flag, and people go, oh my God, thank you. It's not going to happen. Same with Trisha and Megan. But they're sure watching because they sure respond, right? I feel like a lot of people do that. They're trolling around to make sure they're not talked about. When they are, they got to respond. We see that across the board. But Lauren's level of that manipulation, right? Did Grayson troll Facebook trying to find out how to reach this little boy's mama? You know what I mean? Let's talk. Would you come talk to me and John about your tragedy? Do they field out that kind of stuff, looking for the next family victim that's willing to come and talk to them so they can exploit and take advantage of and put in their back pocket to save for a rainy day like she did with Jerry Vallow? Did Lauren sit awake and go, how can I hurt Kresha the most? Oh, I know. I don't actually got to do it myself, but I can let Jerry do it. That's so disgusting and hateful. It was hateful to do to Kresha. It was hateful to do to Jerry. Because I'm not going to hold any ill will toward a man who's going to feel how he feels, whatever. I figured that's Kay's brother and her business, not mine. I don't like that he was used to take digs at Kresha, because we all know that's what it was. The gyms don't know it, so y'all make sure you hit the thumbs up and get us into the algorithm, because that little bitch is broken. She is not healed, and she's unwell today. People out there today trying to make sense of Brian Koberger's Amazon click activity as if he wasn't the guy who unalived 4 innocent students asleep in their house after a night out. Jesus Christ Almighty.
A higher proportion of individuals with autism had been convicted of a violent crime by the maximum age of 27 years than those without autism. So initially, when they looked at this data, they were starting to see that they thought there was a relationship between autism and violent crime.
Okay, interesting.
But here,
Lauren's always, okay, interesting. Everything's freaking interesting to her. And I don't think she's even paying attention most of the time. We can see it. She's so checked out. But she did say John started the channel. She's just the face. He's like, you better not interrupt me when we go live today. Or no, we don't do that. We go, well, we'll do it on that Patreon thing. When we make our videos, don't you interrupt me, lady. It's my channel. You're just the face.
Here's the
A face. Oh, well, this fake face.
caveat.
Okay, yeah,
But, and I'll continue to read here, quote, however, co-occurring ADHD.
Do I really got to add hashtags to my title, CH? It's not good enough for to have them in the description. I'm trying to fix the algorithm to pay attention to what I want. I already put them in the description. Should I be putting them in the title too to steer the traffic our way? You know, I'm doing my social experiment. I'll do it. I'll test it for a week. Hang on, I'm making a note. I'm running my experiment with my thumbnails. Is it cute? I learned how to. I didn't learn. I've known how to use the AI. That little bitch gets on my nerves. She don't listen half the time.
And conduct disorder largely explain this increased risk.
Interesting.
These conditions, meaning ADHD and conduct disorder, along with other later onset psychiatric disorders.
ADHD and conduct disorders. He's as dangerous as them weird ass doctors in Lindsay Clancy. Does he realize that mental health care doctors are on notice? Does he realize that? Did he not get the memo from his wife after watching the trial? Lauren, you didn't tell him that mental health care professionals are on notice, honey? It's a hard pill for him to swallow, I'm sure, but you better tell him. We don't want to blindside the good doctor.
Specifically psychosis and alcohol and drug misuse, meaning substance abuse, were the most important individual predictors of violent criminality and autism. So in other words...
It's not autism.
Right. So we just talked about Nick Reiner and schizophrenia, that in many ways...
Nick's having issues in the jail.
Schizophrenia is not the cause of violence. It's substance abuse and psychopathy, right?
Yeah, right.
And with autism, with autism...
You brought up that word psychopathy. Interesting. I was waiting on it. John, take your own memos and notes, motherfucker. Dude, sorry. I almost had do I have Tourette's too? My cussing just pops out of my mouth all of a sudden.
You have a very similar finding, which...
Sorry, I'm not making fun of anybody with a label. I'm tired of people having labels slapped on them and being defined by their labels. Right? It's so easy to slap a label on an individual and treat them that accordingly their entire life. It's disgusting and it needs to stop. Accept the people for who they are. Embrace them and love them. Lord, I appreciate my friends who ain't quite right in the head like me.
Is that when you're younger, that the factors that influence risk are ADHD, which your brother had, and conduct disorder, which so your brother had oppositional defiant disorder, which is the precursor to conduct disorder. So you don't diagnose conduct disorder typically.
CH, doesn't the title matter too in the thumbnail? Don't that what people look at? Or do they just Google their hashtag? Or they go to YouTube and hashtag what they want to see? It needs to be in the title? Okay. So what's that got to do with my thumbnail and my title? Actual being correct. I don't like to be I don't want the clickbait, whatever they call it. I don't like that. I want to put the actual title and the actual thumbnail out there. I can still do that, right?
Until, you typically diagnose it. Well, let me take
Conduct
that.
disorder the same as bipolar, or is that different?
No, they're different. So conduct disorder.
Hammy, my tribe.
So
conduct disorder, does it mean they're bipolar, or is it something different? I can't believe she's doing this about not even herself, her fucking brother.
Oppositional defiant disorder would be, oppositional defiant disorder would be a lesser version of conduct disorder. Conduct disorder would be the precursor to antisocial personality.
Rachel, exactly. Grayson is sitting here trying to get John to diagnose her brother or brothers based on her description of her brothers. That is her experience, not theirs, right? That's her experience as a sibling of a child with autism, which I could probably appreciate that conversation because I'm sure that struggle is real, right? If we're being honest at face value here. But Grayson's so full of trauma in her head, she's relying on the wrong man to figure it all out. Diagnosing her brothers is not something he shouldn't be diagnosing anybody. We know that. But that's what he's sitting here attempting to do based on her baseline description. And for him to sit on the internet and constantly do this to people, right? He's constantly got a diagnosis for people. We can appreciate a psychologist's views on cases, but to come out here with your rock solid, this is it, we don't trust it. I've never trusted it. Criminal profilers, I'm not even sure if I can trust them people. I take note of what they say and I can appreciate it, but I'm not sure they're right. Sounds like the profile is one size fits all, if you ask me. And I don't think that's the case. Look at Brian Christopher Koberger, our hybrid killer. He doesn't fit the normal profile. Dr. Gary Picardo, take note. All right, whatever. They're not listening to me.
Personality disorder, which then antisocial personality disorder, it can be closely aligned with psychopathy, right? So think of those along a continuum. You've got ODD, which your brother had, conduct disorder, antisocial personality disorder for adults.
She gave her brother's medical history to John and all the things he was allegedly suffering from. You don't need HIPAA if somebody volunteers it, y'all. Oh, damn. Girl, can we get your psychological background handed to the good doctor? Or did...
Psychopathy.
Oh,
those are all related. So
I'm going to look up psychopathy. We can slap that label on. Y'all got your label makers out?
In other words, this study essentially found exactly what you said about your brother. Like,
he's like this little
the autism
pussy.
wasn't the thing that necessarily that led to your brother's violence, right? It was more the ADHD because of probably the ADHD with impulsivity.
ADHD with impulsivity makes you violent more so than the autism? Huh. They are, CH. Totally agree. Thank you for your insights. Oh, sorry, Faye. I'm blind as a bat, y'all. I got 2 screens going and I can't see shit. Many on the spectrum are misdiagnosed, just like many women in America suffering with bipolar. They don't know how to treat it. They don't understand it yet, right? What they don't understand, they conform a different treatment to that, thinking, well, if it worked for that, it should work for this. And it's not working out. I think therapies probably help a lot of the children on the spectrum. The person I know who's raising a child right now has seen school and therapy make a huge difference, right? But I think there's still a lot of studying to be done, and I hope people come correct with their studies and diagnose these children correctly. And it's not a one size fits all from what I'm seeing. Like the way you treat certain bipolar disorders and others, it's not a one size fits all cookie cutter type of deal. You can't do that because there's so many variations of it, right? But old John's over here taking in the laundry list of things that were labeled onto Grayson's brothers, and he's diagnosing them now. Because remember, one doctor doesn't really need to look into your actual records because now they're going to make their own diagnosis, and by God, theirs is better than the last one. I'm going to diagnose you correctly. I don't need to see those records from those past doctors. That's what was going on in Lindsay Clancy's case. No need to see all that. I'll diagnose you correctly. Don't you worry.
And then
prescription pads coming out of the decks, coming out next.
ODD. The ODD was more of a personality variable.
Yeah, and I will add, in my brother's situation, he was diagnosed really late with autism.
Okay.
Maybe he was like 12 or 13 when they finally got the autism diagnosis, but like he had already been diagnosed with ODD and, was already, he'd been in speech, since he was really young. Even now, at 26, he still struggles with speech.
Okay.
And not a lot, but, he has a lisp and,
he has a lisp? And she called that struggling with speech? We heard the boy talk on the video. Six months ago, she's describing him as 26-year-old man, the brother that just passed, that we saw the videos of. She might consider what she starts talking about on the internet and how she talks about it. She might should start considering that. A lisp is not a. You can't have anything wrong with you around Grayson. Lauren's eyebrows cannot be amiss. Yeah, a lisp, and now the boy's got. Look at Jay's face. Jay's like, damn, girl, that's all he got's a lisp, and you're throwing him under the bus for it? Fuck. Fuck. We're going to use our well placed cuss words, Megan. Fuck. Okay, I'll mute out and go have another cigarette on that note. My pork chops are starting to smell good, and they just went in the oven.
I used
Jay.
How is she doing this to her brother? For what?
I know, Jay. It's insane. Jinx. I know, CH. Jinx. Oh, God. We are just as appalled, Jay for Justice. Or are we every day with Jay? We're Jay for Justice. We're appalled too, Jay.
What? What is happening? So he's reading all about autism, okay? The kid that killed his dad, we don't even know if the kid had his autism, number one. So they're bringing all this in. Now she's bringing her brother and his diagnoses and all this stuff about her brother.
Wow.
It was diagnosed really late, but so yeah, I don't know. I just was thinking about that. It was a very late diagnosis.
So in other words, the other things were more clear.
The other things were more clear. They were diagnosed a lot earlier. My parents did combination of.
Stop it. This would make us all do things we hadn't done in a long time, wouldn't it? Jesus. Good thing I ain't got. Wait. I think my son does have whiskey in the house because somebody at his work gave them all like a bottle. My son doesn't drink either. And he did try one night. I smelled it. I was like, oh, dude, that shit's strong. It's in the cabinet. Is she going to drive me to drinking today? Nah, nobody gets to have that, but I will go smoke. That's how I not delete people. I smoke to this day. It's a struggle. But I figure, I'm afraid if I stop smoking full on, I'd probably need to steer clear of society for a really long time while I get situated. At least I'm honest. Damn.
Not remedies, treatments, I guess. He did therapy and they worked with social workers through like the county mental health services, and he was on medication.
We got therapy on the board. Holy shit.
We're going to need therapy on the board. Real happy. If you got them, smoke them. Ain't that what Jay says, y'all? Okay. Oh, damn. Jay, I promise I'm not stealing your content today. Smoke them if you got them. There we go. I remembered it right. Smoke them if you got them, bitches. I can take a gummy and smoke a cigarette. I can do that. And then I'm really going to want them pork chops in a little while. They overshare and then dare the internet to share our 2 cents. Right, Kresha? It don't make any sense. That's it. We wouldn't critique it if it wasn't so bizarre. If it didn't feel icky or make us feel some type of way, or if we couldn't see right through what's happening here. I would be like, this is an interesting conversation if it was done correctly. Because I'm all for a deep conversation. Let's do that all day. Because the weeds are itchy and they get a little old, right? So can we peel back the layers and have a deep conversation? Yes, we can. I'm there for it. But their conversation completely weirded me out. Because we know they use all of that trauma. That's their entire life, y'all. I'm a true crime creator and I cover a lot of horrible crimes, and I read some pretty bad stuff in documents, right? And we acknowledge that while we're doing it. And we try to be mindful of the victims because we want to understand what happened and make sure all the things happen behind that with trial. But we know when to put this down. I know when to put it down and leave it there. And not even consume true crime, anything at night. I can do that. I don't know if Lauren and John and Grayson are doing that over there. It's like they're obsessed with it, and that's all they care about. To the point they'll do anything to continue it, right? It's really odd. And then for them to come out and say that we're a problem, right? because we kind of point that out. We point out this manipulation and the use of families, and you can better believe Larry and Kay aren't the only families that Lauren's out there trying to get her hands on, y'all. When she went on that criminal whatever show she was supposed to go on, they wanted to talk about how Lauren talked to Lindsay's attorney. Lauren's already went into how Andrea Yates and her attorney had this sorrowful relationship. She's doing the same thing with Lindsay's attorney. She's trying to work her way in that courtroom. In the room she doesn't belong in, she's trying to find her one person that's willing to talk to her. Her Megan Connor, her next Megan Connor. That's your end game, Lauren. Don't even lie about it.
And so they were kind of like mixing everything, trying to figure out what to do. And I also want to point out, as he's gotten older, the violence has decreased.
Oh, I've been calling, yeah, Kresha, Megan can't go nowhere like that damn label maker. She's got one for everybody. She loves that damn thing. I gotta get me one of them.
Significantly. Like a lot significantly. But I think that's also just him. I always felt like maybe his mental age was like 6 years behind normal.
Mm-hmm.
So like even when I talk to him now, it's like if I was talking to a younger sibling, not necessarily my older brother. Like he'll call me to talk about a situation. I'm like, well, why don't you just do this? And so it's like it's still like walking him through things.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's interesting.
TMI.
Yeah, violence has decreased as he's gotten older.
And I also don't know that he ever did get like a conduct disorder diagnosis. Well, I mean, once you're 18, it's kind of you're on your own in the system. Like, my parents could only do so much.
Right.
So they couldn't like force him to go to a doctor to get more diagnoses or.
Yeah.
Okay, is she complaining to John now because her brother turned of age and they can't force him to do things anymore and he's now out there living his best life? Grayson got a problem with it? It appeared he was living his best life in the videos I saw on his Facebook page. So what is this girl talking about? Jealous much? Is she jealous of her brother? Did he get more attention growing up than she did? And now he's out there living his actual dreams and she's caught up in her head? And her dream is to be the next Lauren Matthias, maybe? I'll help her get there one day. I'll as I understand her more, maybe she'll catch on. Grayson, are you watching, baby girl? You probably should. Stick around. We'll get you there. I promise. We're not bullies.
It's not there.
Medication or whatever they can encourage, but he does ultimately what he feels is best for himself, and yeah.
Yeah.
So, just to summarize kind of what this study I referenced, they basically say, I'll just quote this here, again, the comorbidities here are ADHD and conduct disorder. Again, conduct disorder is closely aligned with oppositional defiant. I mean,
we are always uncomfortable when Lauren's around. And that husband of hers, that sidekick, that side piece, that, oh my God, you're a doctor of what? We could have some magnificent conversations on a podcast. My dream job. I'm tired of being a beat reporter. They don't respect me or tell me I'm great. He's like, well, I will help you. Actually, let's start a channel on YouTube. You'll be the face and I'll be the brains. She's like, that's a good idea. Let's get married. He's like, okay. She's like, and when I'll give you a baby, but you got to stay home and take care of it, okay? He's like, sure, cool. She's like, fucking deal. Fucking deal.
The biggest distinction is the conduct disorder involves more actual criminal, potentially more actual criminal behavior or criminal convictions, whereas ODD is a little lesser in terms of requiring fewer run-ins with the law, for example, or fewer actual problematic behaviors. But they say, quote, in the absence of these comorbidities, individuals.
Maria, that's a really good point. What about John or Lauren's brothers? Let's talk about your brothers. She's willingly doing this, though. Bringing up a murder case and talking about her brother.
individuals with autism were no more likely to have convictions for violent offending than the general population.
Okay.
So, I mean, so again, like making the distinction between autism as a neurologically based disorder and a personality disorder is really important because ODD becomes potentially and cognitive disorder become precursors to more personality based issues.
Right. So bringing it back to Clayton a little bit, I guess my question would be, so it wouldn't necessarily.
She just said his name. Oh my God. Why are they doing this? No, literally, like, why are they doing this? Is this a tactic to separate Grayson from her family? Like, is this a tactic where Grayson's family is unaware of this and they're going to get mad and they're not going to talk to her no more? I don't know what's going on here. This is bizarre.
Okay, I'm back at chat now. Children who have struggles as children, right? That's a delicate thing because they're young and they don't need all that, right? There's so many different diagnoses out there now. If they're the right ones, who knows at this point? But the therapy, right? Because I don't want, it's just like none of it's addressed properly anymore. We're going to see, here's the diagnosis, here's the treatment plan. It should work. It's individualized for a lot of people. And these people just, I don't know what their end game is. Who knows anymore? My family just got home. My son's going to take over the dinner stuff now. I don't got to worry about it no more. So an hour later, and he's still harping on the same point. Good grief. Yeah. Well, that's John's nature. It's the nature of the beast with John. He's got to make sure we freaking understand because we don't know nothing. Hey, subtext, how are you? Stay on your last nerve. And why is Grayson taking the opportunity, though, to see this one case and it triggers all her emotions about her own brothers? What does that say about Grayson? Right? Yeah, I get all the things about John. People say that, I've seen the comments, is Grayson groomed? I hate to say that word. Is she being brought into a cult? Is she a sister wife? All these things. I'm like, well, what about Grayson makes her was that the right word? Susceptible to that? Why would she be drawn to this narcissistic person that could dupe her into not being around her own family anymore and to follow in my lead and join band forces with me, Grayson, and be my little producer, and we're going to walk all over these people that are trying to expose me for what I really am. Right? Is it a matter of time before Lauren's true downfall happens? Because how much can she keep trying to claw back at what she's, the mean girl stuff in her eyes? When will mainstream media finally pick up on the actual story and go, oh, well, maybe I should cover that, like a Barbara Walters special? Like, what's going on social media? No boundaries at all. None whatsoever, Kresha. Lauren doesn't see boundaries, recognize them. She doesn't care if you could draw the boundary in her face. She'd step right over it, wouldn't she? She did that recently when she talked to Jerry. I'm sorry, I said it wrong. I didn't mean to say Gary. Jerry. That's Lauren's end game always. Always hurt other people and frame it as something else. Frame it as, they don't like me, they're talking bad about me. How can I go say they're talking bad about me without looking like an idiot again, like doxing a lady on the internet and then taking it down later? Lauren did that. Lauren got all butt hurt because someone didn't agree with her and said so. So she goes and doxes them on Twitter. Did she do it anywhere else? She took it down, but not where we all saw it. Did the Hidden Gems approve of that behavior? What did Dr. John think about that behavior? Does he know about the post? Did we tell him? Did we tell him in the comment section? We can't be sure he'll get the email. Lauren will delete it. John, did you know your wife did that? She plays around with doxing people like that guy Criminal Network does. She bottom feeder. Your wife's a bottom feeder journalist.
We got the name drop for another Lajingo.
Yeah, I don't think it's just a Mormon thing that don't know how to do boundaries. A lot of women didn't know how to do boundaries forever, and women are trying to teach them it's okay to have a boundary, including the Mormon ladies, especially the Mormon ladies. Boundaries aren't bad. When they gaslight you and tell you your boundary's bad, know they're gaslighting you and telling you your boundary's bad.
She said she got permission, but these people lie. They lie, and they lie, you know?
Be the autism, right? Yeah. I think there's probably, if he was adopted at 3, I mean, I don't want to speculate too much, but I would assume there's some attachment going on.
Oh, okay, moments. Thank you.
I mean, clearly his parents, from the outside looking in, loved him very much and did everything they could, but yeah. I'd assume it's probably some, like, attachment. And then, like, when you were talking about autism, your definition, you mentioned a change in routine. And it like made me think of how they said that they had stayed up till midnight to sing to him that night. And so could that change of routine, you know, like let's say that kid went to bed at 8 o'clock every night. I don't know. Could a change in routine like that have kind of set him off a little bit?
Well, even taking away his Nintendo Switch.
Right. Things like that. But like, could that all combined be what caused?
Yeah. With the violent tendencies and ADHD.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
I mean, we don't know if he had ADHD.
They act like ADHD's a death sentence. Like if you got the ADHD, you're just bad and violent. Oh, golly. Okay, damn, John. I hope they slapping labels on the youngins too.
Yeah, we don't know, right? It does sound like
you don't know anything. What are they doing?
They don't, Jay. I hope they're little. I don't like to talk about people's children, and I don't encourage it because people on the internet will like call child protective services on people because they didn't like the way they dressed their children, whatever. But I hope they're not slapping labels on their own child. And they allow him to. I mean, I'm hearing a lot of kids of seeing and hearing a lot of things on the internet that their adult parents are seeing and hearing. I don't let my grandson hear what I'm doing on the internet. Right? Hold on. They set something off in there. I don't. I'm careful with the conversations I have around him because I do this all the time, right? If I'm outside with talking to somebody, like, if I'm talking to somebody, no, I don't do that in front of him. Now, he knows what I do in here. He knows I cover crime and things like that. But he doesn't know to the extent. Like, I'm just catching the bad guys, right, in his little brain. Some things these kids don't need to know about. A lot of kids don't handle change real well. You know, divorce, new schools, all the things. These guys go deep. They go deep, guys. It's freaking crazy. Kel, wait, the real Kel's had a comment up there. Well, Kresha joined the club. They hate us because we got the ADHD. They hate us because we got women attached to our name. They don't like those strong, independent, vocal women with an opinion. They're going to slap a label on you out of Megan's label maker. We already know how it's going to roll, huh, Megan? She's like, here's Salty, a fucking new label. Where's my piss her off? She's going to spit out me a new label. Well, got news for you, Megan. Shove your label up your arse. Okay, I'm going to mute out for a second. I need something called, I need a bottle of water.
Kel says, They literally make everything about themselves. Delusional. I agree. Thank you for your super chat.
The letter to the school district simply cites autism.
And it says autism, but also cites behavioral issues.
Yeah,
it says sexual harassment,
physical.
Kresha, when I hear you and your mom talking, especially your mom, that's my family. And me and Simi are always lapping each other in the chat because we are so similar, how we're raised, the things we've heard, right? And I appreciate her little Louisiana take on things. And I'm over here in Florida. We're a few hours apart kind of thing. We're all Gulf Coast, Southeast girls, right? And yeah, you don't ever know what's about to fly out of them women's mouths around that table. You put all them, you do it, right? It's crazy. And we can't help it. We get it honestly. And women like Megan don't know what to do with that. Megan spent her whole life trying to be other women. So when they see strong, independent women who do have boundaries and learned how to get there, they don't like it. It's a threat. Now we're angry. Now we're bullies. Like, what, lady? Don't hate me because I got there and you haven't yet. Jesus, stick around. We'll help you get there too. We ain't got there all the way, but we're trying.
Physical violence and theft, which are not. Yeah. That's,
right. That's I mean, so that's starting to definitely move into the terrain of oppositional defiant disorder for sure.
The terrain.
Oppositional defiant disorder. Can we slap that label on a couple of those people right there over there, that hidden true crime channel? Lord.
Or even conduct disorder at some point.
The terrain?
Yeah. I mean, again, like, yes, could the disruption difference between matter?
You know what? Good point, G. Lander. Thank you for your $10 super chat. How could someone with severe autism truly give consent?
Right. And how did he fix up that bus and get all those things I saw him doing? Is they talking about the brother?
Good point.
Mm.
She's saying too that he's like way like under his years or whatever. You know what I mean? Like he's not emotionally mature up to his actual age.
And she also claimed he couldn't talk right when it turns out he's got a lisp. She exaggerates the shit. We see it, don't we? We see the exaggeration, that manipulation level. Like a lisp becomes he can barely talk. The hell, Grayson? Hey, stick around. We like to bless hearts. We can't help ourselves. We was taught to let that freak flag fly, baby girl. Mama said so. Well, she also said to behave yourself in public and don't come across as that crazy lady, because then women like Megan will come at your ass. And then you got to show her what's up in the backyard. Oh, hell.
But they do. They correlate everything into their own lives. It's like they sit in this little cave and manifest everything into themselves. I imagine their room is humid from all the hot air. For sure. There's lots of condensation on the windows.
Or yeah, because it depends too what level he is
don't know. Right.
on the spectrum. But disrupting a routine, I mean, one of at the higher levels of autism on the spectrum, when you disrupt that restricted, repetitive pattern behavior, I think the more potential problems you're going to have. And by the way, there's a interesting hypothesis called the dysregulation aggression hypothesis about.
Oh, shut up. And Lisa T has a good hypothesis. She says Lauren is teaching her how to include yourself into stories that have nothing to do with you for sympathy and clicks. I agree, Lisa. It's like this kind of type of grooming. Thank you for your super chat. And Boss Lady coming in hot with 5 cooterships. Robbie, VTW, Blucky, Remy, and Bright Penny. Welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and enjoy the show. She slurred. I'm sure she'll slur again.
Autism, which essentially says, so as long as we're talking about kind of disrupting routines, the dysregulation aggression hypothesis basically says that aggression becomes more likely when there's a failure to regulate arousal levels under increasing amounts of stress. So in other words, dysregulation.
Okay. We got arousal on the board. Blech, blech, blech.
Think of dysregulation as when you can't regulate emotion,
good idea,
you can't
Kels.
regulate stress, right? It's so the opposite of that would be a child that has the capacity to, a child who can regulate emotions and stress and arousal would be a child that's capable of self-soothing, right? A child that can't self-soothe
girl.
is more likely to become.
Why does he keep saying arousal? Dee. Why? Why does everything go this way every time?
Agitated, they're more likely to become aggressive, right? They're more likely to escalate their behaviors. And so it's the arousal. It's actually, and this is true in schizophrenia too, that the stress levels have in the family and in the home, and this has to do with routine, right? If you disrupt the routine, the child becomes more aroused and agitated. And if the child can't self-soothe, there's more probability that child's going to act out.
Right.
And so this is the
arousal?
connection between autism and the home environment. In fact, I'm going to read.
I agree. Bad puns. What is their what's their
study
end goal?
that's fairly recent. This is from.
He's reading an important study that's fairly recent. Thank you, Flobo. Flobo says maybe dipshit John should talk about puberty and autism. Dumbass. Preteen years, everything changes. He's really gross. But we got John's study. Another Lajingo this Friday night.
2018. This is from the journal Aggression and Violent Behavior. The title of this article is Violent Behavior and Autism Spectrum Disorders, Who's at Risk? So this is another important study in this arena. They found a similar conclusion, by the way, that autism is not the cause of violence.
Yeah, thank you.
Here's what they say.
What was that
We
noise?
conclude that autism is not the cause of violence.
Yeah, thank you.
Here's what they say.
What was that noise? Is that a demon trying to come out of John? Did you guys hear that? If you have earbuds, listen close. Did you hear that demon?
The way that autism is not the cause of violence.
Yeah, thank you.
Here's what they say. We conclude that on the whole, the research studies they reviewed lend support to the assertion that autism spectrum disorder does not cause violence and indicate that when violent behavior does occur in people with ASD, it is a result of third variables, including poor parental control, family environment, criminality, bullying.
Jay made me spit my Coke out almost. Damn it, girl. Yes, we heard that. Good God. Y'all, arousal syndrome, right? They hone in on certain things, and that's all they want to, get to make sure we understand those points. And John's just he's like a broken damn record at some points. If you paid when he describes other labels, watch how he describes them and what words he uses.
Or psychiatric comorbidity, including specifically psychosis. So there is an element here of nurture. There is an element here of parenting, and I'm going to read their findings here just quickly. But it's not related to the autism per se. It's more related to the family culture. In other words, if the family culture is more chaotic and more stressful, and parenting practices are more authoritarian, and parenting practices are more disciplinarian based.
Hey, Teresa.
You're going to. The problem with that is you're not going to help that child self-soothe, right? It's so. Again, and the dysregulation aggression hypothesis is not proven. It's backed up by some empirical support, but it's
Bonding with your child is also super important. The doctor told me that, the pediatrician. My mama taught me that. It's a natural process. Mother nursing and nurturing her newborn, no matter if she's breastfeeding or bottle feeding, will still accomplish the same thing. As long as she's looking into that baby's eyes, they're bonding. Did Lauren stare off into space while the baby was feeding? John, did you assess the situation thoroughly and slap a label on your wife? I'm asking for myself.
Still a theory. So, but
You're what the
but
friends
there is research,
call
however,
Liz and
and
Compton
this article I just mentioned supports it. I'm going to read what they say here.
You're looking wide-eyed at the authoritarian.
She's, they got her reduced to coloring this week, Kresha. She's doing the coloring and taking walks in nature. You know. Yeah, she's cutting hers out of construction paper. They can't trust her with a label maker this week. It's a little more.
Wait, check.
It's mechanical and all.
Check. I love my parents, but check.
God dang, I love my parents, but check. Was that you in the background, Lauren, screaming that? Because I already know how you feel. You've told me before. I didn't miss it. Are we checking off them boxes? Check. I love my parents, but check. Right, Jay? I'm saying, Jay's like, oh, shit, I caught that too.
It was very authoritarian.
And now you're at a place where we're very authoritarian, right, Grayson? We're like, now.
Super, yeah. Every single day.
Joke.
Yeah. No, every single day you told me.
She got the safety scissors, y'all. She got the safety scissors for the kindergartners.
You don't want to do anything. You don't have to do anything.
I do. I say that.
I was complaining earlier. I told my son, I was like, I cannot cut this, but I was trying to cut with my left hand. I said, when I was growing up and going to school, my mama had to search for the left-handed scissors. Fucking making my kitchen scissors right-handed. Jesus Christ. I had to teach myself as a child to cut with my right hand because these idiots only gave me right-handed scissors. Fuck.
You have a great work ethic, and I was like, stop working. You don't need to work. No one's making you work. Oh, I love to work. You do love to work. And Lily loves to sleep. It's a great pair.
Yeah.
This is so awkward, dude. You're looking wide-eyed at the authoritarian.
Sorry, I was on mute. It happens. CH, thank you for dropping what you're dropping into the comments, right, for us to read. I appreciate that.
Ooh, that was really uncomfortable. Hey, Diet Coke.
We need a little bit of both of you around here.
This is from last night. Welcome in. Listen to that again.
And now you're at a place where we're very authoritarian, right, Grayson? We're like, now.
Super, yeah.
So 6 months ago, Grayson's now at a place where they're a real authoritarian. Like they bossing her around. That's their way of saying we boss you around. Do as we say. You don't need to go home ever. You're good to go here. You can just live here now. John and I always wanted a daughter. John did. John did, at least. He wanted a large family. But Lauren's like, oh, hell no, that's a lot. I could never do that.
Joe. At the authoritarian.
Like, Jack.
And this article I just mentioned supports it. I'm going to read what they say here.
You're looking wide-eyed at the authoritarian.
Like, check. I love my parents, but check. It was very authoritarian.
Grayson, I love my parents. Dan.
Talking about her family.
CH.
Ugh.
And now you're at a place where we're very authoritarian, right, Grayson? We're like, now.
Super, yeah. Every single day.
Joke.
Yeah. No, every single day you told me, if you don't want to do anything, you don't have to do anything.
I do. I say that. You have a great work ethic, and I was like, stop working.
Thanks,
you don't need to
Diet
work.
Coke.
No one's making you work. Oh, I love to work. You do love to work.
So
And Lily loves to sleep. It's a great pair.
Yeah.
He's like, so can I finish? Let's call that John interrupted. What do you think? Yikes.
We need a little bit of both of you around here.
Oh, he said, again. Did you hear that? That was twice he tried to butt in. Let's see.
So anyway,
One drives the stress and one takes the stress down.
Oh, it took 3 times for him to get in the middle of Grayson and Lauren. You know that?
I bet it did. I'm sorry, Megan. I tried. I fucking tried, girl. Jay brings out the worst in me. I'm gonna blame it on Jay for justice.
He's like, that's funny.
No, every single day you tell me if you don't want to do anything, you don't have to do anything.
I do.
I can't.
I say that. You have a great work ethic, and I was like, stop working. You don't need to work. No one's making you work. Oh, I love to work. You do love to work.
What?
And Lily loves to sleep. It's a great pair. Yeah.
Grayson loves to work. She's a workaholic. She just like Lauren. We pour ourselves into our careers. It's what we do. John's got the house in the home front and the dogs and the child. Grayson and I are off to our next big adventure. We are trial tourists and we'll be coming to you probably again live on Monday from Lindsay Clancy trial. Grayson will go home when she goes home. Y'all don't worry about it. Mind your business.
We need a little bit of both of you around here.
So anyway,
One drives the stress and one takes the stress down.
I don't know if I should comment on any of that, but quote, poor parental.
But you're going to comment, aren't you? I don't know if I should comment, but I'm going to comment. That's what I say all the time, too. I'm not going to comment, but hell, fuck, I'm fixing to comment. All right, John, I'll give you a free pass on that one.
Control,
I am
a chaotic
very
home environment,
sitting
for example,
here.
characterized by permissive and authoritarian parenting styles, highly critical, disapproving, rejecting, or unstable parenting styles.
Why is he laughing? Unstable parenting styles. Those books are telling young adult America your parents did it wrong. So they're doing it different while a nation screams, what's wrong with today's kids? Well, their parents read a fancy book one time, probably authored by guys like this, that told them their parents did it wrong. And here we are.
Family history of mental health problems, for example, depression and or psychosis, parental divorce, physical or sexual abuse.
Young girls like Grayson have bought it hook, line, and sinker. And Megan, too. Right, Megan? Poor, bless your heart. Megan, we'll collectively bless your heart at this moment. Greetings from the South, girl. Far below the Mason-Dixon line, the Bible Belt. Ooh, be scared. It's that kind of Bible, Megan. Not your Mormon Bible. We're talking some below the Bible Belt Bible.
Abuse and criminality are all factors that increase the violence risk
Criminality
for autism spectrum.
increases
In addition
risk.
to,
What does that even
so this
mean?
that's the
doesn't
family
even make
environment,
sense.
right? Outside of the family, for example, in school or in the community, the following elements would also increase autism risk because you're not helping the child self-regulate, right? Those would include social rejection, victimization, including especially bullying,
Yep.
holding a grudge, and seeking revenge may also play important contributory roles and precipitate criminal offending in individuals with autism spectrum.
I completely agree with Mom Interrupted. She says, and thank you for your super chat. She says they're doing what they always do, triangulating people against their support systems and safety nets. This is beyond bizarre.
Yes. And they're clearly doing that, or did that to Grayson, and succeeded. And her parents are so grateful that Lauren could be there in Grayson's dire time of need.
It really is. I just don't know why. I know that we know John's like not professional like he says he is, but if he's still trying to work this, theory that he's this professional, how professional is it to have the producer of your podcast on your paid Patreon talking about not her own diagnosis, but her brother's?
I know.
I mean, yikes. He thinks this is okay? Like, it boggles my brain. And she's like, oh, I went home like the other day, I don't know the last time I went home. Right. That's what I'm saying, a wise woman. Did G really start it, or was the idea planted? I'm sure she's shared her entire life from beginning to end with Lord Matthias. And
Oh, you know they did. Remember when she had to go through Lauren's fucking life messages and learned so much about Lauren? You know she has shared every detail about her life with Lauren Matthias. They've spent a tremendous amount of time together on the road, driving here and yonder, flying here and there, trial tourist and all. She will claim they're journalist and producer, but I claim they're trial tourist. I'm sure they've shared a lot of emotional moments together and bonding. Trauma bonding. They're trauma bonding today. Jesus, Lord.
I think
Lord, Jesus, take the wheel.
Lauren Matthias is pulling things from her past to exploit her and put out there so that she has a target on her back and Lauren gets less of a target on her back.
Oh yeah, well Lauren would rather put anybody is going to go in front of Lauren to save Lauren. Anybody's getting shoved in front of Lauren to save Lauren, and Grayson's going to be that girl. And Grayson is gladly at this point throwing herself in front of Lauren, in my opinion. I can't. Was Grayson already a fragile individual when she found Lauren, and that's why we're here now, right? Because she's already there. Well, obviously, she's there because you hear her head, you hear her thought process. Lord, unpacking this one. There was a couple of comment bringing in the bucks. Yet with Lauren, of course, she's got to earn a living. That's her. It's a business. Her podcast is a business. Of course, anything for the click and view and that money. But for Lauren, it also goes another level. That ego. I belong in those rooms. I'm being shunned in the rooms I belonged in. That bothered her to no end. To be accepted, right? Lauren's got that ego. She's a narcissist, for real, legit narcissist. So those layers for her go far deeper than what's her name, Trisha's, grifting over there. Lauren takes her grifting to a next level. It means more to Lauren than you think.
This makes Grayson vulnerable. Why would Lauren, with everything going on, with everything they've been through, they're so scared, but she's going to let Grayson put this personal, private information out for the world. But she's going to make Gray think, oh, well, I'm protected because it's in Patreon. It was in Patreon. It was not meant for the public, is what they'll say. I'm sorry. Patreons are never private. Nothing's private. Discord's not private. Patreons aren't private. Nothing online is ever private. I
also can't forget Grayson's a producer who came from Annie Elise. Is that correct? So a lot of Grayson knows what Grayson's doing. And I'm not going to call that girl a little girl, because at her age I already had 3 kids. I'm not fucking doing that. Grayson also knows what Grayson's doing. But we got a fragile Grayson, though, going into the game.
Have more, of a barrier in privacy behind a paywall. But it's not.
What is that, Faye? It says, sent hiding for 10 jewels. Thank you. Sent hiding. That's awesome. Oh, okay. Yeah, we wish we wish they could stay hidden. Could hidden true crime could we go permanently hide them if we send her some hidden jewels? We could go send her hiding jewels.
For private. All right. So you guys said that he said schizophrenia. Let's give another Lajingo then for there.
Oh, yeah. Lauren made it clear she was the breadwinner. He barely gets any work evaluating those offenders because he's not really good at it. Nobody will let him do it often. They have other ones that do that actual work. John just says he does it. We just went with that. Fuck, really? Yeah. And 6 months later, this becomes part of his legacy. Right, CH. What was this girl even thinking? Who actually encouraged this conversation, according to Grayson? It was her. I really wanted to talk to John about this. I really wanted to unpack this with John. My brothers. Lauren's just like, yes, I'm here for it. Do it, do it, do it. Right? What's Grayson trying to accomplish by doing that? And Grayson needs to set boundaries. Maybe she should go take some of Megan's courses. Grayson, you should probably lean on your friend Megan. I heard she thinks that she can help.
And we're going to leave the family tree one open because I think that one gets a little more precise. Right. She thinks Facebook Messenger is private. Nothing's private, dude. It's just not.
Oh, Lauren's ridiculous. She just says that. She knows nothing's private. Jesus Christ, she's been covering trials forever. A heifer tried to play people. Law and crime wants to be law and crime. Well, no shit, Sherlock. Fuck. Another excuse today?
Disorder. So a child, it's not hard to imagine, for example, that a child that's rejected by his or her peers and a child that's bullied is going to experience more stress, and they're going to have trouble regulating that. They're going to experience dysregulation, and they won't be able to self-soothe. Mm-hmm. And so aggression becomes more probable in those circumstances.
Which in general, I think they're just at a higher risk for rejection and bullying if they are on the spectrum.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
simply because they're seen as different,
They're different.
or they're seen as not, they don't do what everybody else does, or they don't listen, or whatever it is. I think they're just at a higher risk in general.
Targeted in general for bullying and high risk is yeah.
What does Lauren think? Thinks she has to reiterate what they just said for it to land or stick? She's so weird. Should insert myself here in this conversation. Faye sent Flow State. Thank you, Flay. What the hell? I smell that food, y'all. I'm like, food. Flow State. Thank you, Faye. We're about to get to the flow state. I'm hungry, guys. I just wanted to show you guys this. Let me grab the link to this actual show. I will drop it in chat. Hold on.
Right. So even though autism is mainly neurologically based, there are indirect pathways. Exactly. That a child with autism that's unable to establish those emotional connections or has more trouble doing that is obviously going to have more trouble being accepted by peers. Right. And so they're more likely to be ostracized by peers. And if, for example, a child with autism has certain repetitive patterns of behavior that
it gets better, you guys,
then that child is more likely to be bullied for it.
Yeah.
So it all, like, where does it all?
I'll be right back. I'm going to mute while they're talking here because Grayson's going to continue, and it's a wild conversation, and it is sad that she did this 6 months ago, and now we know what has happened with her brother, and it's mind-boggling to me when I saw the video his Facebook page, right, and I'm like, wow, this is not anything like the boy I heard her describe in that live a few months back. And that's when I started mentioning it, and CH is like, yes, I remember the same conversation. And it's wild, isn't it, CH? It's freaking wild, y'all. Okay, take it away, Jay. I'm going to let Jay co-host for a moment, guys. Thank you, Jay.
All beginning, right? It all kind of fits in a vicious circle. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So there are indirect pathways. I mean, by definition, in some cases, autism originates from a child struggling to, like, a lot of kids, especially with severe autism that are higher up on the spectrum, they can't make eye contact with their caregiver.
Right.
And they can't, there's this lack of reciprocal interaction.
Sorry, I know that's not where you're going, but I also just want, they're also at high risk for being abused, even in a system that's supposed to protect them. They can go to a specialized school. I don't know, just people can abuse
Shut up, Lauren.
Children. You know, they become victims of abuse.
Actually, that's a really good point. So ironically, a lot of the research on violence with autism shows that autistic children are more likely to be murdered by their parents. So what Clayton did here, the 11-year-old, is actually kind of the opposite of what autistic children are more likely to be murdered by their parents.
Oh my God, you guys. This guy is not okay. This guy's not right. He's not okay. Put a 1 in chat if you think this guy is actually dangerous, like on a serious level.
Ironically, a lot of the research on violence with autism shows that autistic children are more likely to be murdered by their parents. So what Clayton did here, the 11-year-old, is actually kind of the opposite of what.
Right.
The most violence with autism is not from the child, it's from the parent who's frustrated with the child.
That would make sense.
And so you believe it or not, there are a fair number, or a decent number of homicides from parents that, for whatever reason, that they can't regulate either, right? That they're at kind of the end of their rope with autistic children, and they don't know what to do. I mean, you see here with Clayton's family reaching out to the school district with a plea for help.
Yeah, I mean, well, I was thinking too, even before we were recording, I was kind of like thinking my questions and thinking of my own life and my situation. And my mom and I had a conversation today about it. And my mom was saying, when your siblings were younger, it was so much easier to get help. But
what?
As an autism mom, this entire convo pisses me off. Dr. John Mathias, WebMD.
I'm sorry to all the people in here that have children on the spectrum, or if you're on the spectrum, this is absolutely horrifying. Mom interrupted. Thank you for your super chat. He's a joke. He is a fucking joke.
Uh-huh.
Shirley, the fresh little girlie, sent 5 cooterships. Thank you so much, Shirley. If you were the recipient of Shirley's cootership gifts, make sure you reach out to her in chat and say thanks.
when they get older, it's harder, right? And so when you bring up like parental violence and things like that, it's like, and Clayton's family was like begging for help. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a parent of a child with autism. So for some, I think some parents of autistic children might say it was easier when they were younger, and some might say it was easier when they were older. I don't, I think each family situation is different, but the frustration I think parents probably do feel, because there is nowhere to turn when,
right.
Especially if you are dealing with a child with violent tendencies. Most people aren't going to willingly walk in and say, let me take over child.
Y'all ever notice that John has a weird laugh at the oddest times? It reminds me of Joe Schmo. Each and every time. At the most inappropriate time, it felt like. There it was. You're like, what was that?
Child care for you to get a break or thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I was kind of partially raised by nannies. My parents worked a lot. They were business owners. And,
partially raised by the nannies.
It was hard to.
Here comes the
as
leakage.
my brother got older.
Lauren, you paying attention? She was raised by the nannies.
For them.
For the nannies.
Yeah, it was very hard as his aggression grew.
Oh my God.
I was very attached to them, and I remember specifically when one left, it was really hard. I still talk to her.
Bananas.
Yeah, but she was like, I'm at risk of losing. She had a license for something, and she's like, I'm at risk because he's being aggressive, and like I don't know what to do. And so I think that, as you just say, like parents, these parents lose their cool. There's never an excuse, but I wonder if there's a correlation there of them not getting help. It's clear, like these parents had been trying to get help. Like it's hard.
Well, that's an interesting. Could the system also not want to take a child with some violence because?
Did her brother just get better once he turned 18 and left home? I'm curious. Did he got better when he left home?
They could lose their license if something happened to teacher or child at school. It's just so sad. It's just so sad there's no more help for these children when good help.
You've got another lingo because she can't speak straight.
Lauren took her nightly meds along with her nightly, I'm guessing, red wine. Could be rose. Could be rosé all day. I don't know, but I'm picturing her as a red wine kind of lady. Anybody ever seen her drink a wine?
She can't.
Does she have the plastic wrap over her drink like Trisha? What's happening? Whoa. We just got gifted 20 memberships. Faye coming in hot. Thank you, Faye, so much for your support. Kelly Kell, Donnell, what is this? I don't want to pronounce names wrong. Elder, SCGX, Tina, Missy, Justice for Crystal McRoy Jones. Okay, well, thank you for being here. Um, Joanne, Jody, Cajun Kool-Aid. I love some of y'all's names. AKA the Cat Lady, Martha, Holly, Gambies, A Curious Rose, Cupcake, Nordrum, Nursing the Truth, and an Edible Bloom. Thank you guys and welcome in. Thank you, Faye, for your amazing support as always. Kids today have a better grasp on autism than John and Lauren. Amen? Preach it. People like John stigmatize it more than the kids do. They absolutely do. Absolutely. I agree with that.
Speak straight. That was so sad.
It's hard.
Well, that's an interesting. Could the system also not want to take a child with some violence because they could lose their license if something happened to teacher or child at school? It's just so sad. It's just so sad there's not more help for these children when good help and a specialized system could help them so much for the rest of their lives. I think the system is,
the system, I think, feels at times somewhat helpless to deal with autism, because there's no clear intervention, right? But the thing is, when you think about autism and violence or aggression, if you realize, so among children, the biggest risk factors for violence would be ADHD and or oppositional defiant, right? But as adults, that changes a little bit, and it becomes the risk factors for adults, surprisingly, are still ADHD, but also.
Are there any other factors to consider why a child will become violent? Other than ADD, John, I'm curious. Do you think any other factors at play other than the other one you just named? What are you talking about? It's implying that anybody, especially the children with ADHD, are going to have those violent tendencies. Is this man educated in pediatric mental health too? Yeah, Gambies, I know from Delphi stuff.
Psychosis. Or
if it's the same Gambies.
Mental health issue.
I could be wrong, though.
What?
Right, so.
He's saying that autism and mental health issues go hand in hand? Is that what I heard?
Mm-hmm.
This guy is so weird. I've got a new soundbite for John.
What would John do if his own child exhibited ADHD? Would he ignore it? Therapy it out of him? What? Come up with a new treatment plan for stuff like that? What's going on? Are they perfect in every way over there at their household? Is the Matthias household those perfect people that we all wish we could be? They're too good for Megan's label maker. They're like, look, girl, we like you and all that because you got us a little clicks and views because you're Lori Vallow's dumb cousin, but we ain't down with your label maker, honey. But John will borrow it. Hold on.
Here you go. This is for John.
You're what the French call
Crescia. Under John's analogy, so JJ was killed by his mom, but he's autistic and ADHD. So should he have killed his mom? What the fuck? Yeah, John. Didn't you evaluate that case intensely, sir? Huh.
Les incompetents.
Thank you, Mom Interrupted, for your $9.99 super chat. John and Lauren really want to adopt an adult child, clearly. Oof.
So, but the point is, autism there may be limits to what we can do with autism, but we can treat ADHD.
Right.
We can treat psychosis, right? There's certain.
We can treat psychosis, but not much for autism. The fuck? We can rebuild. This guy's weird with his analogies. There was a comment that I saw. I don't see it now. Yeah, we don't know what he's on about. He's on about nothing. He's on about nothing. We need to send these guys to the wilderness camp. Subtext. That's what the comment I saw. They need to go to the wilderness camp. I summons thee, all of thee, to the wilderness camp ASAP.
We have ways to intervene with those things, and so
hold on, we're gonna put Trisha
in that sense. Like
Trisha's in charge, John, because she's got the woo woo.
I don't know. The problem here, for me at least, is I don't know exactly what's going on with Clayton. I mean, maybe he probably has ADHD too. Was that diagnosed? Was that treated?
Dude,
like, I think
take it easy, John.
The school district.
Take it easy on these diagnoses.
By saying this is just autism spectrum disorder, is not. I think they're not willing to engage with this child because maybe they don't want the risk, and maybe they recognize the limitations of dealing with autism. I don't know. But on the other hand, they're not giving this kid a chance by not giving him a full evaluation and looking at all the components that I just talked about, right?
Hey, Moms.
Their obligation should be to do a full evaluation.
Is John the only one that can do full evaluations? Based on somebody else's statements about another person? Damn, John. You're good at what you do, aren't you? Or you think you are. You really suck at it. We know that, but you're contradictory.
A full neuropsychological evaluation to determine how much of this is autism, how much of it's ADHD, how much of it's behavioral issues, right? Like it's how much of it is, I don't know, maybe there's some elements of bipolar here. I mean, but they're not.
Excuse us, sir. You better sit down with your bipolar bullshit talk. We don't want to hear it. We've seen what you doctors are doing from the nation's top hospital down right now. Shut up.
He's thrown psychopathy, whatever. What else has he said? He just said bipolar, autism, violent tendencies. What else did he say?
What?
I mean, what the hell is he doing? Is he trying to get in trouble? I'm wondering here.
He got carried away with Megan's label maker.
He's like this little pussy.
I'm trying to figure it out.
Right.
Shit, Trisha.
So sad.
Trisha. What did my ears just hear, ma'am?
Yeah, and I guess with I think there's...
It's so sad. You're so slurred.
I've read various comments and...
Conduct disorder, OCD, ODD, ADHD, psychopathy, bipolar, defiance disorder.
People are saying the parents were trying to pass the buck to the school, and I don't think that's the case. I actually think that parents, you're so limited on resources, like, you have to pay for everything. Like,
right.
If you don't have the money,
your child has to go to school. You want them to go to school. You want them.
Right. You have to have a career, so you can pay for what they need. You have to pay for therapy. You have to pay for doctors' appointments. You have to pay for everything. And so, like,
dude, Grayson is like in high speed. I do not have them. They're on 1.1 speed. She is like all about this. Thank you, G-Lander, for your super chat. Dr. John has a PhD in word soup. Agreed. I agree with that 100%. But it's dangerous word soup.
The school district, I think they were just reaching out to the school district being like, we need help.
Right.
So I don't think the parents were necessarily passing the buck, but
No,
yeah.
I don't either.
I think they were just, but that brings me to my point is like, when I read that letter, it's sad because I think that the parents didn't expect them to be the targets of violence. They were so concerned about other people being the target that in there they don't mention themselves. And it's, you know, in the end, his dad ends up being the target of the violence.
Right. I mean, to me, I think they're looking for support.
Right.
Right. Like one of the findings. So, for example,
It's clear they love Clayton. You know, they're not giving up on Clayton. They want the help for Clayton. They want
Lauren, she give up on her baby easy.
Support.
It wouldn't take much, in my opinion. I'm not being a bully, Megan. I'm just sharing an opinion.
I had mentioned earlier that. So I'm going to reference a study here this is from the Journal of Autism and Developmental Disorders 2022, homicide incidents involving children with autism spectrum disorder. That's the title, as victims reported in the U.S. News Media 2000 and developmental disorders. I had mentioned earlier that. So I'm going to reference a study here this is from the Journal of Autism and Developmental Disorders 2022, homicide incidents involving children with autism spectrum disorder. That's the title, as victims reported in the U.S. News Media 2000 to 2019. So this study looked at news media accounts.
As reported in the news media. What kind of study is this, John, that you're referencing in such a serious situation?
Yeah, John.
Oh my God. I cannot with him. Listen to this again. This guy is completely incompetent. Completely. That's why he doesn't have a job. You're right.
You're what the French call les incompetents.
With autism spectrum disorder. That's the title, as victims reported in the U.S. News Media 2000 to 2019. So this study looked at news media accounts of the children that were victims, and here's what they found. They say, our findings show that family members and caregivers were the most common perpetrators of child homicide with autistic children, with the most frequently cited contributing factor being overwhelming stress from caring for the child. Prior studies have reported that parents of children with autism spectrum disorder experience substantial chronic stress due to the significant demands related to the child's special needs. And so what do they recommend? Support, right? Like to deal with
all that, to recommend support. Stop. Y'all support your people. Damn it. Until they don't deserve it no more. John, all I need is support. So is John saying America is not supporting children with autism enough? That their educational system in place right now for treatment plans for children with autism isn't enough? Why doesn't John do more about that good fight and set up foundations and studies and real doctors that help with that journey? No, we like to complain about stuff. We'd rather complain about it. The system sucks.
a child that's creating a lot of stress in the family system. You know, it's
John's over here slapping labels on poor children that are on the spectrum. He doesn't care what capacity. He got Megan's label maker, and he's slapping out labels on the spectrum, all children. If your child is ADHD, if your child is this, if your child is that, all the things that Jay just listed, y'all better don't sleep. You better sleep with one eye open. Damn.
I think it's perfectly expected for that family to seek outside resources because they don't necessarily have the ability to cope.
No.
With a child that's
And early intervention is important with this to teach them. And
I mean, this is like me saying, I am Jennifer Youngblood, PhD. I have my PhD in psychology. And I'm here to tell you tonight that when in a domestic violence situation, when a woman's leaving is the most dangerous time. I mean, for real? Fuck is wrong with him?
I know.
To help them.
No brainer. The common sense shit, they're like, they got to explain to the people, but I guess, okay, Jay, we got to Oh, I feel you, girl.
and to
Right.
give them the best life possible.
It also brings up the fact was, if this child went through the foster system, where's the resources there?
Yeah.
Like, shouldn't they have more resources to them there because he was not a biological child? So therefore, I read something. I don't know if it's true, but there it says that there was like DCYF or DCS, whatever, like involvement prior. I think some family friends had said that. Like,
So probably foster to adopt.
so probably foster to adopt. So where's the support there, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, right, and I mean, there's another component here. Even if the system doesn't necessarily want to intervene with the child, they can still help the parents,
right.
right? If
Grayson's trying to figure out if her parents didn't get enough support while they were dealing with her brothers. Right, Grayson? Why aren't you and John going to set up a foundation and fix it? Offer support. I don't think they need your brand of support though. Bad idea.
all the things I just mentioned, like a chaotic home environment, unusual stress in the home, right? Parenting style, like if a parenting style is primarily authoritarian, and parents are very critical and disapproving, all the things that I just mentioned, rejecting, right? If those things are going on in the home, and I wouldn't necessarily blame the parents.
Kylie.
Like some of it could be a function of the fact that you have a child that you can't rein in, right? But if those things are going on in the home, then help the parents understand it and respond differently. And so that might involve an intervention that would offer the parents classes or some type of educational component or even a therapeutic component. To help
Good
the parents
job,
manage
Kevin,
their stress
PhD.
and to be, help them become better parents so that they don't, they don't know necessarily.
Right.
So I think it's all of those elements.
Yeah, I mean, and look, we don't know a lot about Clayton. We don't know a lot about his situation. I kind of threw it on you. I mean, you can't really give an analysis because we just don't.
Oh, you can't really give an analysis. We know, but he's going to. You want him to, Grayson. John, man, he's got a lot of big assumptions, right? A lot of big assumptions. If you think that the support families are receiving is so broken, why not focus on doing something about that? What can we do to fix that, right? Does John, he don't care. It's just today's topic. That's all.
No. But in
an hour in, you can't really give an analysis because you don't know. But he just gave a huge analysis. Ooh, Tana says it's time for our own round table show. Hidden true crime, where we sit around and try to diagnose what the hell is wrong with these three. Let's do it, Tana.
Can I lead the table? Can I be at the head of the table?
We'd be here for a long time.
Right. And so we can kind of talk broadly, but like in a situation like this, this child's going to now move through the criminal justice system. And how's that?
Sue, I totally understand. Thank you for your super chat. She said, love you, Jay, but I have to bail on this one. I have a 24-year-old son with nonverbal autism that I care for 24/7. These guys suck and are clueless.
That's right. Thank you. Because that's what I wonder. When parents of autistic children are hearing them talk about it, what are they thinking? Right? So it's important for them to share their thoughts as well, to hear from the actual parents who are raising the children, not a doctor pretending he knows what autism even is. He just had to refer to articles and read them, right? Stuff like that. He had to go refer to the Google quickly to explain it to Grayson. Simi, are we on a 9-hour live? Because we got to shut that shit down if we are. We're going to be talked about tomorrow in a bad way. I know we started this show earlier and we just kept rolling and rolling and rolling and rolling. And here we are. They are very clueless, y'all. And I think we have seen enough of this, actually. We did drop the link to the whole thing because I did want to give some context behind what I was saying the other day, right? Because I was like, wait a minute. The minute the brother information came out, and then I saw everything, I was like, wait a second. All I could think about was that interview I heard, and this was that interview. It's not like she's describing the same person, the same boy. And 1 minute he goes from a lisp to can barely talk to, oh, it's just a lisp, right? It's goodness. Yeah, I'm fixing to peace out. It's getting late. I'm getting tired. Actually, I need to go touch grass. We all do, right? Just so we saw Grayson's response, right, to everybody offering their condolences for her brother. It just seemed a little detached to me. Maybe she's had enough time to sit with things for a minute and she could pull it together for that little few minutes there. So maybe that was the case. Um, I don't think they're ever going to stop doing what they're doing, right? And they're just going to try to always find ways to reiterate that they're not the ones doing any harm to anybody. It's other people who talk about them doing harm. And when Lauren went out and did that dramatic, whatever that was about Patrick Clancy's 911 call, that's not cool to do. We didn't need it. What were her gems? They're just here for it all, right? They love a good story. Found some people they can communicate with and talk to in real time while they get a good story in. We see what kind of people are in there. I do suggest the smudging and the going outside and touching the grass and having your moment in peace. Be grateful, have the gratitude. If you got fish swimming in your head, just let them have at it for a moment. Just roll with it for a minute, right? Let yourself feel it and move through it. Damn, we got enough heaviness coming up this week covering this trial we're covering, right? And just trying to unpack that in real time and seeing what in all it's, and really, guys, on the seriousness of it all, Dr. John Matthias, right? We've all been picking his brain apart for how long now, and we're floored at what we've been seeing. Now, if you're watching the Lindsay Clancy trial, you will also be floored by what you're seeing from doctors who say they are psychiatrists. It's frightening that these doctors, right, that these diagnoses they're running around with, they have your life in your hands with that diagnosis. They slap that label on, it might never come off, and it might take America 30 years to open their eyes and listen. We have to be careful with these doctors slapping labels and armchair diagnoses out the window. They don't even know the person, haven't seen the patient, no eye to eye contact, no visit, 15 minutes of fame, right? Dr. John, weirdo. What is Simi saying? There's no telling. Oh, smudging. Yeah, you second that. How long have I been going, Simi? I don't do the clocks and calendars. It's been a long time. I did actually realize that a while ago. I was like, wait a minute. It's been a minute since I think I come on the air. I don't remember what time I came. Was it 1? Did I do 1? Oh, 7-hour live. I've done that before. Doing deep dives on cases. All right, y'all. Thanks for being in here and tuning in. I did want to let everybody know we are aware of the Amazon click history for Brian Koberger and the K-bar purchase and the knife sharpener and all the little things are there. I will be keeping an eye on. Let's make sure they didn't reschedule their little show again, because I'm clocking that Chris Whitcomb guy, the author of Broken Plea. He's on a media tour. I told y'all it was coming. It was going to ramp up again, and he went and did that one armchair podcast guy, and now the custody queens are getting him back. Maybe he found something new to discuss or figured out why the pool table's actually not the pool table, the beer pong table is actually important after all. After Turvey said that damn thing's irrelevant, quit asking me about it, but Whitcomb said it's huge. The guy that wrote the book said it's huge, but Turvey said no, it ain't. Okay. So I'm here for that shit show. Let's see what's going on over there. Tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Chris Whitcomb is back over on the Custody Queens, author of Broken Plea. They're joined by that guy Outcast. I don't know who that guy is, but I know who he is, but don't know who he is. Huh, interesting. I wonder how many lies he'll spew out on this podcast. Like he did. We reviewed his live on the Armchair podcast, right? And he spewed out lies. He spewed out lies. Oh, and I put out a little video to show how Idaho investigators lied as well. Not that Brian Koberger's not the guy. He absolutely is. But they lied about some things and they're still at it. And I'm here to figure out why. So that. And also, the thumbnail reflects that I did ask questions last night in Seth Rogers Live that pertained to the disappearance, and they went unanswered and ignored because I didn't ask about the other parents. Whatever. Kresha, thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you. I always hold space for you. I'm floored that you were texted that stuff by Trace on the case. That really bothers me, but I'll let you know why. Really bothers me. Simi was talking about a dream team being long, salty, not this stream. Oh, she's saying I'm gonna go for my 9-hour live. I think Salty trying to see if I'm going for my 9-hour. Salty, I'm not referring to this stream being 9-hour. I mean the dream team stream. Oh, I don't. Oh, okay, gotcha. I thought you wondered if I was going for my Lauren Matthias record too today. I could. Hell, we won't do. Y'all won't? You won't too? Ah. Okay. I probably should go and calm myself. I'm actually calm. I sat here and ate my dinner while Jay was talking. So appreciate you again, Jay, for co-hosting with me. Y'all, Kresha, no, thank you for being here. Anytime that you need to, you have a safe place to land. And I think you know that with the communities that you have found, right? That rally around you and they do it for the right reason. It's not like, oh, we're picking a side. No, we're doing that because that's what's right, not what's wrong. We don't want to be on the wrong side of wrong. We want to be on the right side of everything. And supporting the families is absolutely what I'm going to do all day and every day. People are wondering why I'm drawing attention to the Idaho 4 stuff. It's like you're breathing life into Koberger's bullshit. No, I'm not. I'm going to point out these families are still being drugged because of Kohlberger's bullshit. Right? You can believe the guy's innocent all day long. I don't care. But you don't got to drag the family in the process. That doesn't build your case or help it. Makes you look like Lauren Matthias. You hijack other shit to build your bullshit because your bullshit won't stand on its own, right? See right through you. I've had 3 gummies, Faye says. Holy shit. All right. Well, I'm about to go have another one and something to drink. Y'all go have a good one. I'll be back in the morning for, I don't know what day we're on, Forrest. 10? We're going to be on day 10 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Guys, it's an emotional, heavy case. It's a tough one for me to watch, but I'm here for it. So if y'all are tuning in to watch it with me, I appreciate y'all because I know everybody's covering it. And so I appreciate the ones that are coming back for the conversations we're having while we're watching it and who tolerate my opinions through this case. I appreciate y'all. Anyway, y'all go have a good one. We'll be back in the morning with our continuing coverage of the Clancy case. And if you do decide to join us, we do start it a little bit later so we can fast forward through all the things. All right, guys. Thank you for coming in. All the links are into the chat that we've been trying to drop tonight. Simi, there's her song link as well. Y'all have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to each